The story begins with the appearance of a girl full of personality. Her name is Tian. She complained, 5 minutes ago, I was still a female special agent with a hot body. 5 minutes later, at this moment, Tian had turned into a child, her face filled with astonishment. Her eyes widened as she screamed, where did my boobs go? She wailed miserably. It's all because of that damn fighter jet. Why did it have to explode? Now I've transmigrated. Who can I hold accountable? Am I full chest? Tian carefully looked down at her chest again. Wait a minute. I just transmigrated here a moment ago. She let out a sigh. Haha. She still looked like a young woman at that time. Back in the present, Tian was extremely worried. That's not right. I was still a young woman when I transmigrated here. How'd I end up like this? She glanced at her body again. Not only did it have a slim waist and long legs, but there was also, she recalled the scene from before, a man. She recalled, if I remember correctly, I even went to bed with a man. He clearly drugged me, then contemptuously planned to just leave. At that time, the man said in a loud voice, you're no longer sober, yet you still dare to boast about being the most beautiful woman in the world in front of me. Tian gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. She added, of course I didn't agree, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. She said softly, it was only right to hold him responsible for the drugging. He pressed down on her, and the two slowly became intimate. He said, remember this well, you're the one who provoked me first. Back in the present, Tian was so worried she was tearing her hair out. Just like that, he turned the tables on me. She struggled and screamed. I've been violated. I've been violated. My pure little flower has been plucked. She sobbed. It's all your fault, you damn fighter jet. Tian sniffed gently, as if she suddenly realized something. Why does this scent seem so familiar? She was suddenly startled into a realization. Aren't these the clothes of that masked man? Why am I wearing them? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Tian. Junior Marshall Sister Van Tien. Tui Van Wan asked worriedly, why is there an outsider here? Are you all right? Tui Van Dong's expression was a little flustered. Tui Van Wan was dazed. Seeing Tian, both of them asked, who are you? Why have you come to the sacred ground for seclusion? Tui Van Dong said softly, Tan Noyet. She continued, she is Tian. Tui Van Wan said loudly, how can that be? She said softly, if Junior Marshall Sister Van has turned into this, then her engagement to the Crown Prince, could it be? Tui Van Dong adjusted Tian's clothes. She said, don't worry, the sect leader will have a way to resolve this. She reminded her, you go practice with the Junior Marshall brothers and sisters first. I have a few words to say to Tian. Tui Van Wan replied politely, yes. She frowned, her expression unhappy. At this moment, Tui Van Dong stared at Tian. There was a hint of fear on Tian's face. Tui Van Dong gently sat down, then stroked Tian's head. Tian. Her next words shocked Tian. I know you've lost your virginity. She frowned and reminded her, you must listen carefully to what comes next. This concerns your life. She looked at Tian's small body, then explained, your current appearance is because you have violated the taboo of the pure flower ice frost technique. The pure flower ice frost technique places extreme importance on a pure body, and once one's virginity is lost, it will trigger the blood penalty. 1. You turn to a child. 2. You lose all your martial arts. 3. Your lifespan is reduced to only 3 years. Even though she was trembling all over, Tian still tried her best to listen. Please continue. I can still take it. Tui Van Dong said softly, today is the full moon. During these 3 years, on the full moon of every month, you will have a chance to restore your original form. Hearing her say this, Tian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat comforted. Tui Van Dong continued, within these 3 years, you must find the immortal frost lotus, then use the heart's blood of the person who took your virginity as a catalyst. Only then can you resolve the blood penalty and return to normal. She gently stroked Tian's hair. Tian is still as lovely as ever. Tui Van Dong said sadly, it's just a pity that you must leave as soon as possible. I can no longer protect you. Hearing her say this, a trace of sadness appeared on Tian's face. Tian gently raised her hand and asked, this thing called the immortal frost lotus, where must I go to find it? Tui Van Dong replied softly, the Imperial Palace. You must follow the marriage agreement and marry the Crown Prince. Only then will you have a chance to find the immortal frost lotus. As soon as Tui Van Dong finished speaking, Tian's face was filled with horror. You can't be serious? An arranged marriage from birth? A moment later, Tianni was on her way to find the crown prince. She looked at her small body and thought to herself, after talking with the elder for so long, I finally understand the situation. My current body is named Tui Van Tien, the holy maiden of Van Tui Grotto. Because I went into seclusion immediately after joining the sect, no disciple recognizes me except for the elder. The girls around looked at Tui Van Tien and began to whisper, something feels off. This is the holy maiden? Why is she a child? The holy maiden went into seclusion as soon as she joined. What do you know? Tui Van Tien smiled. This is good too. I thought my identity would be exposed, so I'll get to know them first. She smiled and said loudly, Greetings, senior sisters. I've admired you for a long time. It's a pleasure to finally meet you today. A girl asked Tui Van Tien, The holy maiden is so cute. How old are you? The other girls also gathered around and praised her. Look at this chubby face, it's so adorable. Seeing everyone surrounding Tui Van Tien, Tui Van Wan frowned unhappily. Tui Van Tien said cheerfully, Senior sister, do you know what my weakness is? It's you. Hearing her say this, a senior sister looked as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow. Tianni gently handed another senior sister a beautiful flower. Senior sister, do you know where my heart is? On the left. Wrong, it's on your side. Tianni thought smugly to herself. These cheesy pickup lines from my world are truly undefeated. Suddenly, Tui Van Dong appeared, and the girls said to each other, Hey, Elder Lamb is here. Elder Lamb has arrived. Tui Van Dong looked at Tui Van Tien and said softly, Tianni, you'll be married tomorrow. The sect leader wants to see you. Seeing this situation, the girls behind them gossiped. The holy maiden has to get married at such a young age. I heard she's been engaged to the crown prince for a long time. She'll become the empress in the future. Tui Van Wan gritted her teeth in anger. She thought, why? Why is it that even after that bitch has become like this, the sect leader still protects her, and the crown prince is still hers? Suddenly, a blue bird landed beside her. Tui Van Wan was startled. Elsewhere, in a lush forest, a man frowned in anger. He quickly struck Tui Van Wan, and she fell to the ground, trembling all over. Tui Van Wan said softly, May the palace master quell his anger. Tan Noyet knows her mistake. He said in a loud voice, You have some nerve, daring to intentionally drug the holy maiden of your Van Tui Grotto, concealing her identity to lure me here, then arranging for people to catch us in the act, wanting to ruin her engagement with the crown prince. Tui Van Wan thought to herself, He's still talking about the holy maiden. Could it be that he doesn't know about that bitch's situation? She replied, Palace master, please don't blame Tan Noyet. That person was not the holy maiden. Tan Noyet knew the palace master was afflicted with an infatuation poison, so I hastily found a virgin girl to help you. I just didn't expect the elder to suddenly appear. The man said in a loud voice, That woman was not the holy maiden. Tui Van Wan replied, She was just an outer disciple. She has now been expelled from Van Tui Grotto. He turned his face away, threatening, If you dare to lie, I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces. In the magnificent imperial city, in a cool room, Tui Van Tien and Tui Van Dong entered. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared. She called out softly, Tianni. The woman added gently, Tianni, I know that someone intentionally framed you this time. The training grounds of Van Tui Grotto are a forbidden area. No outsiders can enter. As for the matter of that man, I will have someone investigate. Tui Van Tien respectfully clasped her hands and replied, Thank you, sect leader. 3 medicinal pills slowly floated out. The sect leader said, You are to be married tomorrow, but now you have lost all your martial arts, which is inconvenient. She gently handed the pills to Tui Van Tien. These 3 pills can help you recover your powers for 2 hours. Tui Van Tien gently accepted the pills, her face full of worry. She thought, although they say the immortal frost lotus might be in the imperial palace, marrying into the palace isn't necessarily the only way. The sect leader added, Tianni, I know you are unwilling, but you are the holy maiden. Your mission is to assist the crown prince in becoming a wise ruler and bringing blessings to the people. Tui Van Tien smiled and replied, But sect leader, in my current state, I'm afraid that won't be possible. She thought to herself, Quick, use this opportunity to flatly refuse to marry him. The sect leader said, I know, Tianni is a smart child. She will know what to do. Tui Van Tien was horrified, her heart in a tangled mess. Wait, what does that mean? So I still have to marry the crown prince? The next morning in the imperial city, Tui Van Tien's mood was in turmoil. She lay on the bed, her face sullen. Assist the crown prince? Why do I have to marry the crown prince? Why do I have to accept this mission? She sat up. I, a proud modern woman of the 21st century, how can I submit to this kind of old-fashioned arranged marriage? How can I lose to these ancient feudal superstitions? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the door open. Tui Van Tien gently raised her hand, making a gun gesture. She said in a loud voice, "Who is it?" The man appeared. He stood arrogantly before her. Seeing that hateful face, Tien Ni suddenly realized. The golden mask, it's that pervert. To think I search high and low for him, only for him to deliver himself to my door. Seeing her, the man frowned. A child. Tui Van Tien put on a cute act. Big brother, are you an immortal who has descended to the mortal world? He replied coldly. If I am an immortal, then what are you? She said cheerfully. You're an immortal. Can't you tell who I am? Aren't immortals supposed to be omnipotent and boundlessly powerful? In her heart, she was utterly disgusted. An immortal, not only narcissistic, but also an idiot. He frowned and asked, You are the holy maiden of Van Tui Grotto? She feigned a gentle demeanor. Oh, the immortal is truly amazing. You even know this. He quickly turned to leave. How boring. Seizing the opportunity, Tui Van Tien quickly ran towards him. The opportunity has come. She silently gripped the small dagger by her side. He turned his head back and said, I didn't expect the holy maiden of Van Tui Grotto to be a child. Tui Van Tien quickly sat down. She said softly, Oh, why do I have so many split ends lately? She added gently, I don't know. That's what they all say, and the holy maiden even has to marry the crown prince. I'm not doing it. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, You don't want to marry the crown prince? Tui Van Tien looked at him and replied, Of course. Who would want to marry that old man? Seeing that he's willing to marry a child, I don't think he's a good person. He might even be a pervert. These words were like swords stabbing into him. Old man, pervert, not a good person. He said, Perhaps it's because the crown prince doesn't know you're a child. And besides, the engagement was decreed by the late emperor. He cannot refuse to marry. Just as he turned to leave, Tui Van Tien got into a fighting stance. He thought to himself, This little brat, I won't get anything out of questioning her. I'll go back first and figure things out. After he left, Tui Van Tien tumbled to the ground. Ouch! Elsewhere in the imperial palace, the crown prince of the eastern palace appeared. He gently took off his mask. The maids beside him saw him, and all revealed expressions of shock. It turned out the man who was just talking to Tui Van Tien was the crown prince. The maids bowed respectfully. Your Highness, the crown prince. Early in the morning, a maid came to wake her. Holy maiden, Tui Van Tien sat up wearily, completely unwilling. A group of maids entered cheerfully. Today is the day of your grand wedding. We have been ordered by the sect leader to come and do your makeup. As the two of them started on her makeup, happily said with a smile, with the saintess's beautiful appearance, His Highness the Crown Prince will surely be very pleased. Not long after, she was dressed in the ceremonial gown. Finally, they placed a veil over her. Once this red veil was on, she had to wait for His Highness the Crown Prince to lift it personally, or it would be unlucky. Tui Van Tien dejectedly put on the veil, thinking to herself, could there be anything more unlucky than this marriage? I urgently need help here. Not long after, a man on horseback arrived, leading a procession. Seeing him, Tui Van Nguyen thought, could this be the crown prince? If I can catch his eye, a promotion will no longer be a distant dream. She immediately threw herself into his arms. Ouch, I've fallen. He caught her in alarm and told her to back away. Be careful, miss. Tui Van Dong, embarrassed and angry, ordered, Aren't you going to take your senior sister away? They didn't dare to look, sighing helplessly. This situation is so embarrassing. Then, they quickly pulled her away. Tui Van Dong stepped forward to apologize. I have made a fool of myself before the crown prince. Hearing this, he leaned back to avoid the address, hastily explaining, The crown prince is occupied with 1,000 tasks and did not have time to come personally. I am a crown prince's personal guard, Deep Han, and I am here today, under orders, to welcome the bride on his behalf. Tui Van Tien, sitting in the sedan chair, heard this and scoffed inwardly. Only a ghost would believe a man's words. He doesn't even have time for his own wedding. I'm afraid he doesn't like me. This is the saintess of our cloud water grotto. As the sedan curtain was lifted, Deep Han's face was full of astonishment. A child? He hadn't expected her to be so young. Very quickly, the bridal procession arrived at the Eastern Palace. The matchmaker stepped forward to invite her out of the sedan. Please descend from the sedan, Crown Princess. Suddenly, the one who stepped out was a child. She exclaimed in shock, "Why is it a child?" Seeing this, Deepan directly reminded her, "Just do your duty. The rest is none of your business." The matchmaker could only obey awkwardly, helping her inside. Yes, yes. As soon as she entered the residence, she could hear people gossiping about her everywhere she went. No way. The Crown Prince is marrying a child? Why is it a child? The future Crown Princess is a child. How hilarious. A while later, she was now thinking irritably to herself, "Why isn't this damned Crown Prince here yet? My legs are killing me. Does he even want to perform the wedding ceremony?" Just then, a voice rang out. "His Highness the Crown Prince is not feeling well today. This servant has been ordered to perform the wedding ceremony with the Saintess." Before he could finish, Deepan couldn't help but shout, "Insolent! How can you stand in for the Crown Prince? What a disgrace! Get back now." The man explained helplessly, "No, it's not me. The one performing the ceremony with the Saintess is not this servant. It's him." He directly pulled out a small dog. Woof woof. Seeing this, everyone had more to gossip about. The Crown Prince is using a dog for the wedding ceremony. What a strange idea. That's right, if the groom is a dog, what does that make the bride? She was so angry, she cursed inwardly. This Crown Prince, daring to use a dog to perform the wedding ceremony with me. This is too humiliating. But there was nothing she could do, as the servant pushed her head down to bow with the dog. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Escort them to the bridal chamber. Everything went smoothly. She was finally brought to the Crown Prince's bedchambers, where the servant explained, "This is a Pekingese dog, a tribute from the western regions. The Crown Prince has not yet gifted it to the noble consort, so he kept it to give to you. His Highness is unable to come over today, so he's letting it stay to keep you company, so you won't be lonely." Seeing the adorable little dog, she replied cheerfully, "Then thank the Crown Prince for me. I like this little dog very much." Afterwards, the servant reported everything to the Crown Prince, who was a little surprised. "Oh, did she really say that?" At this moment, a guard entered to report. Yes, the little Crown Princess was very well behaved and didn't cause any trouble during the ceremony. Baek Min-yin turned his face away and replied, "This prince knows." Meanwhile, in Tui Van Tien's room, she was playing with the little dog. She curiously asked the handmaiden beside her, "Big sister, what kind of person is the Crown Prince?" The handmaiden was a little worried and said softly, "Little Crown Princess, you and this servant have different statuses. You shouldn't call this servant Big Sister. If others hear it, this servant will be severely punished." Tui Van Tien smiled and said, "The sect leader taught me to be aware of hierarchy. I won't make things difficult for you. It should be fine if I call you that secretly, right?" Hearing her sweet words, the handmaiden was a bit flustered. This is too cute. She had no choice but to say, "Very well then, little Crown Princess." Tui Van Tien asked again, "Big sister, you still haven't told me what the Crown Prince is like?" The handmaiden tried to refuse. "Forgive me, little Crown Princess, but the Crown Prince is not someone we servants can gossip about." Tui Van Tien thought sadly. Seeing how scared this girl is, the Crown Prince must be very fierce. Her voice is even trembling. She said with interest, "Then can Sister Hung In Gung tell me the Crown Prince's name?" Hearing this question, the handmaiden became extremely tense. But seeing Tui Van Tien's adorable expression, she had to reply, "His Highness's surname is Baek, and his given name is Min Yuyan." Tui Van Tien smiled, hugged the dog, and said, "From now on, your name is Baek Min Yuyan." The dog barked happily, woof. At that moment, Baek Min Yuyan and his younger brother walked into Tui Van Tien's room. Seeing Baek Min Yuyan's arrogant expression, his younger brother smiled and reminded him, "I came to help you liven things up, don't be a spoilsport." Seeing the two arrive, Tui Van Tien softly called the dog's name. "Baek Min Yuyan, look who's here. Go say hello to the two big brothers." Baek Min Yuyan's younger brother asked curiously, "Little girl, is this dog's name Baek Min Yuyan?" She replied softly, "The sect leader said that after leaving the mountain, I shouldn't talk to strangers." He quickly explained, "I am your husband's younger imperial brother. From now on, we'll be brother-in-law and sister-in-law." Tui Van Tien was filled with disgust. As expected of blood brothers, to dare say such things to a child. You want to play, is it? I'll play with you. She stared at the dog, then turned to him and said, the one who performed the wedding ceremony with me today was this dog. So he is my husband, and you are his younger imperial brother. After hearing this, Baekmin Yuyin's younger brother's face immediately darkened. This little brat. He pointed at his older brother. Your husband is not a dog, it's him. Tui Van Tien glanced at Baekmin Yuyin. She frowned, thinking, this person's gaze feels very familiar. A thoughtful look appeared on her face. Could it be that I've met him somewhere before? Her mind was full of schemes. No matter what you say, you're already on my blacklist. I'll give him a warm welcome, because I hate womanizers the most. Bite you to death. She spoke out in disdain. He's too old. The moment she finished speaking, her words struck back Min Yuyin like a bolt of lightning. The man who topped the list of the 10 great handsome men, Baek Min Yuyin, frowned. Very good, very good. This is the second time she has dared to call me an old man. Seeing his brow furrowed tightly, Tui Van Tien said with a tremble, he's so scary. But inwardly, she was celebrating. Serves you right. Baek Min Yuyin spoke. So you know fear now? Tui Van Tien frowned, thinking, a wise person knows when to retreat. I'll let you off this time. We'll fight again another day. She pretended to cry loudly, making his younger brother console her. Wah wah wah, he's so scary, wah wah wah. At night, after Baek Min Yuyin and his younger brother returned, his younger brother seemed very happy. This little one is really interesting. Baek Min Yuyin looked displeased. You haven't left yet. He smiled and replied, don't chase me away. Today is your big wedding day. I want to hang out a little longer. The two of them looked at the poetic lake's surface together. Baek Min Yuyin's younger brother asked, Second Imperial Brother, is that child really the saintess? He replied coolly with a contemplative look on his face. I only married her to obey the late emperor's decree. His younger brother said cheerfully, although she's just a little girl, I find her very special. He interjected, special? She's just a naive child who still smells of milk and doesn't know her place. His younger brother said, right. After all, she's the first person to dare scold both you and me. But the palace is different from the outside. One can't speak carelessly. Baek Min Yuyin frowned. I will personally teach her a strict lesson. His younger brother smiled and said, I thought you'd be celebrating your wedding night, but I guess not. You'll have to wait for this little bean sprout to grow for another 18 years. When that time comes, if Imperial Brother can't hold back, come find me. He added excitedly. At that time, I'll show Second Imperial Brother what true romance is. I guarantee you'll never forget it. Baek Min Yuyin kicked him in annoyance. In the middle of the night, Baek Min Yuyin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking of his brother's words. True romance. I guarantee you'll never forget it. He frowned. Never forget. Suddenly, an image of a grown-up Tui Van Tien, captivatingly charming, appeared in his mind. Baek Min Yuyin woke with a start. He quickly climbed out the window and jumped into the ice-cold lake. Baek Min Yuyin gently soaked in the water to dispel the heat in his heart. His face flushed red at this moment. Suddenly, a girl appeared. She asked, the love poison is acting up again? He was too ashamed to answer. The girl asked again, why did the love poison act up so early? You've fallen for someone, haven't you? She gritted her teeth in anger. Baek Min Yuyin, tell me, have you fallen for some woman? Baek Min Yuyin still didn't answer. She asked again with a tremble. I'm really curious about that crown princess of yours. The person who could move your heart must be a great beauty, right? She quickly went to investigate. If that's the case, I must go and broaden my horizons. Baek Min Yuyin said in a loud voice, Nak Lang La, she is just a child. If you dare harm a single hair on her head, I will not spare you. Nak Lang La gritted her teeth, her brow furrowed. You've only been married for a day, and you're already protecting her. He replied, she has married me, so she's my person. He added with a frown, whoever dares to harm her, I will naturally not let it slide. Nak Lang La turned her face away and yelled, must you treat me this way? You don't have the slightest feeling for me. She quickly unbuttoned her clothes. As long as you say the word, I can give you everything. Nak Lang La gently pulled down her clothes. Even my body. You can take me to cure the love poison in you. Baek Min Yuyin was utterly disgusted. He waved his hand, sending her flying. Get out. Nak Lang La was hit by a heavy blow. She coughed up blood, frowning without a word. Meanwhile, in the crown prince's bedchambers, Nak Lang La was secretly watching the soundly sleeping Tui Van Tien. She was sleeping so deeply, completely unaware of her surroundings. Nak Lang La thought unhappily, she really is just a child. Or was there something fishy going on here? As she gently took Tui Van Tien's pulse, she suddenly woke up. Startling Nak Lang La, Tui Van Tien frowned at her. Nok Lang La came up with a plan. She gently shook the magic bracelet on her wrist. Tui Van Tien, completely unguarded, opened her mouth in fear. Who are you? In an instant, she gradually fainted. Nok Lang La seemed very surprised, saying to herself, she actually has 2 types of pulses in her body. She thought, I'm considered unparalleled in both medicine and poison, yet I can't diagnose her condition. The next morning, in Bakmin Yin's imperial palace, Deepan came to request an audience. This subordinate pays his respects to the crown prince. Bakmin Yin turned his face and said, Deepan, this prince has a task for you. Deepan stared blankly at the painting Bakmin Yin gave him. His eyes were full of curiosity. Bakmin Yin reminded him, this is a portrait of a woman. Send people to find her. You must find her and bring her back. Deepan quickly accepted the order. Yes. Inwardly, he was extremely excited. Oh ho, our highness is finally interested in women. Seeing Tui Van Tien in the painting, Deepan couldn't help but marvel. Is this a fairy descended to the mortal world? A moment later, Bakmin Yin walked into the palace. He asked, how is the crown princess? The maid called softly, little crown princess. She shook Shui Yuntian. Little crown princess, please wake up. Your servant is worried sick. Shui Yuntian replied softly, even if you're worried, I can't just wake up immediately. She frowned and thought, I'm worried sick too. Who on earth drugged me last night? The maid smiled and said, according to custom, you must go to the Empress Dowager's place this morning to pay respects with Her Highness the Empress and the other consorts if you're late. The pressure to survive in this palace intrigue instance felt like a giant rock weighing on Shui Yuntian's heart. She shouted, hurry, hurry, we have to go right now. She asked the maid curiously, by the way, where's Bei Mingyuan? The maid replied, are you asking about the crown prince? You can't call him by his name directly in the palace. She said gently, I mean my little dog. The maid exclaimed, little crown princess. She said worriedly, little crown princess, giving the dog a name like that, you'll lose your head sooner or later. Shui Yuntian paid her no mind. She said, the crown prince even used the dog to perform the wedding ceremony with me. Isn't that as good as admitting his own canine identity? She sighed and added, besides, last night, I called him by his name to his face, and he didn't say anything. Shui Yuntian gently prompted, Sister Xiangning, please help me find the little dog. The maid quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Seeing the dog under the table, the maid said, little crown princess, it's over there. Under the table, Shui Yuntan gently picked up the dog. She said cheerfully, let's go to the palace together. The maid reminded her, you must enter the palace with the crown prince. You have to go to the dining hall to eat with the crown prince first, and then enter the palace. Shui Yuntian was clearly not interested. Is that so? Is there no other choice? The maid replied with a smile, there is not. A moment later, at the imperial palace, Shui Yuntian brought the little dog to see Bei Mingyuan. He said softly, since you're here, let's eat. She gently climbed onto the chair. Heave-ho! The dog barked woof. Seeing Shui Yuntian struggling to get onto the chair, Bei Mingyuan was speechless. As she reached for a fragrant piece of chicken, Bei Mingyuan tapped her hand with his chopsticks. Shui Yuntian cried out in pain. Ouch! She said, tremblingly. Humph. Bei Mingyuan said in a stern voice, have some manners. Use chopsticks to eat, not your hands. She replied softly, who doesn't know that? Isn't it just because my other hand is inconveniently holding the little dog? Suddenly, she had an idea. Shui Yuntian's eyes lit up, and she put on a gentle demeanor completely unlike her usual self. My handsome husband, how about you pick up some food for me? My arms are too short to reach. Bei Mingyuan frowned. What did you call this prince? She replied softly, handsome husband. Her plan to make men hate her seemed to be coming to fruition today. Bei Mingyuan's face darkened. Who taught you to speak like that? Shui Yuntian smiled smugly. We're already married. If I don't call you husband, what should I call you? Darling, sweetie, baby. She gently patted the head of the dog beside her. Or perhaps, just call you Bei Mingyuan directly? Shui Yuntian winked at him. Bei Mingyuan roared in anger. Insolent. You better remember this for this prince. You are not to call this prince by his given name in the palace. If you do it again, you will be punished. Do you understand? Shui Yuntian replied, trembling, I'm sorry. I won't call you that from now on. Don't be so fierce. Bei Mingyuan put his chopsticks down on the table. He said sternly, "Do not cry." He reminded her, "Tears are merely used to exchange for the pity of others. In this palace, you'd best put them away." Shui Yuntian thought to herself, lecturing a child like me. Have I seen through the fact that there's something wrong with his head? Bei Mingyuan had no choice but to pick up a chicken leg for her, saying, "Ahem, you don't have to follow that for now. In this world, everyone likes well-behaved children." Shui Yuntian was utterly astonished. There really is something wrong with his head. After finishing breakfast, Shui Yuntian and Bei Mingyuan went their separate ways. Standing before the palace hall, Shui Yuntian spoke obediently. "Your humble servant greets Imperial Grandmother, greets Imperial Mother, wishing Imperial Grandmother and Imperial Mother boundless fortune and good health." The Empress replied, "You may dispense with the formalities. Rise." She was very pleased inwardly, truly worthy of being the one chosen by the late emperor. She knows the rites without being taught. Very good. She asked, "What are you holding in your arms?" Consort Chun, a little jealous, interjected, "How audacious of you, daring to bring a small beast to the main hall to pay respects. This is a great disrespect." She pouted and said, "Elder sister, she's holding a dog. Your servant has seen it before." She frowned and thought to herself, "I asked for this dog before. Not only did he refuse me, but he gave it to a child. If I can't have it, no one else can either." Shui Yuntian felt a little worried. It seemed this highness held a grudge against this little dog. The empress asked, "You are holding a little dog? Why did you bring it into the palace?" Shui Yuntian held up the little dog. She replied, reporting to Imperial Mother, "This little dog is not a vicious dog. It was a gift to your humble servant from His Highness the Crown Prince." She thought cheerfully, using Bei Mingyuan as a shield. This Crown Prince title is quite useful after all. The consorts were all very surprised, so it was a gift from the Crown Prince. Shui Yuntian added gleefully, "I came to the palace with the Crown Prince today. He said he had to attend the morning court and couldn't stay with me. So he gave me this little dog to keep me company." She put on a pitiful expression. "Is this also considered a great disrespect?" Imperial Mother, what does great disrespect mean? Consort Chun gritted her teeth and thought, "This little brat dares to talk back to me." The Empress had to remind her, all right, the Crown Prince will have someone teach you palace etiquette later." She frowned and said to Consort Chun, "Younger sister, I see this little dog is very well behaved, not a vicious dog. It seems what you said was a bit incorrect, wasn't it?" She clenched her teeth and thought, "If I admit defeat today, others will think I'm afraid of the Empress. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have a son, the position of Empress would have long been mine." She said in a loud voice, "There is only one of this breed of dog in the Kanglan nation. Your younger sister could not have been mistaken." Consort Chun added confidently, "Don't be fooled by how obedient this beast looks now. If it goes mad, it will tear a person's flesh to shreds. Keeping it in the palace is a hidden danger." She looked at the adorable little dog and said again, "The last time I tried to catch it was precisely to eliminate this danger. Who knew it would escape? Now that I've found it again, I absolutely cannot let it go." The consorts whispered among themselves. This consort Chun is clearly looking for an excuse to put this little dog to death. Shoo, be careful what you say. Her status in the rear palace is on par with the Empress. Shui Yuntian burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." Consort Chun frowned. "Insolent. What are you laughing at?" She pouted and replied, "At you, of course." The consorts said fearfully, "This little crown princess probably doesn't understand etiquette." That's right. What does she think the imperial palace is? I think she doesn't want to live anymore. Her Highness the consort has plenty of ways to deal with her. Consort Chin was furious. "You tell me. Why were you laughing at this consort?" Shui Yuntian replied cheerfully, "Because I find what you said very funny." "May I ask you a question?" She frowned, asked. She said, "Do you think a pig can become a mount?" Consort Chin shouted loudly, "How can a pig be compared to a mount? You're asking even though you know the answer." Shui Yuntian pouted and replied, "Well said. It seems you're not that stupid. You even know this principle." Consort Chun roared, "Insolent, truly insolent. This consort has tolerated you several times because you were young, yet you push your luck." She said in a loud voice, "Guards, seize her for this consort. Today, I must teach her what rules are." The Empress thought sadly, "This child truly disappoints me." She frowned, calculating. The Crown Prince's foundation is not yet stable. Everything must be handled with care, yet she thinks she has truly become a phoenix, free to do as she pleases. Shui Yuntian said softly, "Imperial Mother, I have something to say. Her Highness the Consort wants to teach me a lesson." Shouldn't she wait until I've finished speaking? The Empress glanced at Consort Chun and replied, Fine, say what you want to say. Shui Yuntian slowly explained, Thank you, Imperial Mother. I want to say, this little dog will not bite people. The Empress asked, What proof do you have? She replied cheerfully, Imperial Mother, a pig cannot be compared to a horse. So why is a puppy being compared to a wild beast? How can those two be compared? Hearing her words, Consort Chun frowned. Shui Yuntian hugged the little dog tightly. She said gently, Your Highness the Consort, let me ask again, are you certain that the word beast you just uttered refers to the little dog in my arms? The little dog let out a soft bark. Woof. Consort Chin replied, That's the one. Shui Yuntian said seriously, All right, since Your Highness the Consort is so certain, I will prove my little dog's innocence. The Empress interjected, You want to prove it? How will you prove it? Shui Yuntian looked at the little dog and said softly, It's very simple. I invite everyone to look at the dog's form. It is currently not even a few inches long. A body this size can fit in a pocket. When the little dog bared its teeth, she said again, Finally, let's look at its mouth. Not only are its teeth small, but they're all milk teeth, proving this is a puppy. She said cheerfully, according to what Her Highness the Consort said, if this little dog goes mad, it will bite until the skin is torn and the flesh is mangled with bones exposed. In that case, let's give it a try. Seeing this, the consorts whispered among themselves, A child is a child, after all. Can't she see that Her Highness the Consort is deliberately looking for an excuse to deal with the little dog? What's the point of proving it? Shui Yuntian said, I will put my finger in and let's see what happens. She said in a loud voice, Just as you said, torn skin and mangled flesh. The little dog gently bit her hand. Shui Yuntian quickly held up her bitten finger. It just bit me. Although it hurts a little, it's just enough to scratch an itch. Shui Yuntian looked smug, and the mark on my finger, aside from being a little red, is nothing like the torn skin and mangled flesh Her Highness the Consort described. She added cheerfully, The skin isn't even broken, let alone any exposed bones. Next time Her Highness the Consort wants to find an excuse to deal with a little dog, you should find a more legitimate reason. You can't just make things up. You have to make people believe you. Shui Yuntian smiled faintly with a sweet look in her eyes, thinking, Trying to harm me? Who knows how much I'll be bullied in the future if I endure it today. Consort Chen said, trembling. This consort didn't see clearly at the time. Now that I've seen your proof, is indeed just a little dog. This consort was mistaken. Surely the little crown princess won't hold it against this consort? Shui Yuntian replied cheerfully, My master once taught me that one must be magnanimous and have a forgiving heart. So I, being the bigger person, will not stoop to the level of a petty person and will forgive Her Highness the Consort. The Empress Dowager was very pleased. She clapped and praised. Good, good, very good. Truly worthy of being my imperial granddaughter-in-law. One should be magnanimous and have a forgiving heart. This child is so sensible. Everyone should learn from her. The consorts hurriedly bowed. We thank the Empress Dowager for her teachings. Shui Yuntian looked happily at the little dog. A moment later, she quickly left the imperial palace, holding the little dog in her arms. Just then, Bei Mingfeng suddenly appeared. Seeing her, he smiled with great interest. He approached her and said, What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet sister-in-law here. Is sister-in-law waiting for imperial brother? Shui Yuntian frowned and thought, What is this guy trying to do now? She asked cheerfully, Oh, do you know where my handsome husband is? Seeing her cheerful appearance, Bei Mingfeng was overjoyed inwardly. How adorable. He replied softly, so obedient. For imperial brother to marry such a little cutie is truly a great blessing. As he was about to pinch her cheek, Shui Yuntian quickly dodged. She thought in fear, I really see him as a perverted old man, speaking so sweetly. How fake. She held the little dog out in front of her. What are you doing? Men and women should not be so familiar. Farewell. He waved goodbye to her. Imperial brother is in a meeting with imperial father. Is his sister-in-law looking for him? He added, Sister-in-law has just entered the palace. You probably don't know your way around yet, do you? He asked curiously. The flowers in the imperial garden are in full bloom right now. Sister-in-law, aren't you going to take a look? Hearing these words, Tui Ventien suddenly stopped in her tracks. The imperial garden, this is interesting. She turned her head and replied, Sounds like a good place to walk a dog. Let's go there and play. A moment later, in the beautiful imperial garden, Tui Ventien was happily playing with a little dog. Suddenly, Backman Fong heard a voice. Chu Yi, the crown prince will come to the imperial garden today. He smiled and thought to himself, what a beauty. Over here, the beautiful Chu Yi and two other girls appeared. She said softly, "Don't you worry, my father has already arranged it for me." Sister Ming looked at the brown-haired girl. She said contemptuously, "Look at your own status. How could you possibly meet the crown prince? Stop your wishful thinking," she said again, causing Chu Yi to smile. "Only our Chu Yi is qualified. She is the #1 beauty of our Kanglan nation. The crown prince will definitely like her when he sees her." Hearing her say that, the girl opposite her looked hurt. Chu Yi added, "Sister Ming, stop joking. How could the crown prince possibly like me?" Tui Tian saw their conversation. She popped out from behind the hedge. "Oh, the #1 great beauty. Where?" "Over here." The brown-haired girl spoke up, "But I heard that the crown prince just got married a few days ago, and he married the saintess of Watercloud Cave." Chewie smiled and said, "I know. But my father said that crown princess is just a child, and besides, the crown prince despises her. On the wedding day, he even used a dog to perform the wedding vows with her." Suddenly, she saw something. It turned out to be Chu Yi's father standing on the opposite side. She hurried over to greet her father. "You two wait for me here. I'm going to pay my respects to my father." Seeing those three girls, Tui Tian clench her fists. She thought angrily, "It's all that bastard Back Min Yin's fault, making me lose all face in the Kanglan nation. Very well, you fellow." A moment later, Chu Yi had approached her father. She said softly, "Father." He replied, You're here. Come quickly and greet the emperor and the crown prince." Chu Yi gracefully performed her obeisance. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty," and pays her respects to his highness, the crown prince. Seeing her, the emperor said cheerfully, "You are Minister Chu's daughter, truly an absolute beauty. You may rise." Chu Yi smiled and replied, "Yes, your majesty." Back Min Yin interjected, "Father Emperor, you've lost." He said happily, "Ha ha ha, you honor. The younger generation will truly surpass the old." "All right, that's enough for today." Back Min Yin said coldly, "If there's nothing else, your son asks to be excused." Seeing him in a hurry to leave, the emperor said in a loud voice, "Wait, we haven't discussed the matter of your marriage." He replied, "Father Emperor, my marriage was already decided by the late emperor." He frowned, unconvinced. "I know, but the saintess is still a child. You are the crown prince of a nation. Your duty is to continue the royal bloodline. The saintess is too young. You and her simply cannot." He said coldly, "Then I'll wait for her to grow up." The emperor disagreed. He said loudly, "Insolent. I can agree to let her be the principal consort, but you need a secondary consort. This is my bottom line." Chu Yi's father interjected, "Your majesty, please quell your anger. Feelings cannot be forced." He said softly, "If yours has not caught the crown prince's eye, even if she were to marry him, the two of them would not be happy. It would be better to let each other be." The emperor replied pensively, "Very well, we'll speak of this later." Back Min Yin was a little displeased. He bowed his head without saying a word. A moment later, Tui Tian's laughter echoed through the forest. "Ha ha ha." Back Min Yin's face was filled with rage. He saw Tui Tian calling her little dog by a name similar to his, Little Yuan Yuan. "Little Yuan Yuan." She frowned and said, "Little Yuan Yuan? I really don't want to see that old, ugly, and cold guy at all." She picked up the little dog and lamented, "When can I finally get away from him? I'm so annoyed, you know?" Suddenly, Back Min Fong walked over. His voice startled her. It seems sister-in-law is quite engrossed in her scolding. Seeing him smile, Tui Tian trembled, speechless. He chuckled softly, then quickly picked her up. "What a little cutie." Tui Tian struggled uncomfortably to push him away. "Let go of me. Put me down now." Back Min Fong whispered, "Sister-in-law, take a good look at who's in front of you. If you want to live, cooperate with me." Seeing Back Min Yin's face full of fury, Tui Tian felt a little scared. Those eyes that seemed to see through people, is he glaring at me? She asked, "How should I cooperate with you?" He smiled and replied, "By creating a diversion, of course," shifting his attention. He gently took a deep breath, then lightly kissed Tui Tian's cheek. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn it, he's taking advantage of the situation." Tui Tian quickly slapped him across the face. She yelled, "Handsome husband, he's harassing me." Back Min Yin hurriedly grabbed her by the collar. He said loudly to his younger brother, "Back Min Fong, are you looking to die?" He frowned and said to her, "Have you caused enough trouble? If you have, then come back with me." Tui Tian forced a smile. "Enough, enough. Let's go, let's go." Seeing Back Min Yin's furious face, Back Min Fong thought in astonishment, "My royal brother is actually angry over a woman." He found it incredibly interesting, truly interesting. Suddenly a voice called out, making him turn his head. Back Min Fong. Chu-yi appeared. She gently used a handkerchief to wipe the mark on his face. Chu-yi said softly, "Does it hurt?" The crown princess strikes quite hard. Back Min Fong was a little dazed. Chu-yi said shyly, "We've met before. That day, I almost fell into the lake. It was brother Back Min Fong who saved me." He immediately recalled 10 days ago. It was indeed Back Min Fong who had saved Chu. He gently touched Chu Yi's soft hand. She said, "Because you were so cool, I still remember it to this day." She added shyly, "Back Min Fong, please let go of my hand. There are other people here." He teased her with interest. "So what if there are people? Do you care about what others think?" Chu Yi bit her lip, a little shy. "The premise is, I wouldn't care either if you would agree to marry me." Meanwhile, Back Min Yin and Tui Van Tian were halfway there. When she opened her mouth, his face was expressionless. "It's nothing. Is there dried tofu?" Tui Van Tian muttered. "The smell alone is enough to make me faint." Suddenly, a few vague images appeared in her dream. She slowly opened her eyes. That is, a figure appeared before Tui Van Tien's eyes. That person gently removed their mask. It turned out to be Back Min Yin. Tui Van Tien was shocked. Back Min Yin. Just then, Tui Van Tien woke up. Back Min Yin was trying to press down on her. She yelled, "What are you doing?" Tui Van Tien said loudly, You, why are you here?" She felt extremely annoyed. "You shouldn't be here, and you definitely shouldn't barge into my dreams. The farther you are from me, the better." Back Min Yin said coldly, "This is my bed. Your sleeping posture is terrible." Tui Van Tien hurriedly moved away. "My apologies for the disturbance. I'll take my leave." Back Min Yin quickly grabbed her. She asked worriedly, "What does my handsome husband want to do?" He said loudly, "Punish you." Tui Van Tien was a little surprised. "Wait. What the hell is a punishment?" When he spanked her bottom, Tui Van Tien cried out in pain. What are you doing?" He frowned and replied, "Today you hit a prince in front of everyone. Do you know your crime?" She thought, "So it's about Back Min Fong. In that case, don't blame me for exaggerating." She quickly used a beauty trap. Tui Van Tien pretended to cry. "My handsome husband, I know I was wrong. It was the third prince who harassed me first. So I lost my temper for a moment and struck him." She thought happily. "I'll say it again. Acting cute and coquettish is invincible." Back Min Yin asked curiously, "How old are you? Who taught you the word harass?" Tui Van Tien felt a little worried. "Oh no, how would a 6-year-old know this word?" She replied softly, "I saw it in the study. When a strange man gets close to a woman, it's called harassment." Back Min Yin was furious. Such a sharp tongue. "Today, I must make you remember this." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to punish her. Tui Van Tien cried out in pain. "Back Min Yin, stop. My clothes can't take your spanking." Her screams echoed throughout the room. Be gentle. Do you think you're forging iron?" Back Min Yin, "In 3 days I'll turn into a shark for you to see." A moment later, dusk fell. Deepan entered the room. He said to Back Min Yin, "Your Highness, here is your ice muscle jade dew." Back Min Yin gently covered Tui Van Tien, his face slightly red. He quickly took some of the ointment, then applied it to Tui Van Tien's spanked bottom. Back Min Yin asked Deepan, "Have you found her yet?" Deepan said, "We are still searching. There should be news soon." Back Min Yin reminded him, "Find her as soon as possible." A moment later, Back Min Yin sat alone in the room. His body gradually grew hot. "Damn it, just thinking of that woman. This has been happening more and more frequently lately." He quickly walked outside. After he left, Tui Van Tien quickly woke up. She thought angrily, "My performance today was terrible. I should have given Back Min Yin." She suddenly sat up. Where did Back Min Yin go? She quickly got out of bed. "This is the Crown Prince's bedchamber. There might be some rare treasures hidden here. For example, the immortal frost lotus." Tui Van Tien gently touched her bottom. It was a little sore. "He really hit hard, and I'm still a child." Beast. She gently searched around. A moment later, Tui Van Tien was full of disappointment. Sigh, "I'm exhausted. I've searched everywhere and found nothing." Suddenly, something behind a door startled her. This is... She peeked inside. What is this place? Tui Van Tien thought to herself, "Perhaps what I'm looking for is in here." She quickly stepped inside. This place was like a natural cold storage. Tui Van Tien shivered and said to herself, "With such a thick fog, it must be hiding something. It seems the immortal frost lotus is very likely here." Down in the pond, Back Min Yin was soaking. When he understood Tui Van Tien's desire, his face was a little displeased. The immortal frost lotus. So this is her purpose. Tui Van Tien was a little dazed. Why is it getting colder and colder the further I go? Really? Suddenly, a hand reached out from under the water and grabbed her leg, causing her to scream in fear. Ah? Tuivantien quickly fell into the pond. She bit her lip, her face showing discomfort. Tuivantien flailed her arms and legs. Glub glub. I can't swim, she thought worriedly. I can't die. I have to find the culprit who harmed this body. I don't want to exist in this form. I don't want to die. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Tuivantien was shocked to find she had grabbed a lock of long hair. She was terrified. No, it can't be. Is there a ghost in here? She quickly kicked out her leg to defend herself, unfortunately kicking back Min Yuyan's handsome face. Tuivantien cried for help. Help! At this moment, Back Min Yuyan gently stood up. He reached out to hold her, then moved closer to the shore. Seeing Back Min Yuyan, Tuivantien was filled with astonishment. It's Back Min Yuyan. Her body gradually grew cold. I must be frozen stupid. Why am I thinking of that guy Back Min Yuyan? Back Min Yuyan said nothing. A moment later, in his residence, Tuivantien was asleep, still muttering. Cold. So cold. Back Min Yuyan had no choice but to use his internal energy to dry her clothes. Tuivantien was still crying out, so cold. Back Min Yuyan felt a pang of pity. The water in the cold pond is no ordinary thing. Its chill is enough to pierce the bones. She's just a child. He gently pulled the blanket over, then moved closer and held her tightly. The late Emperor's decree, the savior of destiny, that's the only reason I'm saving you. I have no other thoughts. Feeling the warmth around her, Tuivantien was extremely content. She let out a soft hum. Seeing this, Back Min Yuyan thought, she's quite cute. He suddenly remembered the girl from the past. You and her, why do I always get a sense of familiarity? The next morning, Tuivantien let out a soft hum. She groped Bei Ming Yuan's chest. Where's my body pillow? It's so firm. That's not right. What kind of body pillow is designed like this? She thought in astonishment. Could it be? Just then, Bei Ming Yuan woke up, frowning as he looked at her. Tuivantien's face turned red, and she screamed, "Aw!" Yihan rushed in worriedly. "Your Highness, what happened?" Bei Ming Yuan frowned and turned around, giving him a glare, then kicked Yihan out of the room. Seeing this, Tuivantien thought worriedly. He's angry. The dark lines are showing. Her heart was filled with fear. This time, I'm in the wrong. It'll be hard to keep my little life. She had no choice but to cling to Bei Ming Yuan, fawning over him. "Handsome husband, my bottom hurts so much. It hurts so much I can't bear it," he said in a stern voice. "This is the consequence of being disobedient." He prompted, "Let me see." Tuivantien quickly pulled up her pants, revealing a large, red, and swollen area on her bottom. She cried miserably. "Boo-hoo-hoo, this lady has been completely exposed." Bei Ming Yuan said sternly, "The wound needs to be treated. You wait a moment." Tuivantien struggled. "I want to eat meat." A handmaiden brought her raw vegetables. "Little crown princess consort, your wound hasn't healed. The crown prince instructed that you must be on a restricted diet this month. His Highness is concerned for you." Tuivantien pouted and replied, "Beating my bottom until it's like a steamed bun wasn't enough. Now he's cutting off my food supply too. I'm not having it." At night, at the imperial kitchen, the table was filled with delicious dishes. Tuivantien secretly climbed onto the windowsill, using a tree branch to reach for the food. Leaning over while thinking. Almost there, the branch speared the fragrant chicken right in the heart. "My skills are truly impeccable." Tuivantien gently reached out to grab it. She thought angrily, "You damn rascal. I hate this short body." A moment later, Tuivantien was hiding behind a bush, eating. She devoured the food, munching loudly. After eating, she lay down by the base of a tree. She licked her lips and said excitedly, "It's been a while since I had a chance to scout around. Maybe I'll climb out and take a look tonight." She quickly climbed up a high branch, looking in the direction she wanted to scout. Bei Ming Yuan said in a stern voice, "Still no news of that woman." Seeing him, Tuivantien looked displeased. She thought, "It's the middle of the night. What is Bei Ming Yuan doing here instead of sleeping?" Yihan said, "We still haven't found any trace of her for now." Bei Ming Yuan said unhappily, "How are you investigating?" He thought glumly, "Although Qing Yu has expelled that woman from the sect, how can we still not find one person right under the emperor's nose?" Yihan bowed and said, "This subordinate has ordered for the woman's portrait to be distributed to the guards at all major city gates. As long as she passes through, they will find her." Bei Ming Yuan shouted, "Fool." He frowned. "Go to the black market and issue a wanted notice. A reward of 50 taels of gold." "No, 500 taels of gold." Yihan broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, as expected of the master, "I wonder when I'll get to meet that woman." He replied, stunned, "Yes, this subordinate will do it right away." Tui Vantien overheard their conversation and schemed. "That old geezer is holding a portrait of a woman. I wonder who she is. Maybe I should go to the black market and see." She suddenly realized, oh, if the black market is such an easy place to find people, I should also issue a wanted notice for that mysterious person. Seeing Bei Ming Yuan still standing there, she muttered, "Why hasn't he left yet?" When he left, she sighed in relief. Oh, he's gone. Tui Vantien quickly climbed down. "Hey, this seems a bit high." She quickly jumped down. "Whatever, I'll just get down first." Suddenly, she fell flat on her face. Ouch. Tui Vantien cried out softly. "It hurts. It hurts so much." When she looked up, Bei Ming Yuan was standing in front of her. He said sternly, "Why are you here?" His face was full of anger. How absurd. I actually thought she would be obedient. It's hard to provoke his anger. Tui Vantien trembled. "I'm doomed. The crown prince is no ordinary person. He probably discovered me long ago." She quickly stood up. Tui Vantien pretended to be distressed. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why did I come here?" Bei Ming Yuan frowned. This prince does not like children who lie. She quickly hugged his leg. Tui Vantien shouted, "Handsome husband, I'm not lying. Actually, I've had an illness since I was a child." She cried at his feet, seeing her tears fall on his pants. Bei Ming Yuan gritted his teeth. This prince's clothes. "Do not cry," Tui Vantien tried to explain. "Handsome husband, please don't be angry with me. I'm truly wronged and pitiful." Unable to speak, Bei Ming Yuan said sternly, "What illness do you have?" She replied sadly, "I am a sensitive person, and I've suffered from sleepwalking since I was young." She added tearfully, "Sometimes I wander around late at night, and I don't remember what I said or did before." She shouted, "A few nights ago, I woke up to find myself sleeping with you, and you even hit me for no reason at all." Bei Ming Yuan had to reason it out for himself. He thought glumly, if it's really sleepwalking, then everything she said that night was said while she was unconscious. It seems the relationship between her and Xian Shuang Lian needs to be reconsidered. Bei Ming Yuan frowned. "To prevent you from sleepwalking again, from now on, you will sleep with this prince." Hearing him say sleep with, Tui Vantien was terrified. She quickly refused. "I refuse." Bei Ming Yuan didn't listen at all. He replied, "Humph, it's settled then." At night, in Bei Ming Yuan's residence, he and Tui Vantien slept together. She thought worriedly, I can't sleep. I must be on guard. The next morning, Tui Vantien was fast asleep in bed. Bei Ming Yuan shook her awake. "Get up, time to eat." Tui Vantien, with her eyes half closed, tugged at his clothes. "Come here. Come to me." Bei Ming Yuan said sternly, "You like pulling on this prince's clothes that much?" Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from outside. "Crown Prince! Crown Prince!" Bei Ming Yuan and Tui Vantien had to go out to see what was happening. The handmaiden said fearfully, "It's an injustice, Your Highness. I beg Your Highness to save my younger brother." A guard quickly ran over. "You wretched slave, get lost. Someone, get this insolent person out of here." Tui Vantien thought, seeing how cold the crown prince is, expecting him to right a wrong is probably asking the wrong person. As the guards dragged the handmaiden away, Bei Ming Yuan seemed a little pensive. She shouted, "Your Highness, it's an injustice, an injustice. Please save my younger brother." Tui Vantien said loudly, "Wait." A flash of anger crossed Bei Ming Yuan's face. Tui Vantien thought worriedly, anger leads to foolishness. Well, since I've started, I might as well see it through. She smiled, then said gently, "Handsome husband, she's so pitiful. Can you help her?" He frowned and asked, "How do you want this prince to help her?" Tui Vantien replied happily, "If she says there's an injustice, then let's just hear what she has to say first." Bei Ming Yuan glanced at her. He had no choice but to agree. Fine. The two guards were stunned. The little crown princess consort is truly fearless. His Highness actually changed his mind. The sun must have risen from the west today. They had to release the handmaiden. Bei Ming Yuan said sternly, "Speak, what is your grievance?" She replied sadly, "Your Highness, last night, a roasted chicken was stolen from the imperial kitchen." Hearing her words, Tui Vantien thought worriedly, "Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right." The handmaiden explained, "Coincidentally, my younger brother was the last person to leave the imperial kitchen. This morning, the head manager of the imperial kitchen insisted that he stole the chicken. Now, he's even saying he wants to chop off one of his hands." Tui Vantien was so shocked she was speechless. arms. The person who should have their hand chopped off is me. She asked, "Where's your younger brother?" The handmaiden glanced at her and replied, "He's in the courtyard of the imperial kitchen. The head manager of the imperial kitchen has already ordered his punishment." Seeing Tui Van Tien rush off, Bei Ming Yuan seemed to realize something. The guard looked worried. "What's wrong with the little crown princess consort?" Seeing her like this, Bei Ming Yuan's heart was filled with suspicion. This matter is probably related to her. What happened last night, the sleepwalking she mentioned, might actually be true. He quietly watched her run off. Bei Ming Yuan quickly reached out his arms. He swept Tui Van Tien up. She yelled impatiently, "I'm in a hurry. Put me down quickly." Bei Ming Yuan replied softly, "Aren't you in a hurry? This prince will take you there." She complained, "No need, no need." Over here, the male servant was trying to save himself. "Head manager, I didn't steal the roasted chicken. Please don't chop off my hand." Tui Van Tien turned her face away. She said to Bei Ming Yuan, "Can you?" Before she could finish, he threw her to the ground. His next words left her completely stunned. "Begin the chopping." Tui Van Tien said loudly. She tried to save the situation. "Spare his hand, spare his hand." Seeing Bei Ming Yuan's arrival, the servants all bowed to him. Tui Van Tien, however, was ignored. "We servants greet your highness, the crown prince. May your highness live for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Bei Ming Yuan said sternly. "Someone said he stole chicken. Where's the evidence?" A guard quickly took out a jade pendant. "Your Highness, when the chicken was stolen, this humble official discovered a jade pendant. There are witnesses who have seen him wear it." The male servant was extremely anxious. "My jade pendant, how did it get there? I thought I lost it." He pleaded desperately. "Even if my jade pendant was there, it doesn't prove I stole the chicken. I must have accidentally dropped it while cleaning yesterday." The guard frowned, his face showing displeasure. "Your jade pendant also happened to fall right under the dining table. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Do you take us for fools?" Tui Van Tien interjected, "You're the fools." She stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Tui Van Tien pouted and said, "Sir, I wonder if you've ever heard the story of trying to hide something, only to reveal it?" Seeing her ask this question, Bei Ming Yuan was a little surprised. The guard replied, "This humble official has not." He thought to himself, "I heard the crown prince despises this girl. She's just a crown princess consort in name only." Tui Van Tien said loudly, "Then you must hear it once. The story goes that once there was a man named Zhang San who buried 300 taels of silver in the ground, then told himself, 'There are no 300 taels of silver here.' Afterwards, his neighbor Wang Er stole the silver and also told himself, 'Wang Er next door did not steal the silver.' Hearing this, the guards whispered among themselves, 'Hiding silver there and not being afraid of others finding out. Both Zhang San and Wang Er are really stupid. Haha." Bei Ming Yuan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "This little girl, she's really getting more and more interesting." But at this moment, one of the guards looked a little surprised. Tui Van Tien smiled and continued. "This story tells us that only a fool would leave evidence at the scene after committing a crime," she said. "I don't think this young man is a fool. Am I right, sir?" The guard replied, "If the crown princess consort can provide evidence to prove his innocence, this humble official will release him." She thought worriedly, "No matter how I dodge, I'm going to get hit. If I'm going to die, I'll die." She replied sheepishly, "I took it. It has nothing to do with him." The male servant's heart was filled with gratitude. The crown princess consort, with her status, is actually protecting me like this. I must repay her in the future. A look of satisfaction appeared on Bei Ming Yuan's face. The guards were all stunned. "Crown princess consort," Bei Ming Yuan interjected. "That's enough of this matter." He suggested, "Let's not pursue it further." Tui Van Tien quickly turned to leave. "It's over. The husband is too scary. Time to run." Bei Ming Yuan quickly reached out and pulled her back. "Try to run so soon?" He frowned. "There's still something. This prince hasn't asked yet." Tui Van Tien thought in fear, No, I don't want to be punished in front of everyone." He asked the guards, "Just now you saw the crown princess consort, but did not greet her, correct?" The guards quickly knelt down. "We servants greet the crown princess consort. May the crown princess consort have 10,000 blessings and golden peace." Tui Van Tien chuckled softly. "All right, you may all rise." She thought, How could this situation? Bei Mingyuan raised his voice. All of you, kneel for me. He ordered the punishment. All of you will kneel for 1 shurchun. Then go to the discipline hall to receive 10 strokes. He reminded the head steward, and you, as the head steward, you knew the law yet still broke it. Your crime is 1 degree more severe. After speaking, he carried Shui Yuntian and left. Soon, they arrived at Bei Mingyuan's residence. Being held in his arms, Shui Yuntian felt a little awkward. Bei Mingyuan raised his voice. You've let my words go in one ear and out the other. She replied in fear. I remember. My handsome husband said, I have to be on a diet for a month. She quickly used her charms to win him over. I know I was wrong. Handsome husband, please forgive me this time. Bei Mingyuan said fiercely, I'll consider this a debt you owe me. I'll settle the score with you next time. He put her down, reminding her, go back. I will have someone bring food to you. As he left, Shui Yuntian was a bit stunned. She didn't understand his actions. What does he mean by suddenly being so nice to me? A moment later, in the Crown Prince's study, the guard in Xiangning bowed in greeting. Crown Prince, the person has arrived. Bei Mingyuan turned around, and his words to Xiangning made her a little worried. I have a task for you. In Shui Yuntian's room, seeing Xiangning appear, Shui Yuntian was holding a small puppy. She was overjoyed. Sister Xiangning. She asked happily, where did you go? Why are you only back now? Xiangning replied timidly. This servant had a bit of an upset stomach, so I was late by 1 shurchun. Shui Yuntian chuckled softly, thinking, I was just asking casually. It seems she has some unspoken troubles. Oh well, everyone has their own difficulties. Night fell. Bei Mingyuan gently carried Shui Yuntian into his room. She grumbled and asked, why don't you calm down and think it over carefully? Do you really want to do this? He replied coldly, I always keep my word. She said, Can't we negotiate? Bei Mingyuan frowned. Nonsense. He quickly placed her on the bed. Shui Yuntian lay on her back. She let out a loud shout that left him speechless. Come on, just come at me. Late at night, Shui Yuntian gently placed her leg on Bei Mingyuan's face. She tossed and turned in her sleep, making him extremely uncomfortable. He thought, if I had known it would be like this, I really should have renegotiated. Shui Yuntian pretended to be asleep, feeling incredibly excited inside. You're the one who forced me to share a bed with you. As the saying goes, this is how a child who sleeps well sleeps. The next morning, Bei Mingyuan reached out and touched her cheek. He called, wake up, wake up. His face showed a lack of sleep. Wake up and have breakfast with me. Shui Yuntian was very angry. Revenge. This is definitely revenge. In the dining room, a lavish feast was spread on the table. Shui Yuntian bit into a fragrant chicken leg, gobbling it down nonstop. Seeing this, Bei Mingyuan showed a displeased expression, her hands holding food, her mouth full of grease. She's becoming more and more undisciplined. Tisk, it's even on her face. He chuckled softly, but this face, is also a little cute. He was suddenly taken aback. Cute? Have I gone mad? Why would I have such a ridiculous thought? Shui Yuntian looked at him. She was very curious. That face, what did I do to anger him again? She continued to eat happily. Anyway, he's the crown prince. Doesn't he know it's rude to stare at people like that? She licked her lips lightly. Husband, she asked. Handsome husband, why do you keep staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Bei Mingyuan said irritably. The Cloud Water Cave is considered a prestigious and righteous sect in the martial world. How did it raise a holy maiden with no manners? Or is there some secret to this? Shui Yuntian gently offered the chicken leg to him. Handsome husband, you should eat too. Seeing the half-eaten chicken leg, Bei Mingyuan was startled. That won't be necessary. Shui Yuntian's expression was a little disappointed. Is my husband disgusted with me? Hearing these words, Bei Mingyuan paused. He had no choice but to reach out and take the chicken leg Shui Yuntian had been eating. He was a little disappointed. It seems the rules of the palace. You truly don't know any of them, he added sadly. As the crown princess consort, you must have the bearing of a crown princess consort. Starting tomorrow, I will have a matron come to teach you the rules. Shui Yuntian was so shocked she was speechless. A matron? Matron Rome? A child who doesn't understand the rules. Let's see how I'll discipline you. She had to change the subject. Oh, how do you eat this bun? It looks so delicious. I want to eat it too. Bei Mingyuan replied coldly. Wait until tomorrow. You will know. He quickly stood up and left. I'm going to the morning court session. Shui Yuntian's heart was full of worry. I can't escape this. I'm doomed. She looked at the clear blue sky, feeling wronged. If he said tomorrow, and Bei Mingyuan is at court now, then I'll take this chance to sneak out of the palace. She wondered to herself while eating, where should I sneak off to? The Eastern Palace has guards during the day. It's not easy to escape, and I don't have the Crown Prince's token. She suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, just because I can't get out doesn't mean others can't either. Over here in the bedchamber, Xiang Ning asked in astonishment. Little Crown Princess Consort, what did you say? You want to leave the palace? Shui Yuntian replied. That's right. So I'm asking Sister Xiang Ning to please help me. Xiang Ning said in a loud voice. Little Crown Princess Consort, you can't just leave the palace as you please. Besides, going out alone is a serious crime. Shui Yuntian had to pretend to be weak and beg. Sister Xiang Ning, actually, I have my own unspeakable difficulties. She teared up. Ever since the fortune teller said I was the holy maiden, I've had to stay in the Cloudwater Cave. She cried out. I haven't been able to see my mother since then. I dream of seeing her just once. Shui Yuntian's words brought tears to Xiang Ning's eyes. But at Cloudwater Cave, I had no chance to look for my mother. Sister Xiang Ning, I only have one wish. Can you help me find someone? Even just to see her from a distance would be enough. Xiang Ning gently wiped away a tear. Moved by the story, she replied, the little crown princess consort's feelings, this servant understands. It's just that this servant is only a humble maid. I really can't help. Shui Yuntian said softly. Sister Xiang Ning, I have a way. Soon, outside the city gate, Xiang Ning nervously pushed a chest with Shui Yuntian inside. Just as she exited the city gate, a few guards stopped her. Stop! The man shouted, what are you trying to do? What's in that chest? Xiang Ning was so scared she trembled. She secretly handed him a gold ingot, replying, Big brothers, this servant is running an errand for the little crown princess consort. I hope you too can look the other way. Seeing the gold, the guard's eyes lit up. He had to let Xiang Ning pass. Go quickly and come back quickly. A moment later, in a deserted forest, Xiang Ning gently opened the chest, heave-ho. She said, Little Crown Princess Consort, your plan is quite effective. Shui Yuntian replied happily. This is called an unwritten rule. She quickly climbed out of the chest. We don't have much time. Let's go quickly. She softly reminded Xiang Ning, by the way, about us leaving the palace. Absolutely no third person can know, especially not the Crown Prince. Xiang Ning thought sadly. The Crown Prince just ordered me to monitor the little Crown Princess Consort. This, Shui Yuntian said gently. Let's just keep this a secret between the two of us. Xiang Ning had to agree. Yes. Shui Yuntian called softly. Sister Xiang Ning, do you know where the black market is? Xiang Ning asked worriedly. Little Crown Princess Consort, what do you want to do there? She immediately said, Of course, I want to find my mother. The black market is a complicated place, with many smugglers and profiteers. You can even pay to have someone killed. Xiang Ning said in a loud voice. You absolutely cannot go there. Shui Yuntian put on a cute act and pleaded, but I want to go. Seeing this, Xiang Ning had to agree. All right, then let's go. Soon, the two arrived at the black market. The streets were bustling with people. Shui Yuntian and Xiang Ning stood before a pavilion. They had to change into different clothes. Shui Yuntian exclaimed in admiration. This black market looks pretty interesting. Suddenly, a mace appeared, startling the two of them. A hearty voice rang out. Ha ha ha. In all my life, I've never seen a little miss like this. A bald man said loudly. Do you know what this place is? How dare you barge in? Shui Yuntian smiled and replied. I know, it's the black market. The bald man said, Little miss, seeing your small frame and fair skin, aren't you afraid of standing out too much in this black market and getting kidnapped? Shui Yuntian chuckled. She said in a loud voice, Then we'll have to see if anyone dares to buy me. Xiang Ning seemed very scared. She held on to Shui Yuntian. Miss me, miss. Shui Yuntian said seriously, Let's go. Just then, the bald man's disciple called out, Boss. He reminded him, Follow those two. The market was still crowded with people. At this moment, Shui Yuntian was watching a beast fight. She was extremely surprised. Is this the legendary beast fight? Just then, Xiang Ning reached out and covered Shui Yuntian's eyes, not letting her watch. Little Crown Princess Consort, where on earth is your mother? This place is too scary. I'm afraid we should hurry back while we're still in one piece. Shui Yuntian thought for a moment. Sigh, I'm really making things difficult for Xiang Ning. Her expression was a little disappointed. We've come this far. What should I do? She said to Xiang Ning, All right, let's go find my mother quickly. She made up her mind. Let's just take it one step at a time. Who knows? Maybe she left a clue? Shui Yuntian and Xiang Ning continue their search. She recited, "Fifth floor, according to the bounty intelligence. The location is the Damling Medicine Auction Hall. Divine artifacts, secret martial arts manuals, sold to the highest bidder, no price limit, open on the 10th and the end of the month. Contraband and pharmaceuticals from all over the world. They have everything. As long as you have money, you can get it. Mainly engaged in the slave trade. It also has a special feature. An auction is held on the 1st and 15th of every month." Soon, Shui Yuntian and Xiang Ning were inside, where several beautiful young women appeared. Shui Yuntian was very excited. This is the place. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Look what interesting thing I've found." Bei Mifeng looked at her. He chuckled softly. "What is she doing here?" Shui Yuntian thought happily, "That mysterious woman worth 5 million taels of gold. Here I come." Suddenly, a hand holding a fan blocked her way. Shui Yuntian was very angry. "I already paid the toll just now. Why are you blocking me again?" Bei Mingfeng appeared. He asked, "Little sister-in-law, long time no see." Xiang Ning was startled. "We've been discovered." Shui Yuntian's soul almost left her body. Bei Mingfeng. "He looks so scary." Xiang Ning spoke with a trembling voice. This servant greets His Highness, the third prince." Bei Mingfeng chuckled softly. "You wait here. This prince has something to say to your master." Shui Yuntian pouted. "Fine, I'll go." She thought, "I like to see what he's up to." A moment later, the two arrived at a room. Bei Mingfeng gently pushed the door open. He said, "Guess what's in this room?" Shui Yuntian remained silent. Suddenly she saw a stack of books opposite her. She walked closer and replied, "A wise person doesn't beat around the bush." Bei Mingfeng gently patted her head, which she found very annoying. He said cheerfully, "Little sister-in-law is quite interesting." Shui Yuntian frowned and thought, Fine. Just wait until I recover my powers and defeat you. It'll be even more interesting then." Bei Mingfeng suddenly changed the subject. "All right, let's get to business." He quickly picked up a book, then asked Shui Yuntian, "Do you know what I'm holding?" She answered confidently, "A bounty notice." He was somewhat impressed. "Smart. Then do you know who issued the bounty?" Shui Yuntian was stunned. She quickly used her woman's sixth sense. Shui Yuntian said with a smug look, "Are you trying to tell me that the thing in your hand is a bounty notice issued by your own imperial brother? You want to find a woman, and he's being very generous. The reward is probably around 5 million taels of gold, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Mingfeng looked as if she had hit the nail on the head. Overwhelmed with shock, the portrait in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Tui Van Tien gently picked it up. It turned out the painting depicted her as a grown-up. Tui Van Tien was utterly astonished. The person the crown prince was looking for was her, but she hadn't even met him back then. She guessed, the author of these melodramatic novels must be fixated on me. Perhaps the original owner and the crown prince once had a heart-wrenching, angsty romance. But due to a misunderstanding, the crown prince didn't know she was his fiancée. So, the original owner was murdered early on, and I just happened to transmigrate here and get shrunk, which is why the crown prince has been desperately searching for the woman in his heart. She had a dazed expression, TSK. This is truly an 8-part melodramatic TV series. Seeing Tui Van Tien trembling. Backman Fong asked, "You actually knew all along, didn't you?" She turned her face away and replied, "Knew what?" Backman Fong gently placed the folding fan on his lips, and he said softly, "My imperial brother and that woman have a connection." He leaned in close to her. "Who is this young lady?" A look of disgust appeared on Tui Van Tien's face as she thought, "Does this man have a problem with his brain? Why is he asking me who this young lady is? In truth, he and I have no relationship whatsoever. I can't tell him that the woman is already dead, especially since the crown prince is spending so much money to find her." People would find that hard to believe. Tui Van Tien had no choice but to lie. "Of course I know who this young lady is, because this is my mother." Backman Fong was full of astonishment. "You are her daughter? How is that possible?" Tui Van Tien held up the portrait and replied, "Why not? Take a closer look." She frowned. "Don't I look like the woman in the painting?" Backman Fong thought, "It's not just a slight resemblance. They are exactly alike." He asked, "Then who is your father?" He exclaimed in shock, "Could it be my imperial brother? I've heard recently that he dotes on you, and also..." Tui Van Tien raised her voice. Are you an idiot? Stop thinking such nonsense. What kind of father would marry his own biological daughter? Backman Fong chuckled. That's true. He married you because of your status as the Holy Maiden. He thought to himself, the scriptures record that the Holy Maiden is sent by the heavens to save the world, destined to be the mother of a nation, the empress, but the scriptures don't say who will be the emperor. He felt a hint of admiration. If one could marry her, it would be like obtaining the world. Seeing Backman Fong's beaming smile, Tui Van Tien felt a little worried. What's with his expression? She thought, no matter how I look at it, he looks like he just got his hands on a limited edition piece of pork. Backman Fong gently tapped Tui Van Tien's head with his fan. What are you doing here today? This is not a place you should be. He thought to himself, she's not a useless person to dare to come to such a dangerous place. Something must have happened. It turned out Backman Fong had been following her in disguise. Tui Van Tien said softly, can I trust you? He smiled and said, that's not for me to decide, but depends on your will. If you're willing to trust me, I will also trust you, and vice versa. Tui Van Tien frowned. Such a smooth talker, but after thinking it over, there was no one else anyway, so she might as well trust him this once. She agreed. Then I'll trust you this once. Backman Fong's expression was a bit pensive, as Tui Van Tien gently explained, I came here to find someone. He asked, so who do you want to find? Tui Van Tien quickly replied, a man wearing a mask. Backman Fong replied, although masked men are not easy to find, I happen to know too. I wonder if the person you're looking for is among them? Tui Van Tien hurriedly exclaimed. The man is about 1.80 meters tall, and most notably, he wears an incredibly exquisite golden mask. Backman Fong seemed very impressed. He said, what a coincidence. He said, holding his fan, there happen to be 5. She hastily grabbed his sleeve. Who is he? Can you take me to see him? Backman Fong chuckled softly. He doesn't show his face easily, you know? He suggested, unless you tell me the reason you want to see him. Backman Fong was resourceful and cunning, making Tui Van Tien hesitate a little. She asked, if I tell you, will you help me? Backman Fong replied, we'll see depending on the situation. Her heart was filled with anger. You're the one forcing me to talk. She began softly. Actually, Tui Van Tien lied without batting an eye. Actually, he is my father, but I have never met him. I've only heard my mother mention him, and I really want to meet him. Hearing her say this, Backman Fong was extremely shocked. Your father. He said, wait, hold on a moment. I need to confirm something. Are we talking about the same person? Tui Van Tien chuckled softly. This isn't simple, is it? A moment later, Tui Van Tien had quickly sketched a portrait of the man she described, and she said proudly, how is it? Backman Fong held the portrait, his hands trembling. This is too terrifying. He broke out in a cold sweat. Netherworld Palace, the #1 evil sect in the martial world, and their palace master actually has a daughter. Tui Van Tien asked him, you see it now, don't you? Is my father among those people? She thought with annoyance. Tui, the feeling of claiming an enemy as one's father is truly terrifying. Backman Fong asked again, this is your father? He leaned close to Tui Van Tien. But who taught you to draw like this? Tui Van Tien pouted and replied, my mother, of course. Why do you ask so many questions? Can I go see my father now? Backman Fong replied, of course, but I've been a bit busy with my wedding recently. How about we pick another day, and I'll take you then? He thought, the Netherworld Palace Master is such a formidable figure. If I bring his daughter to him, I can surely earn a favor, right? Tui Van Tien blurted out in astonishment. You're getting married? She asked for clarification. You're marrying, so why? Tui Van Tien gently pinched the corner of Backman Fong's sleeve. She said, then congratulations on marrying the #1 beauty. She tried to remind him, but about your promise to take me to see my father, don't you forget it. Backman Fong smiled and replied, that goes without saying. Tui Van Tien quickly made a leave. It's getting late. I'll be going now. Backman Fong tried to stop her. Little imperial sister-in-law, wait, I have a job. Are you interested? Tui Van Tien's mind immediately went to making money. She turned back and replied, go on. Backman Fong said, little imperial sister-in-law, must know, your husband is also my imperial brother, and the bounty for your mother is enormous. A while later, the sky was still clear. At Phoenix Cry Palace, Backman Yin said softly, Mother Empress. His expression was a bit sorrowful. Is there a reason you summoned your son today? The Empress replied, Imperial son, I heard you refused the marriage to the young lady of the So family. Backman Yin frowned. He looked very displeased. Mother Empress, your son does not want anyone else deciding my marriage for me. The Empress thought worriedly. For Yin to say that, could he also be angry at the late emperor for an imperial edict that forced him to marry a little girl? She said softly, do you know that young lady of the So family is about to marry Bakmin Fong? Bakmin Yin seemed rather unconcerned. He replied coldly, your son knows what Mother Empress is worried about. The So family holds great power and influence in the court, and Mother Empress is afraid that Bakmin Fong will use that to seize my position. He reassured himself, it's fine. The political situation is unpredictable. Who can say what the future holds? As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his teacup. The Empress smiled. What my imperial son says makes sense. She asked another question that slightly surprised Bakmin Yin. So, how are you and her getting along? Bakmin Yin looked at his mother's curious expression, frowned, and did not answer. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, Hung Ingung gently entered the room. Inside, Tui Vantien was lying down and thinking, regarding Bakmin Fong's matter, as long as I can change back to my original form, I can get my hands on 5 million taels of gold. She frowned. Coincidentally, on the 15th of every month, I can change back to my original form even without taking the medicine. Hung Ingung looked at Tui Vantien, her expression a little worried. A moment later, in the Eastern Palace's study, Bakmin Yuyin asked Hung Ingung, did she do anything unusual today? Hung Ingung knelt down in fear. She pleaded miserably, this servant is guilty. I beg your highness to show mercy. Night fell, and Tui Vantien was now lying in bed. She looked at Bakmin Yin's alluring figure in front of her and thought to herself, TSK, this body looks pretty delicious. She secretly wiped her mouth. I'm totally not going to admit that I can't stop drooling. When Bakmin Yin lay down beside her, Tui Vantien thought again. He insists on sleeping with me because he's afraid I'll sleepwalk again. In that case, if I don't act up once, wouldn't I be letting him down? Her expression was full of mischief. People often say that sleepwalkers can't control their extreme behaviors, right? Maybe I should take this opportunity to hee. She was drooling over Bakmin Yin's body. Whoever said, I don't crave his body, get over here for me. Could it be that you don't crave it? Tui Vantien quickly started groping Bakmin Yin's body. She was extremely excited. Ooh la la, Durian. Seeing his firm abs, she was so tempted she stuck out her tongue to lick them. These abs, Tui Vantien was ecstatic. She thought happily, is this the joy of being an adult? Bakmin Yin suddenly woke up. His face was full of annoyance. He quickly pushed Tui Vantien away. Seeing his hand pressing on her face, Tui Vantien quickly counterattacked. Eat my fist. Before she could hit him, Bakmin Yin grabbed her wrist. Then he pulled Tui Vantien over, making her sit on his lap. Bakmin Yin raised his hand, then spanked her bottom as a warning. Tui Vantien was utterly shocked. Again, she pretended to cry out, Mother, is that you, Mother? Bakmin Yin frowned. Nonsense. She quickly hugged his arm, then pretended to wail, Mother, don't leave Tiener. Don't go, don't. Seeing the corners of her eyes welling up with tears, Bakmin Yin had no choice but to stop. He gently wiped away her tears. Just then, Tui Vantien lay down, which made him very angry. He frowned and asked, is it fun to tease this prince? She replied, it's SOSO. Bakmin Yin raised his voice. Who is your mother? She replied softly, my mother is my mother. He said with a stern face. This prince will ask in a different way. Bakmin Yin frowned. The mother you risked your life to find in the black market. Who exactly is she? Realizing he had people following her, Tui Vantien's eyes lit up. She complained in frustration, you're having me followed. Bakmin Yin was unfazed. He retorted bluntly, it's because you make others so worried. That was indeed the truth. Tui Vantien frowned and thought to herself, he looks like a decent person, but why does he have such a foul mouth? Bakmin Yin leaned in closer. Who exactly is that person? He moved close in front of Tui Vantien. If you don't tell me, this prince won't mind asking the people around you. Tui Vantien stammered in reply. Tui Tien. My mother is the #1 beauty in the world. Her name is Tui Tien. He pressed on. Tui Tien, you took your mother's surname? She replied cockily. Is there a problem? Bakmin Yin looked displeased. In this Kanglan nation, there is no such thing as taking the mother's surname. Seeing his intelligent look, Tui Vantien was stunned. She said, my mother is not from the Kanglan nation. Bakmin Yin was speechless. She replied, trembling, although my mother is not from Kanglan, my father is from Kanglan. She shouted, I know you want to ask who my father is. I advise you to just shut up, because my mother said my father is a heartless man, and he's already dead. She took advantage of Bakmin Yin's stunned silence to to quickly leave. She thought to herself, "Oh my God, please don't ask anymore. I'm about to run out of lies." She said loudly, "Is that good enough?" Ouch. Suddenly, Thuy Van Tien's foot tripped on a chair leg. Just as she was about to fall, Baek Min Yin quickly rushed over. The curtains swayed gently. The two of them looked at each other and sighed. Seeing Baek Min Yin's furrowed brow, Thuy Van Tien pouted. She thought to herself, "What does he mean by that? Do you believe what I said or not?" Bae Mingyuan frowned and replied, "This prince will help you find your mother." Hearing him say that, Shui Yun Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." She feigned a gentle tone and said, "Handsome husband, will you really help me find my mother?" Bae Mingyuan shot her a glare and replied, "But you must learn the palace rules. Stop running all over the place." Shui Yun Tian said softly, "I'll learn. I'll definitely learn." She schemed in her heart, "Learn my foot." Despite this, she still smiled and accepted the order. "Handsome husband, rest assured." She thought to herself, "I'm just saying whatever to get by. And he wants to help me find my mother? I'm standing right here. Where are you going to find her? And you wanted to learn the rules. Dream on." As if. Ha ha ha. Bae Mingyuan gently pulled a rope from under the pillow. He frowned and said, "Then let's start by correcting your sleeping posture." Seeing the rope, Shui Yun Tian was horrified with. A rope hidden by the bed. What kind of not-for-kids hobby is this? Bae Mingyuan gently tied her up. Shui Yun Tian thought angrily, "Pervert, did you sell rice dumplings in your past life?" The next morning, Shui Yun Tian woke up listlessly. She yawned widely. "Damn pervert, tie me up all night. How am I supposed to sleep like this?" The moment she stepped out the door, she saw Mama appear. The woman spoke respectfully to Bae Mingyuan. "This servant greets your highness, the crown prince." Shui Yun Tian was utterly shocked. "Don't tell me this old lady is the legendary Mama Rong, here to discipline me." No wonder he was talking about learning the rules last night. Bae Mingyuan's words made her furious. The crown princess is unruly and ill-mannered. You must teach her well. She thought angrily. You're the one who's unruly and ill-mannered. You're the one with no upbringing. When Mama Yu appeared, Shui Yun Tian glanced at her. Her expression was a little worried. Mama Yu said, "Greetings, Crown Princess." This servant was sent by the Crown Prince to teach the Crown Princess the rules and etiquette of the palace. Everyone in the palace calls this servant Mama Yu. Shui Yun Tian turned her head to look, but Bae Mingyuan was nowhere to be seen. She was so angry she was speechless. "Bae Mingyuan, you've got some nerve. Just you wait." She chuckled. "Then I'll be in your care, Mama Yu." The woman frowned and said, "Today, this servant will start with the very basics. Crown Princess, please follow this servant to practice your etiquette." A moment later, at the Eastern Palace, in front of Shui Yun Tian was a group of palace ladies. She frowned and thought, "Are these all palace ladies selected for the emperor? No wonder everyone wants to be the emperor." A girl with orange hair approached and said, "Greetings, Mama Yu. Is this a new palace lady?" Mama Yu said in a loud voice, "Do not be rude. Hurry up and greet the crown princess." The girls were all stunned. "This child is the crown princess. We heard the crown prince married a little girl, so it's true. I heard she's from some martial arts sect with a poor background." The orange-haired girl frowned. She scolded them, chirping and chattering. "How dare you gossip? Each of you, slap your own face 10 times. The palace ladies were trembling with fear. A moment later, several bowls fell to the ground. Shui Yun Tian thought with annoyance, "The imperial palace really is rich. Smashing perfectly good bowls like this, what a waste." Mama Yu handed her a bowl of water. She said, "Crown Princess, this is the first item of etiquette training. Practice balancing a bowl of water on your head. No mistakes are allowed." Shui Yun Tian gently took it and placed the bowl of water on her head. She said loudly, "Then I'll walk with them." She walked gracefully forward under the astonished gazes of the palace ladies. They whispered among themselves, "How is that possible? It didn't fall. The little crown princess is so skilled. It's incredible." Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, a piece of cake. You want to train me? Do you think a modern-era special agent like me is a pushover?" The bowl of water on Shui Yun Tian's head didn't move at all. Her posture was perfect, so Mama, you had to let her pass. She ran and jumped with the bowl on her head, and it still didn't even wobble. During the meal, Shui Yun Tian exuded an air of elegance and grace. Mama Yu had to let her pass. Shui Yuntian asked cheerfully, Mama Yu, is there anything else to learn today? The woman replied softly, that's all for today's lessons. The crown princess may go back and rest. She thought to herself. She finished 3 days worth of lessons in half a day. The little crown princess is so clever. Why did the crown prince say she was unruly and ill-mannered? The next day, Shui Yuntian walked while admiring the blooming peach blossoms. She thought happily, it's been a while since I've been out for a walk. It's so refreshing not having to face Bei Mingyuan's ice-cold face. I'll take this chance to familiarize myself with the layout of the imperial palace. She seemed to see something. Seeing a dark and dirty place, she thought, why is there such a dilapidated place in the imperial palace? A sound echoed from within. Cough, cough. Shui Yuntian stepped inside. Is someone actually living in here? Could this be the legendary cold palace? Suddenly, Shui Yuntian was extremely surprised. Inside, a young boy was taking care of his mother. The boy said, Mother consort, please drink some water. Shui Yuntian interjected, wait, your mother consort is so sick, and you're giving her cold water to drink? Are you trying to make her even sicker? It turned out this boy was the 7th prince, named Bei Mingma. He was holding a bowl of water in his hands. The boy said timidly, when you're sick, you can't drink cold water? Shui Yuntian quickly explained, of course not. If you drink anything, it should be hot water. It can improve blood circulation and speed up metabolism. Consort Ro lay on the sickbed. Seeing Shui Yuntian, she asked, Little miss, who are you? Why have you come here? She replied, my name is Shui Yuntian. Consort Ro gently reminded her, this is not a place to play. You should go home quickly. Don't make your family worry. Bei Mingma gently took out a token. The boy said, can I ask you for a favor, sister? Help me get some hot water for my mother consort. They won't let me go out. Shui Yuntian looked at the boy. She thought, could this child be the 7th prince, Bei Mingma? She asked the woman, are you her ladyship consort Ro? The woman said in surprise, you've heard of me? Shui Yuntian was a little pensive. It really is consort Ro. I heard she offended that detestable noble consort Chen back then and was banished to the cold palace. I didn't expect it to implicate a child like the 7th prince. How pitiful. She said to Bei Mingma, I don't need this. Don't worry, I'll have someone bring water and medicine right away. Bei Mingma smiled. Then will you come visit us again, sister? She replied cheerfully, I'll come whenever I'm free. You have to act like a man and take good care of your mother consort. Bei Mingma replied confidently, yes, I definitely will. A moment later, at the Eastern Palace, Xiang Ning saw Shui Yuntian and called out loudly, Little Crown Princess. She said worriedly, you're finally back. The crown prince came looking for you just now and waited for a full 2 hours. Shui Yuntian had a bad feeling. Oh no, I was so busy talking to Consort Ro that I lost track of time. A moment later, Shui Yuntian entered the room. She said, handsome husband, were you looking for me? Bei Mingyuan asked coldly, after you finished learning the rules today, where exactly did you go? Shui Yuntian smiled. She lied without batting an eye. I went for a walk around the palace. The imperial palace is so big and beautiful. Hearing this answer, Bei Mingyuan remained silent. Shui Yuntian was a little worried. He's not angry, is he? My poor, but can't take another beating. Bei Mingyuan sighed softly. He quickly left. He reminded her, in the future, know your limits when you play around. Shui Yuntian thought in fear. That's it? Has this pervert had a change of heart? So he's not going to pursue it? Bei Mingyuan reminded her, on the 4th of this month, the 3rd prince is getting married. You will accompany this prince. Shui Yuntian yelled, why? She was extremely annoyed. Damn it, I was planning to get 5 million taels of gold from him on the 15th of this month when I come of age. If I go, how will I have time to prepare? Bei Mingyuan said loudly, because you are this prince's official consort. Shui Yuntian quickly refused. I don't want to go. Bei Mingyuan paid her no mind. He insisted, you must go. She screamed, my 5 million taels of gold. Boo-hoo-hoo. Seeing her grinding her teeth in frustration, Xiang Ning asked worriedly, my dear little mistress, you really don't understand. For His Highness the Crown Prince to take you to the 3rd prince's wedding is your honor. Shui Yuntian was adamant. Who wants his honor? Can honor be exchanged for 5 million taels of gold? Xiang Ning replied softly, don't say that. If you anger the crown prince, you'll be banished to the cold palace. Shui Yuntian was suddenly startled. The cold palace. She thought to herself, even though this is the imperial palace, in the future, I'll definitely have to share one man with many other women. At the slightest misstep, I could be banished to the cold palace. I don't want to live this kind of life. I must escape this place quickly. She said softly, Sister Xiangning, do you have any cough medicine? Over at Xian Palace, Shui Yuntian and Bei Mingma were gently brewing medicine together. She said to the boy, have you learned how? From now on, brew the medicine for your mother consort like this. Bei Mingma smiled and replied, I've learned. I'll definitely take good care of mother consort from now on. Seeing the two children together, consort Ro smiled softly. The next day at the Eastern Palace, Shui Yuntian was hugging a small dog. She called out, Sister Xiangning. Xiangning asked worriedly, Little Crown Princess, I've done what you asked. What is this for? It's so heavy. She replied, this is called a sandbag for running. Xiangning said, Little Crown Princess, if you have something troubling you, you can tell this servant. Please don't do things to hurt yourself. Shui Yuntian chuckled. This isn't called hurting myself. She was full of energy. This is called physical training. To strengthen my body. She added enthusiastically, why don't you try it with me? There are many benefits to training your body like this. Because Shui Yuntian was too adorable, Xiangning couldn't refuse. A moment later, behind the Eastern Palace, Shui Yuntian and Xiangning were jogging. She cheered 1-2, 1-2. Xiangning followed behind, looking a bit exhausted. Shui Yuntian's heart was filled with determination. This body is too weak. From today on, I must train hard and leave this place as soon as possible. Xiangning looked at Shui Yuntian and said, Little Crown Princess, this servant is tired and doesn't want to run anymore. Shui Yuntian pulled Xiangning's hand. She tried to persuade her, no, you can't give up halfway. You must keep running. Persistence is victory. Xiangning was completely exhausted. She managed to reply, Little Crown Princess. Seeing the two of them running to train, a few maids whispered from a distance, what are the Little Crown Princess and Xiangning doing? Are they being punished by the Crown Prince? How is running a punishment? Seeing them whispering, Shui Yuntian asked cheerfully, do you want to train your bodies too? They looked a little scared. As dusk fell, Shui Yuntian's chants could still be heard, 1-2, 1-2. She ran at the front, with several maids following behind. Shui Yuntian was still cheering, keep going, keep going. Xiangning said, panting, Little Crown Princess, we can't. We servants really can't run anymore. Hearing this, Shui Yuntian turned her head and replied, all right then, since it's the first day, we'll stop here. The maids couldn't run anymore. They said softly, this servant takes her leave. Shui Yuntian reminded them, you have to come early for training tomorrow. She said softly, it's not easy to gossip about a ticking time bomb like me. Xiangning replied timidly, Little Crown Princess, it's getting late. It's time for dinner. Shui Yuntian agreed happily. As she turned, she seemed to twist her back, a slightly pained look on her face. Seeing this, Xiangning asked worriedly, Little Crown Princess, what's wrong? Shui Yuntian thought in a panic. Oh no, I haven't exercised in so long, I've strained my back. At night, in the Eastern Palace, inside, Tui Vantian was sleeping soundly next to Back Min Yuan. Her breathing was soft and even. Tui Vantian dreamed of her room in the modern world. There were balloons, teddy bears, and a spacious bed. She hugged a teddy bear tightly. She thought, this is great, I'm finally back. I don't have to walk on eggshells around that pervert anymore. Suddenly, a voice woke her up. Hey! It turned out that the teddy bear was Back Min Yuan. Tui Vantian was startled. Back Min Yuan was very annoyed. He said loudly, have you rubbed enough? She thought in fear. Back Min Yuan. I treated Back Min Yuan like a bolster pillow and even hugged him tightly without letting go. Tui Vantian was very embarrassed. She had no choice but to turn the other way. She pulled the blanket over her head, avoiding his gaze. I'm going to die of embarrassment. Back Min Yuan chuckled softly. This girl, she's embarrassed. The next morning, Tui Vantian sat at the dining table, her expression gloomy. She thought, last night was so humiliating. How can I ever face that pervert again? I have no appetite. I can't eat. Seeing Tui Vantian slumped over the table, Hung Ingung asked curiously, Little Crown Princess Consort, are you all right? You barely ate any breakfast this morning. Is lunch not to your liking either? Tui Vantian quickly stood up. She thought, what's so scary about losing face? As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who should be is someone else. She looked determined. I'm fine. Sister Hung Ingung, let's continue our physical training later. Hung Ingung wanted to cry. We still have to train? Your servant's legs are still sore. A few maids brought in some items. They bowed respectfully in greeting. Your servant, under the crown prince's orders, has prepared the attire for the crown princess consort to attend the third prince's wedding tomorrow. Tui Ventien put her hands on her hips. She thought, he deliberately sent people to bring me clothes. Is he afraid I'll change my mind and not go? What kind of person does he think I am? Well, exactly that kind of person. Hung Ingung quickly went over to take the clothes. This outfit is so beautiful. When the little crown princess consort wears it, she will definitely be so beautiful that people won't be able to take their eyes off her. Tui Ventien said loudly, I'm not wearing it. What's the use of beautiful clothes? It's inner beauty that matters. She tried to pull her away. Sister Hung Ingung, don't bother with these clothes. Let's go train. Hung Ingung screamed internally, help me. The next day, at the Eastern Palace, Tui Ventien was wearing a magnificent outfit. Seeing this, Hung Ingung praised her profusely. Little crown princess consort, wasn't your servant right? It's truly so beautiful. She added, today at the third prince's wedding, you will definitely be the center of everyone's attention. Tui Ventien thought, indeed, it's not bad. She mused to herself, I really can't escape the law of eating my words. She remembered back Min Fong. That's right, I have a chance today. I must confirm with the third prince the time to meet that mysterious person. She chuckled. Speaking of which, the third prince and that Chu Yi are quite a good match. She imagined the two of them embracing, one a playboy, the other a green tea. Who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up in the future. Just then, Baek Min-yin appeared, looking handsome. He asked, still not ready? Seeing his attire, she was stunned and thought, are you kidding me? Matching outfits? Hung Ingung said respectfully, the little crown princess consort is ready. Tui Ventien stepped out, thinking to herself, matching outfits? It's clearly a father-daughter outfit. She smiled. Handsome husband, I suddenly feel like I shouldn't call you husband anymore. I should call you father. Hearing this, Hung Ingung jumped. Father. Baek Min-yin frowned and snapped. Nonsense. Tui Ventien smiled brightly. Look how small I am and how old you are. Even if we were the same style of clothes, we don't look like a married couple. We look more like a father and daughter. These vicious words were like knives stabbing into Baek Min-yin's heart. Father and daughter, old man. He said loudly, it seems you always forget your status. He said, words like these, this prince does not want to hear a second time. Otherwise, you will be dealt with by family law. Tui Ventien was very surprised. This pervert, he doesn't want to spank me again, does he? Tui Ventien explained sheepishly, handsome husband, I was just joking with you. I was wrong, okay? But inwardly, she was secretly angry. A great man can bend and stretch, and a little woman even more so. Baek Min-yin didn't press the issue further, turning and calling her to go. Let's go. Seeing this, she thought with relief, oh, my little, but you've escaped another disaster. Afterwards, the two of them went to the third prince's residence to attend the wedding. She saw that there were people everywhere and thought to herself, it's so lively. How am I going to find a chance to talk to the third prince? Just then, Baek Min-yin reminded her, today is my third imperial brother's happy day. You're not to cause trouble. Stay obediently by this prince's side. Hearing him say that, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Can this guy read minds? She had no choice but to obediently comply. All right, handsome husband, rest assured, how could I bear to leave your side? He was still not at ease and directly took her hand to lead her away, making her very embarrassed. Are you kidding? Do you have to be so conspicuous? How am I supposed to slip away later? Everyone around them was extremely surprised to see this. Has the crown prince had a change of character? To proactively hold a child's hand. This must be the crown princess consort, right? So cute. Not long after, the third prince and his bride entered the wedding hall. At that moment, the third prince's and her eyes met. The third prince smiled faintly at her. Imperial older brother actually brought her here. She also thought helplessly, is this third prince an idiot? Greeting me so blatantly. Does he think the crown prince is a block of wood? Suddenly, another woman appeared publicly. Wait, you two cannot get married. The third prince frowned, asking with some displeasure, Lin Noyet, what are you doing here? She answered directly, what do you think I'm doing here? Seeing this, the bride lifted her veil, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Baek Min Fong, who is she? Tui Ventien stood to the side, excitedly watching the drama. Is this the third prince's other woman? I really came at the right time. There's a good show to watch. Ear, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Explain? Then you tell me. What is your relationship with her? If you don't make it clear to me today, this wedding is off. That Lin Noyet spoke nonchalantly. What's there to explain? Back Min Fong, hurry up and tell her who I am. Back Min Fong shouted angrily. This girl, you are completely making a scene. Look who that is. Back Min Fong pointed directly at Back Min Yuan. Stop causing trouble in my place. That's the person you should really be looking for. Everyone around was stunned. This is His Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Tui Van Tien also thought awkwardly. What the hell? Don't tell me this young lady also has a thing with the Crown Prince. This is some juicy gossip. Tui Van Tien said softly to Back Min Yuan. Handsome husband, look, that beautiful sister is looking at you. After speaking, she thought smugly, I didn't expect you to have a day like this, always pretending to be cold, but secretly sowing your wild oats everywhere. Suddenly, he turned his head and glared at her, scaring her into silence. Back Min Fong said directly to Lin Noyet, only the Crown Prince knows the whereabouts of what you're looking for. Even if you disrupt my wedding, there's nothing I can do, so, young lady, stop looking for me to cause trouble. Seeing her husband standing there, softly pleading with another girl, made the bride extremely angry. After that, Lin Noyet walked towards Back Min Yuan. At this moment, Back Min Fong hurriedly smoothed things over. Everyone, please calm down. This is just a small misunderstanding. The wedding will continue. The wedding will continue. You see, it's not like that at all. I have a clear conscience and nothing to fear. Come, let your husband put the veil back on for you. Don't let everyone stare at my beautiful bride. The bride was a little unhappy, but seeing him like this, she let it go. Oof. He also laughed awkwardly, haha. Over here, Lin Noyet approached to speak with Back Min Yuan, Crown Prince of the Kanglan Nation. I wonder if you still remember me? He replied coldly, I don't. Seeing this, Tui Van Tien was extremely curious. What on earth is the relationship between these two? Their conversation is so strange. Being answered like that by him, Lin Noyet was so angry she shouted, Back Min Yuan, don't you go too far. Tui Van Tien was extremely shocked. She didn't expect her to be so bold. Are you kidding? This woman dares to call the Crown Prince by his given name. Back Min Yuan unhappily spat out one word. Scram. She retorted, not to be outdone. Is the Crown Prince lashing out from embarrassment? Tui Van Tien thought helplessly. Isn't this asking the obvious? This sister's EQ is truly touching. At this moment, she spoke up, beautiful sister, don't make him angry. Let me secretly tell you, be careful or he'll get angry and spank you. Hearing that, she asked back curiously, little sister, you understand the Crown Prince very well? What are you to him? Why don't you guess what I am to him? There's a prize if you guess correctly. Hearing that, she immediately answered, you're his younger sister. Tui Van Tien shook her head. Do we look like brother and sister? Hearing that, she continued dejectedly, I know, you must be his daughter. Tui Van Tien was rendered speechless by her. She turned her head and said softly to him, handsome husband, didn't I say we were wearing father-daughter outfits today? See, the beautiful sister also thinks you're my father. Only then did Lin Noyet scream in shock. You call him husband, you're actually his consort. Seeing this, Tui Van Tien replied with an amused smile. Do you also feel that I'm not worthy of the Crown Prince? How does this saying go? Someone like the Crown Prince now. It's a case of an old buffalo grazing on young grass. Back Min Yuan, sitting to the side listening to these words. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, absolutely furious. After hearing this, Lin Noyet also laughed gloatingly. You're right, him marrying you really is an old buffalo grazing on young grass. Tui Van Tien continued softly. Let me tell you, when I grow up, I'm going to divorce this old man. At this, his face turned ashen, seething with rage. The two of them just continued to gossip in front of him. Why do you want to divorce the Crown Prince? Is he no good? Look at him. Not only is he old, his temper is also bad. That expression on his face is as if the whole world owes him money. Tui Van Tien said nonchalantly, how could you have good feelings for him? Wouldn't it be better to find a young, obedient boy in the future? Hearing this, Lin Noyet also softly agreed. That makes sense. Back Min Yuan thought angrily. Who on earth taught this girl all this nonsense? It seems I'll have to discipline her properly in the future. Over here, the third prince's wedding was about to end. The couple bows to each other. The ceremony is complete. Escort them to the bridal chamber. Seeing this, Tui Van Tien thought, it's almost over. I can slip away now. She made an excuse. Beautiful sister, come sit here. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Just as she was about to slip away, he grabbed her. Where are you going? She became very embarrassed and started to act cute. Handsome husband, I just want to go to the latrine. A person has 3 urgent needs. Don't make things difficult for me. Seeing her acting so cute, he was also infected by her adorableness and had to agree. Go on. Her goal achieved, she thought smugly, passed that easily. Afterwards, she went to the front courtyard of the third prince's residence. The third prince was there and saw someone lurking behind, so he called out, "Come out, I see you." Tuivantien walked out nonchalantly. "Congratulations, third prince. I wish you an early birth of a noble son, who can be my friend in the future." Backman Fong smiled and said, "Little Imperial sister-in-law, how did you have the leisure to attend my wedding today? It seems Imperial older brother really dotes on you. He even brought you here specially." Hearing that, she replied, unhappily, "He even controls when I go to the latrine. You call that doting? I came to find you today to ask about matters related to my father. You're married now, so when will you take me to see him? Little Imperial sister-in-law, what's your hurry? On a wedding night, a moment is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Don't you understand?" Hearing him say that, she directly showed a disdainful expression. "This is my expression right here." She was very annoyed and questioned him directly. "This baby doesn't need to understand. Right now, I just want to know where my father is." Backman Fong smiled and replied, "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, on the 30th of this month, I will take you away, but you must have the time then." "All right, I'll figure out a way." She suddenly remembered, "Wait, that girl named Lin Noyet today. What exactly is the relationship between you and her?" Backman Fong replied nonchalantly, "Is my relationship with her important? On the contrary, I saw she and my imperial brother are very close." "Don't you care?" she said unhappily. "I can't be bothered to care about him. What do his affairs have to do with me? So you're not afraid your crown prince will take another concubine? When that time comes, Drywood meets a raging fire, a mutual attraction, and they'll leave a bean sprout like you out in the cold. Don't you go crying secretly." She replied calmly, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I won't be crying secretly." She thought with contempt, "Once I get the immortal frost lotus, get the heart's blood of that mysterious person, and restore my original body, I'll bid farewell to all of you." Not long after, she also returned. Seeing the seat next to Backman Yin was empty, she wondered to herself, where did that young lady from earlier go? Honestly, she left without even saying goodbye. At this moment, Backman Yin began to question her. "Why were you gone for so long? Could it be that the third prince's residence is even larger than the crown prince's residence?" She was instantly scared and didn't know how to explain. "I'm done for. Could he be suspecting me?" Tuivantien awkwardly made an excuse. "Handsome husband, it's my first time here. I'm not familiar with the place. That's why I took so long." After hearing this, Backman Yin's face darkened, clearly not believing her. Seeing this, she explained again, "My sect master once taught me, if you don't understand, you must ask. Taking a little extra time to ask for directions is normal." Hearing these words, Backman Yin was somewhat convinced, thinking to himself, "Have I really been overthinking things?" Tuivantien saw the table full of delicious dishes. Her eyes lit up. "Wow, it smells so good. I'm so hungry food." But the misery of having short arms meant she couldn't reach anything from her seat. At this moment, she thought of him. "Oh, handsome husband. What is it?" she said aggrievedly. "Handsome husband, I can't reach the food. Can you get some for me?" Faced with this coquettishness, he was extremely surprised, then smiled and said, "What do you want to eat?" She excitedly pointed all over. This one, and that one too. I want them all." The people around saw this and discussed with some embarrassment. This crown princess. Just then, Minister Liu shouted unhappily, "Nonsense! Crown Princess, if you wish to eat, you can call a maid or a guard to get it for you. How can you trouble His Highness the Crown Prince to personally get food for you?" Being criticized by him, she became even more annoyed and retorted, "Why can't His Highness get it? I just like having His Highness get it for me. Before, when we ate, His Highness always got food for me." Hearing her say this, Backman Yin said nothing and continued to get food for her, making her satisfied. She hummed smugly twice. That Minister Liu could only stand there, silent as a cicada, not daring to say another word. Afterwards, she contentedly ate all the food on the table, happily rubbing her belly, and even let out a burp. Seeing this, Backman Yin stopped his hands and said, "It seems you can't eat this one." She saw the last peeled shrimp in his hand and excitedly shouted, "Who says? I want to eat it." She immediately ate the shrimp from his hand. but suddenly she blushed with shy surprise. I touched his finger. At this moment, she secretly glanced at him, thinking to herself, come to think of it, his eyelashes seem even longer than a girl's, so beautiful. Just as she was mesmerized looking at him, he woke her from her daze. What are you looking at? Her face immediately flushed red with embarrassment, and she repeatedly shook her head evasively. Nothing. She fought with herself in frustration. Beauty is a distraction, Tui Van Tien. Don't you forget how he bullied you before? You absolutely cannot be bought by this small favor. The third prince stood there observing for a moment, smiling. It seems my imperial brother's feelings for this little girl are truly unusual, aren't they? At this moment, he walked up to the two of them. Imperial brother, today is my joyous day. I toast my imperial brother and little sister-in-law, wishing you both a long life together until your hair turns white, 100 years of harmony. Hearing these words, she thought helplessly, with such a big age gap, how can we not look old? And a long life together, 100 years of harmony. Is he deliberately trying to provoke people? Just then, Baek Min Yin replied, then I thank you for your blessings, third imperial brother. But my beloved consort is still young and cannot drink. It is enough for me to accept on her behalf. He suddenly called her beloved consort, which surprised her greatly. Baek Min Yin drank a cup. Imperial brother has a good tolerance for alcohol. I'll toast you again, wishing imperial brother's beloved consort an early coming of age. Hearing these words, Baek Min Yin furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing. Tui Van Tien stood to the side, very helpless. You two brothers are fighting covertly. Why drag me into it? At this moment, she said softly, actually, I can drink too. After speaking, she thought smugly, later, I'll pretend to be drunk and cause a scene. We'll see who dares to provoke whom. Hearing these words, the third prince laughed mockingly at her. Ha ha ha, little sister-in-law, that little stomach of yours, how much alcohol can it hold? But Baek Min Yin shouted unhappily. Nonsense. She was furious inside. Back in the special forces, my alcohol tolerance was unmatched by 10,000 men. Who are you looking down on? The two of them, just like that, drank with each other for a while. Come on, let's continue. They drank until both of them were dead drunk. Seeing this, she decided to slip away. While these two are both drunk, time to slip away. Returning to her room, she screamed in unbearable pain. A moment later, she looked at herself in shock. I've changed back? Just because I was watching those two scumbags have a drinking contest, in the blink of an eye, it's already the monthly transformation day. She punched the ground in frustration, unable to accept it. Damn it. Why does this kind of stripping plot appear in a shoujo manga? Afterwards, she picked up her clothes and put them on. Next, it's time to get down to business. She casually came up with an idea. First, I have to fleece some wool from Baek Min Yin. At this moment, she shouted triumphantly, 5 million taels of gold. Here I come. The next morning, at the third prince's residence, Baek Min Yin angrily smashed a teacup. He roared loudly. A living person just vanished and you can't find her? Reporting to Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've searched the entire residence, but still haven't found any trace of the Crown Princess. At this moment, the third prince groggily walked over and said, why is little sister-in-law missing? Baek Min Yin replied with some impatience, she went missing in your residence, and you're asking me? Hearing these words, the third prince was both surprised and embarrassed, thinking to himself, I was sleeping like the dead, how can this be blamed on me? Just then, his subordinate appeared to report, Your Highness. What is it? He walked over and whispered to him, Your Highness, there's news about the girl you were looking for. Hearing these words, Baek Min Yin was extremely surprised. Where? Someone threw a note into your subordinate's bedroom. Your subordinate chased after them, but saw no one. It seems to be an expert. Baek Min Yin opened the note to read. I know where the girl you're looking for is. A bank note for 5 million taels of gold. Tomorrow at noon at Hongman Lao. I won't wait past the hour. After reading, he snorted contemptuously. An expert. He ordered with some amusement, Deep Han, go prepare the banknote. Turning to the third prince, his face turned cold as he threatened. I'll give you 1 day. If you don't find the crown princess, you'll be the only one I hold accountable. Afterwards, he left, thinking resolutely as he walked. Now that you're here, don't even think about running. On the day of the great celebration at the third prince's residence, Baek Min Fong wore a set of red robes. He wondered to himself, where on earth did little sister-in-law go? A moment later, in the bridal chamber, Baek Min Fong entered and saw So Wai already sitting there waiting for him. Backman Fong asked her, why are you still not asleep? As he spoke, he reached out and gently lifted So Y's bridal veil. So Y was a little angry and said coldly, I've been waiting for you all night. She glanced at Backman Fong, thinking, is that Thuy Van Tien so important to you? Backman Fong lowered his head slightly and replied, don't overthink things. Little sister-in-law went missing in my residence. I have to look for her, otherwise how can I face my imperial brother? Hearing Backman Fong say this, So Y said in a cold tone, there's so many people in the residence, they're not short of just you. She ran out of the room in disappointment. From Ngoc Yet Lin to Thuy Van Tien. You disappointed me too much. Backman Fong sighed, TSK, how troublesome. Then he paused and thought, but her causing a scene like this has actually reminded me. That Ngoc Yet Lin is very suspicious. In a certain town, next to a small stall, a young boy happily called out, selling buns, hot meat buns here. At the same time, Thuy Van Tien was passing by. She stared wide-eyed at those buns. Smells so good. The young boy said with a smile, Miss, buy one to try. Only one when coin for one. Thuy Van Tien quickly refused. No, thank you. But in reality, her stomach was very hungry at this moment. Her mind was only on the 5 million taels of gold. It turns out I came out without a single one coin. Boo-hoo. Over here, another voice rang out. Shopkeeper, give me 2 buns. MANGAI walked over and said cheerfully to Thuy Van Tien, Miss, please take it. Thuy Van Tien glanced at MANGAI. No need, thank you, young master. Although you are very handsome, we don't know each other. To be attentive without reason is to be either a swindler or a thief. I, Thuy Van Tien, even if I starve to death, am determined not to eat a single thing from you. However, MANGAI still tried to persuade her. Miss, you're hungry, aren't you? I have no ill intentions. I just guessed that you forgot to bring money when you came out. It's just a small gesture. Hearing MANGAI say this, Thuy Van Tien finally accepted the bun with peace of mind. Thank you, she replied, while eating the bun in small bites. When I have money, I will definitely pay you back. It's just 2 in coins, not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. That won't do. I'm not a beggar. Thuy Van Tien then asked MANGAI, what is your name? Where do you live? So it's convenient for me to pay you back. Tu Lao, standing to the side, said loudly, insolent. My master already said you don't need to pay it back. What are you still fussing about? MANGAI quickly stopped him. Tu Lao, be quiet. MANGAI said cheerfully to Thuy Van Tien, I am MANGAI, currently staying at the Heaven No. 1 room of Hong Siu Vien. If Miss truly wants to pay back these 2 when coins, you can come find me there. Thuy Van Tien then said, no problem. After Thuy Van Tien left, Tu Lao asked, confused, Master, why did you help a woman you don't know? MANGAI replied nonchalantly, didn't you recognize what she was wearing? If I'm not mistaken, that is the palace attire of a maid from the Kanglan Nation's palace. Tu Lao's jaw dropped. Oh, so master, you recognized her identity, so that's why you helped her? MANGAI replied again, no, let's just say everyone falls on hard times. Tu Lao was a little panicked after hearing this. Master, then why did you tell her where you're staying? I'm afraid that will be disadvantageous for you. MANGAI frowned. Tu Lao, you've overstepped your bounds. At the same time, Thuy Van Tien was standing behind a wall and accidentally overheard their conversation. Good thing I didn't wear this outfit to meet Backman Union, otherwise I would definitely be suspected. On the street, a voice suddenly reached Thuy Van Tien's ears. Don't miss it as you pass by fresh and delicious bat meat here. Only 2 when coins for 1. Hearing these words, Thuy Van Tien walked over and asked, isn't it illegal for you to sell this? A warm reminder, wild bats can carry many pathogens or viruses. Everyone should absolutely not eat them. The person replied with a laugh. How could it be illegal? Our bat meat is not only excellent when grilled, but the buns use this kind of meat too. Many people buy it. Thuy Van Tien's face turned pale as she thought, oh my God, what did I just eat? The person replied nonchalantly, Miss, are you a child? You should pay more attention to your health. Thuy Van Tien frowned. You're the one with child. Your whole family is with child. Then she glanced at the person and asked, where did you catch these blood bats? If it's not illegal to catch bats here, then maybe I could catch a few to exchange for money? The person said in a loud voice, in the bamboo forest 5 miles from here. If you buy them all, I'll give you a 10% discount, and I'll even throw in half a caddy of mice. Before the words were even finished, Thuy Van Tien had already run off. At this moment, the palace was extremely quiet. Backman Fong entered the room. Imperial brother, I found Noyet Lin. As he spoke, two guards quickly brought Noyet Lin in. Noyet Lin shouted angrily, "On what grounds did you arrest me?" Backman Fong frowned. "Where did you go last night?" Noyet Lin replied coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Backman Yin said angrily, "This prince only wants to hear the truth. Where is she?" Noyet Lin thought to herself, although I don't know who he's talking about, this is definitely a good opportunity to get information about the immortal Frost Lotus. So, Noyet Lin spoke frankly to Back Min Yin. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, let's not beat around the bush. If you really want to know where she is, then trade the immortal Frost Lotus for it." Back Min Yin frowned. "Who is this you're talking about?" Noyet Lin stammered in reply. She isn't that person?" Back Min Yin said loudly. "This prince hates liars the most. Guards, throw her into the imperial dungeon." Noyet Lin retorted, "I am not from the Kanglan nation. You can't just arrest me arbitrarily." Hearing this, Backman Fong thought in a panic. "We got the wrong person. I'm dead." Backman Yuyin asked angrily, "This is the result of your all-night search?" Backman Fong stammered, "Ah, well." He chuckled and said, "It hasn't been a full day yet, has it?" Backman Yuyin angrily kicked Backman Fong out of the room. "Go find her for me now." "Yes." Then he quickly ordered Deep Han. "Deep Han, prepare the banknotes and go to Hung Man Lao immediately." "Yes." At this very moment, at Hung Man Lao, Thuy Van Tien walked in, wearing a delicate set of clothes. The money from selling the bloodbat meat was just enough to buy this outfit. "They probably won't recognize me now, right?" She slowly walked in. "I'm finally here." At this moment, Back Min Yin, standing on the upper floor, happened to see her. "Why is it that the moment I see her, the love poison in my body becomes uncontrollable and my heart is in a constant state of turmoil?" Back Min Yin blushed and thought, "I've never had this feeling before. What on earth is wrong with me?" Over here, a servant led Thuy Van Tien into a room. "Miss, this is the place." Thuy Van Tien stopped in her tracks. "Ah, my goodness, I used to be able to see him every day. Why do I suddenly feel so flustered now? For the 5 million taels of gold, I'll just ignore him." Thuy Van Tien glanced over. "Where's the money?" Back Min Yin said coldly, "First, take off your veil." In the room, Thuy Van Tien gently removed her veil. "Are you satisfied now?" Back Min Yin was stunned, not satisfied. Hearing this, Thuy Van Tien instantly became furious. "The dignified crown prince of a nation, yet you don't keep your word. If that's the case, then forgive me for not staying." Back Min Yin placed the banknotes on the table, turned his face away, and said, "Before I give you the banknotes, this prince needs to confirm one thing." Seeing the banknotes, Thuy Van Tien's jaw dropped. "All right, seeing as you're showing some sincerity, tell me what you need to confirm, and I'll try my best to cooperate." Back Min Yin blushed. "This prince needs to confirm your identity. If you dare to deceive this prince will definitely not let it slide." Thuy Van Tien quickly pinched her own cheek. Look, absolutely no disguise. No plastic surgery either. It's all natural. Guaranteed authentic or 10 times your money back." Back Min Yin slowly approached. "Your word doesn't count. This prince must check for myself." Thuy Van Tien replied nervously. "Then go ahead and check." Back Min Yin glanced over, then reached out and gently caressed Thuy Van Tien's face. Back Min Yin forcefully pinched Thuy Van Tien's cheek. She frowned and said, "Can your highness confirm it now?" Back Min Yin replied, "It doesn't feel bad." Thuy Van Tien asked, confused, "I don't understand why your highness would spend such a large sum of money to put a bounty on me on the black market." Back Min Yin said coldly, "Because I want you to be this prince's woman." Thuy Van Tien was stunned. Did I hear that right? Was the previous owner of this body really the crown prince's beloved? Let me ask in a different way then. Thuy Van Tien pressed, "Your highness, what was our relationship before?" Back Min Yin was stunned. "No relationship." Thuy Van Tien said awkwardly, No relationship. Then am I your dream lover?" Back Min Yin frowned. "That's right. You're correct." Thuy Van Tien was startled. "What? You mean there's no angsty, melodramatic 8 p.m. drama plot? It's all just because I'm too beautiful?" The crown prince saw beauty and was overcome with lust. Thuy Van Tien gently lowered her head. "Your highness, you must be joking, right?" Back Min Yin replied coldly, "This prince is not joking. Become this prince's woman, and these bank notes will be yours." Hearing this, Thuy Van Tien panicked. "Is this the part where I'm about to be kept as a mistress?" "No way. If this goes on, my identity will be exposed sooner or later. Tui Van Tien then said, if I remember correctly, Your Highness is already married an official consort. You want me to be your woman, so what will my status be? Back Min Yin blushed. Damn it, why can't I control the love poison whenever I see her? Tui Van Tien said again, if Your Highness wants me to be your woman, then I must be the main wife. Is Your Highness willing to bear the crime of abandoning your wife for my sake? Tui Van Tien turned and grabbed the stack of banknotes. Besides, I only came for the banknotes. I have no interest in being your woman. Back Min Yin grabbed Tui Van Tien's hand. You only came for the banknotes and have no interest in this prince. Tui Van Tien said in a loud voice, hey, you're the one who posted a bounty for me on the black market. Since I've accepted and you've come, these banknotes are the payment I deserve. Back Min Yin gripped Tui Van Tien's hand tightly. If you want the payment, then you must agree to this prince's terms. Tui Van Tien said angrily, impossible, dream on. Back Min Yin tried to force Tui Van Tien to submit to his will, be my woman. Let go. Tui Van Tien thought in fear. He usually looks so proper, but now he's acting like a hooligan with me. Back Min Yin lifted Tui Van Tien's chin, then gently kissed her sweet lips. Being forcibly kissed by Back Min Yin, Tui Van Tien's face turned bright red. Damn it, this guy's kissing skills are way too good. Back Min Yin's roughness made Tui Van Tien very angry. No, she quickly pushed Back Min Yin away. You can't treat me like this. Back Min Yin held Tui Van Tien tightly. Do you think you still have a way out? Tui Van Tien was stunned. I have to find a way to divert his attention. Then Tui Van Tien screamed, ah, Your Highness, look out the window quickly. Back Min Yin was angry. Do you take this prince for a 3-year-old child? Tui Van Tien stammered, if Your Highness has physical needs, I can call someone to help Your Highness. Hearing this, Back Min Yin suddenly stopped. He pressed Tui Van Tien down. This prince only wants you. You can't escape. Tui Van Tien stammered. Hung Man Lao is too crowded. Let's go somewhere else. Back Min Yin replied coldly. No need. She thought anxiously. It seems I can only use this honey trap trick. Tui Van Tien said softly, Your Highness, do you really like me? Back Min Yin blushed. He gently kissed Tui Van Tien's sweet lips. She asked softly, then Your Highness will forgive me, right? Before he could react, Back Min Yin was sent flying by her kick. Tui Van Tien angrily rushed to escape, causing Back Min Yin to shout in alarm. Damn it. He hurriedly chased after Tui Van Tien. You refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Tui Van Tien's voice echoed throughout Hung Man Lao. Ah, Back Min Yin, you shameless bastard, I'll definitely kill you within 3 days. As night fell, Tui Van Tien, covered in bruises, quietly prepared to leave. If I don't slip away now, when will I? She gently reached for the stack of banknotes. That animal Back Min Yin, tearing my only set of clothes to shreds. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. The next morning, in Back Min Yin's room, his subordinate Deep Han bowed his head. Back Min Yin roared angrily. Where is she? Deep Han replied. This subordinate stood guard at the door all night, but saw no one enter or leave. Back Min Yin said in a loud voice, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find her for this prince. Yes, on a certain street. Deep Han ordered his subordinates to search for Tui Van Tien. You all split up and search. Suddenly, Deep Han glanced in this direction and saw a familiar figure hiding behind a house. Deep Han said in a panic, Young Crown Princess, why is it you? In the palace, Young Crown Princess, we've finally found you. Do you know how worried the Crown Prince was when he couldn't find you? Tui Van Tien turned away angrily. Hung Ying-gung, at her side, asked worriedly, did someone kidnap you? Tui Van Tien replied, I wanted to run out on my own. Back Min Yin walked in. Where did you go yesterday? Tui Van Tien replied with some fear, no. Nowhere, I just went for a walk around here. Back Min Yin said in a loud voice, then why are you lowering your head and not daring to look at me? Raise your head. Tui Van Tien quickly covered her entire body with a blanket. She ignored Back Min Yin's request. I don't want to. Back Min Yin approached Tui Van Tien. Sit up. She struggled. I don't want to. Tui Van Tien screamed in fear. Don't touch me. Hearing this, Back Min Yin was stunned, a look of confusion on his face. He said gently, be good. Don't be angry anymore. Get up and eat breakfast. Tui Van Tien jumped up. She bit Back Min Yin's hand. I'll bite you to death. This made Back Min Yin very angry. You're even biting people. Were you born in the year of the dog? Tui Van Tien said tearfully, you might as well just beat me to death. Back Min Yin suddenly stopped. Seeing the bruises on Thuy Van Tien's body, he pressed. This is who did this? Thuy Van Tien thought angrily. It was you, you pig trotter, but I can't say it. I'm so furious. Thuy Van Tien turned her head away. I don't know, I woke up and it was like this. Back Min Yin immediately ordered a maid. Go and summon Nak Lang La here. A moment later, Thuy Van Tien walked out. Isn't this the woman who drugged me last time? Nak Lang La looked at Thuy Van Tien. These are clearly the amorous marks left between a man and a woman. How could they appear on a child? Perhaps this is related to the two streams of meridians in this girl's body. Back Min Yin then asked, how is she? Nak Lang La replied, reporting to your highness. The injuries on the young crown princess's body seem to be caused by molestation. They will fade in a few days. Otherwise, there are no serious injuries. This prince understands. You may leave. Back Min Yin approached Thuy Van Tien. He pressed, tell this prince, who did you meet after you left that night? Thuy Van Tien covered her ears. I don't know. Seeing this, Back Min Yin gently took Thuy Van Tien's hands. Stop making a scene. Thuy Van Tien's eyes welled up with tears. Sob. Back Min Yin said in a loud voice, don't cry. Thuy Van Tien cried even louder. You're yelling at me again. Wah. In the evening, in Thuy Van Tien's room, Nak Lang La was stunned. Thuy Van Tien asked blankly, what are you doing here? At this time, in Thuy Van Tien's room, Nak Lang La frowned. She said in a loud voice, young crown princess, I've discovered that your pulse is different from an ordinary person's. Are you aware of this yourself? Thuy Van Tien's eyes widened as she replied, big sister, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm so healthy. How can my pulse be different from an ordinary person's? Nak Lang La said in a loud voice, you are the holy maiden of Cloudwater Cave. You must have cultivated many techniques, right? She said softly, if I'm not mistaken. The two meridians in your body are caused by you violating the taboo of a certain cultivation technique. Hearing her words, Thuy Van Tien felt a little tense inside this person. She guessed everything correctly. She still replied confidently, since you didn't expose me in front of the crown prince, but came to visit late at night, you must have some purpose? Nak Lang La replied with a smirk. That's right, as long as you are willing to leave the crown prince. I could tell you how to resolve it. Thuy Van Tien thought angrily. This Back Min Yin is quite the Casanova. Now the third party has come knocking on my door. Nak Lang La took out a signal flare. She reminded her, when you've thought it through, use this signal flare to find me. Thuy Van Tien took it. She carefully examined the signal flare. The next morning, Thuy Van Tien shouted loudly, Back Min Yin, you bastard, who gave you permission to bully me? She cursed as she punched the pillow. I will never forgive you. The little puppy beside her had a clueless expression. Thuy Van Tien quickly hugged it and explained, I'm not talking about you. My Back Min Yin is the best behaved. She happily asked, Hung In Gung, am I right, sister? Suddenly, she realized Hung In Gung was nowhere to be seen. Thuy Van Tien was a little curious. Where did she go? A while later, Thuy Van Tien came out of her room. Fresh flower branches were in full bloom. She wondered, where did Hung In Gung go? She thought as she searched everywhere. Come to think of it, Hung In Gung disappears for a period of time every day. During the time she's gone, could it be that she goes to find Back Min Yin? Suddenly, she bumped into someone. Thuy Van Tien cried out, ouch. The man was a bit stunned. It turned out to be Deep Han. Thuy Van Tien hurriedly asked, guard Deep. I think I fell and sprained my waist. What should I do? Hearing these words, Deep Han's eyes lit up. He quickly picked Thuy Van Tien up, little crown princess consort. This subordinate has overstepped. A while later, Thuy Van Tien called out, Sister Hung In Gung. By now, she and Deep Han had entered Back Min Yin's room and saw Hung In Gung kneeling on the ground. Thuy Van Tien said, why are you here? Do you know I've been looking for you for a long time? Hung In Gung was a little surprised. She trembled as she replied, Little crown princess consort, this servant. Thuy Van Tien thought. As expected, Hung In Gung was sent by Back Min Yin to monitor me. Back Min Yin said in a loud voice, what is it? Deep Han replied softly, Your Highness, just now. Thuy Van Tien impatiently cut in. Just now, I carelessly fell and sprained my waist. Guard Deep was just about to carry me to see the imperial physician. Back Min Yin frowned. Come here, let me see. Thuy Van Tien shouted loudly, don't give me to him. Back Min Yin was angry. He reached out to touch her. Then he picked Thuy Van Tien up. He said in a loud voice, all of you leave. For some reason, Thuy Van Tien blushed, thinking to herself, In the room, Back Min Yin asked, which side of your waist is injured? Thuy Van Tien frowned. and replied, "You're not an imperial physician. It's useless telling you." He then said, "I have led armies in a battle for many years. The manor always has injury medicine on hand. It's much faster than waiting for the imperial physician to arrive." Tui Van Tien was a little embarrassed. She lifted her clothes and replied, "It hurts right here." Baek Min Yuyin gently opened the medicine bottle. He reminded her, "Walk a little slower next time." He said as he applied the medicine, "Don't let the wound get bumped." Hearing these sweet words, Tui Van Tien's face flushed red. She replied softly, "MHM, I know." Her heart was in turmoil. Did Baek Min Yuyin take the wrong medicine today? To be so gentle, it's making my heart flutter a little. After applying the medicine, Baek Min Yuyin prepared to leave. "I'll be a bit busy recently. You must be careful by yourself in the Eastern Palace." Hearing him say that, Tui Van Tien was overjoyed. That's great. With Baek Min Yuyin not here, I could do whatever I want again. At noon, Tui Van Tien arrived at Hung Siu Vien. She looked around and thought, "Hung Siu Vien, this is the place." Seeing Tui Van Tien, a guard said loudly, "Go, go, go." "Where did this brat come from?" "Scram." Tui Van Tien frowned. She said in a loud voice, "Is this how you do business?" "My older brother is MANGAI in the Heaven Grade Room number 1. Suddenly, at this moment, MANGAI and Chu Lao appeared from behind. Chu Lao asked MANGAI, "Master, since when did you have a younger sister?" Tui Van Tien turned around in surprise. "Speak of the devil. Why did you show up as soon as you're mentioned?" Chu Lao roared, "Where did this wild child come from, daring to impersonate our young master's sister?" MANGAI hurriedly interjected, saying loudly, "Chu Lao, how can you say such things to a child?" He bent down and said softly to Tui Van Tien, "I'm sorry. I didn't discipline him well. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Tui Van Tien smiled and replied, "Little big brother, you're such a good person. To thank you, let me treat you to a meal." As night fell, at Mac Lee's residence, inside, Tui Van Tien ate and drank her fill, then said, I'm full, it's time to get down to business." She gently took out a few copper coins. "Actually, I came here to pay a debt for an older sister," she added happily. "She said she borrowed 2 won from you. She's returning 4 won. The other 2 are for interest." MANGAI asked softly, "I didn't expect you were sent by her. Is she doing well now?" Tui Van Tien took out the money. She replied, "She's doing very well." She called out in a loud voice, "Proprietor, the bill." MANGAI quickly cut in. "Wait," he said, "little sister, it's inconvenient for me to carry so much gold and silver when I'm out, so I'd like to exchange gold for your banknotes. Would you be willing?" She agreed. "All right, consider it repaying a favor." Soon, the gold was brought out. Taking the gold, Tui Van Tien said happily, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." MANGAI said, "Where is your home? Let's take you back." She immediately refused. No need. Tui Van Tien thought to herself, "I absolutely cannot let Baek Min Yuyin find out I snuck out again, or he will definitely punish me." A while later, MANGAI and Chu Lao were walking on the street. Chu Lao asked curiously, "Master, we're not short on banknotes. Why did you have to exchange with that girl?" MANGAI replied softly, "Because that girl's banknotes have the official seal of the Tsanglan nation." Chu Lao was stunned. Could it be that she's the descendant of an official? MANGAI said softly, "Not necessarily." He speculated, if she stole these banknotes, then exchanging them for gold is a way of helping her. Otherwise, if she were to use them outside, the worst outcome will be getting caught and tortured for information. Inside the Eastern Palace, Baek Min Yuyin spoke sternly. "Have you found the person yet?" "Not yet, but this subordinate has already had people distribute her portrait everywhere. There should be news soon." Hearing that, Baek Min Yuyin turned around coolly and questioned, "Do you think I'm so easily deceived?" Only then did Deep Han reply in fear, "This subordinate wouldn't dare." Actually, it's not that this subordinate has found nothing these past few days. It's just that it's related to the little crown princess consort. So, seeing Deep Han hesitate and stammer, Baek Min Yuyin shouted, "Speak clearly." Deep Han replied, "Doesn't your highness see that she looks exactly like a grown-up version of the little crown princess consort? This subordinate suspects they are related by blood. In fact, the last time the little crown princess consort went missing, she went to see her." Hearing this, Baek Min Yuyin thought to himself, related by blood. Could that woman be the mother that girl was looking for before? Baek Min Yuyin immediately ordered in frustration, "Continue the search for me. If anyone is found using those banknotes, issue a warrant for their arrest immediately." Not long after, when it was dark, Tui Van Tien was walking with her maid when she suddenly heard something. "Baek Min Yuyin, you bastard, you despicable villain." Tui Van Tien spoke up curiously, "Sister Hung and Gong, Did you hear that? Why don't we go over and take a look? I heard it, but His Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing Hung and Gung was reluctant to go, she acted cute. Hung and Gung could never win against the little crown princess consort's puppy dog eyes and could only agree helplessly. All right. Tui Van Tien quickly went to a nearby room. Hearing the door open, the person inside panicked. Even if you gave me more courage, I wouldn't dare to curse His Highness the Crown Prince anymore. I beg you, don't throw me in the sky prison. Tui Van Tien looked at the person before her, utterly surprised. Is that Lin Noyet, the little sister who caused a scene at the wedding? Lin Noyet saw her and cried aggrievedly, "Boo-hoo-hoo, you must have come to save me, right? I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place anymore. Save me, take me of it, wah wah wah." Tui Van Tien said helplessly, "The lock is broken. You can just run away yourself." Hung and Gung said with some worry, "Little crown princess consort. This person must have committed some crime to be locked up here by His Highness the Crown Prince. It's better if we don't get involved. I'll just say a few words to her. It'll be fine. I broke the lock, but the Crown Prince's manor is so big, I couldn't find the gate, and then as soon as the guard spotted me, I ran right back here. You're this bad with directions. How have you survived until now?" Speaking of which, Lin Noyet said proudly, "I have special skills for asking for directions." "Then why were you locked up here?" After a bit of conversation, Tui Van Tien exclaimed in surprise, "You want the immortal Frost Lotus too?" "That's right. I just told a little lie because I wanted the immortal Frost Lotus, who knew he would lock me up." Hearing Lin Noyet say it so casually, she replied angrily, "The Crown Prince locked you up because he was afraid you were eyeing the immortal Frost Lotus. If I were the Crown Prince, I wouldn't just lock you up, I'd lock you up for life." Hearing that, Lin Noyet cried out, "No, I don't want to be locked up here for life." "Then do you still want the immortal Frost Lotus?" "No, I don't want it anymore." "Good girl, remember, after you get out." And so, the escape began. Afterward, Tui Van Tien also went to the Crown Prince's room. She complained tiredly. "He called me over, but he's not even here. What on earth has he been so busy with lately?" Hearing this, Hung and Gung was secretly pleased. The little Crown Princess consort finally knows how to care about His Highness. "I heard the Crown Prince is busy preparing for the spirit beast hunting assembly in the secret realm. That's why he's not free." Hearing that, she immediately got excited. "Wow, can I go then?" Just then, Baek Min Yin suddenly appeared, leaning close to her and whispering, "Where do you want to go? Where are you trying to run off to again?" She cried out in alarm, "Nowhere. Don't come so close to me." At this moment, Baek Min Yin looked at her and thought, "Indeed, the more I look, the more they resemble each other." Then he ordered Hung and Gung to leave. "You may leave." "Yes." At this point, Baek Min Yin directly took out the portrait of her adult form to question her. "Who exactly is the woman in this painting?" Tui Van Tien said awkwardly, "That's my mother." Hearing that, Baek Min Yin said sternly, "I do not like children who lie." Tui Van Tien's eyes widened. "Handsome husband, I'm not lying. It's obvious that the person in the painting and I are as alike as two peas in a pod. If not mother and daughter, what else could we be?" Baek Min Yin asked with a worried expression, "Where's your mother now?" Tui Van Tien replied proudly, "I don't know. Probably with my father." Baek Min Yin suddenly became furious. "Your father? Who is he? I want to kill him." Seeing this, Tui Van Tien deliberately said sweet things to tease Baek Min Yin. "My father is the best man in the world. He's more handsome than you, has a better build than you, and is more gentle than you." Baek Min Yin pressed on. "Didn't you tell me before that he was a heartless man?" Tui Van Tien turned her face away. "They've made up, all right?" Baek Min Yin frowned. "You've never met her. How do you know they've made up?" Tui Van Tien's eyes welled up with tears. She turned her face to the side and replied, "Is it wrong for me to hope they've made up? You're a liar. You said you'd help me find my mother, but you still haven't found her." Tui Van Tien burst into tears. "Boo-hoo-hoo, I miss my mom so much." Seeing this, Baek Min Yin thought helplessly, "Forget it. Why bother arguing with child?" Tui Van Tien said again, "Handsome husband, can we go out and look for mom?" Baek Min Yin quickly stopped her. "No. You rest for another 2 or 3 days, and I will have Matron not come and continue teaching you etiquette." Hearing this, Tui Van Tien was extremely disappointed. "Oh." Baek Min Yin continued, "These few days I don't have time to manage you, but as long as you are obedient, I will take you to find her." Tui Van Tien forced a smile. "Mem, I'll be obedient. You take me? It'd be a miracle if you could find her." The next day, on a rocky mountain, Baek Min Yin stood silently before a giant cliff. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Tan Noyet pays her respects to the palace master." Baek Min Yin replied coldly, "Do you still remember the time you schemed against me?" Tui Van Wan said, "Palace master, spare my life. Tan Noyet has her own difficulties." Baek Min-yin said softly. You think I would believe that? Tui Van Wan immediately replied. Actually, it was all designed by my junior sister. She often secretly met with men and was no longer a virgin long ago. She even once asked me to go down the mountain to buy her a packet of abortion medicine. Baek Min-yin suddenly paused. Could it be that she didn't take the abortion medicine and so gave birth to Tui Van Tien? Baek Min-yin waved his hand, striking Tui Van Wan to the ground. You once said she was the #1 beauty under the heavens, and now you're telling me she even has a child. Tui Van Wan, her face filled with terror, spoke up. Palace Master, that's not it. It was Tui Van Tien. She begged me to deceive you. Baek Min-yin's voice tensed. What did you say? Tui Van Tien. Tui Van Wan stammered. No, that's not right. Tui Van Tien is my junior sister's child. Your subordinate misspoke just now. Enough. I don't want to hear any more of your lies. Baek Min-yin waved his hand, and a demon flood dragon appeared before them. Tui Van Wan was too scared to move. A demon flood dragon. Baek Min-yin glanced at it. She's your reward. Tui Van Wan's agonizing scream echoed through a corner of the valley. Her whole body was covered in blood. T hurts so much. My whole body hurts so much. I don't want to die. Someone come save me. As night fell, a mysterious person in white approached Tui Van Wan. Do you want to live? At Van Tui Dong. Baek Min-yin hurriedly walked in. The sect leader of Van Tui Dong saw him and asked, I wonder what business the Nether Palace Master has in gracing my Van Tui Dong with his presence. Baek Min-yin held a portrait in his hand and asked coldly, where is she now? The sect leader of Van Tui Dong thought to herself, so the Nether Palace Master is the one who defiled Tiener. I absolutely cannot let him know Tiener's true identity, or will surely ruin the fated marriage between Tiener and the Crown Prince. Then, the sect leader of Van Tui Dong replied, the woman in the painting is not a disciple of my Van Tui Dong. How would I know where she is? Baek Min-yin said angrily, if she is not a disciple of Van Tui Dong, why did she appear in your forbidden area? Can just anyone enter that forbidden area? The sect leader replied, she was indeed once a disciple of our Van Tui Dong, but I expelled her from the sect a long time ago. Baek Min-yin's voice tensed. Both she and I were schemed against by a disciple of your sect. You should not have expelled her. The sect leader of Van Tui Dong pressed. So, the Palace Master already knows who that person is. Baek Min-yin replied, I have already cleaned up the sect for you. You need not concern yourself with this matter anymore. After hearing this, the sect leader of Van Tui Dong, her face showed astonishment. When a disciple of our Van Tui Dong makes a mistake, it should be handled by me. On what grounds do you interfere? Baek Min-yin said loudly, on the grounds that she deserved to die. The sect leader's expression was sorrowful. Forget it. The person is already dead. I invite the Palace Master to leave. The sect leader still hasn't told me where she is. Why is the Palace Master so insistent on finding her? Baek Min-yin recalled that night. She is already my woman. Regardless of whether Tui Van Tien is her daughter or not, I must find her and ask her clearly. The sect leader of Van Tui Dong said helplessly, I must remind you, she's already married now. Please do not disturb them anymore. Let that ill-fated connection end here. Baek Min-yin remained stubborn and refused to leave. I'll say it again. She is my woman. No matter who it is, don't even think about taking her from me. The sect leader of Van Tui Dong glared. If you are so insistent, then let's have a duel. If you lose, you are not to look for her anymore, and the price will be a drop of your heart's blood. If you win, I will no longer stop you. Baek Min-yin snorted. In an instant, a drop of blood had fallen. The sect leader of Van Tui Dong collapsed to her knees. How? How can this be? She thought with a tremble. This person's strength far surpasses mine. If Tiener encounters him, I'm afraid she will suffer. She bowed her head. Whether you want to kill or cut me down, it's up to you to decide. Baek Min-yin said, I ask you, what kind of sect leader would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life for a woman who was expelled from the sect? Why did you want my heart's blood? The sect leader of Van Tui Dong answered, to save someone. Baek Min-yin pressed. Could it be that the person you want to save is her? With that said, Baek Min-yin quickly left. Then I'll trouble the sect leader to pass on a message for me. If she wants my heart's blood, tell her to come to Yumin Kung to find me personally. He smiled faintly. The main gate of Yumin Kung will forever be open for her. At this moment, at Tui Van Tien's residence, She lay alone by the window. Where on earth is the immortal frost lotus hidden? Baek Min is getting harder and harder to fool. What if I suddenly transform in front of him later? Thuy Van Tien secretly imagined the scene. Help, you pervert. That absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. At this moment, a voice called out, "Little Crown Princess, are you awake? The third prince has come to visit, but His Highness the Crown Prince is not here. So you are the most suitable person in the residence to receive him." Hearing this, Thuy Van Tien was extremely excited. That's right, today is the 30th, the end of the month. I can finally go see my temporary father. Thuy Van Tien walked out happily. Sister Hung and Gung, let's go. Outside the palace, the sky was clear and blue when a guard's voice rang out. The crown princess arrives. Baek Min Fong was stunned when he heard it. Seeing Thuy Van Tien, he called out, "Little sister-in-law, you're here." She said, I'm here." Baek Min Fong smiled in reply. "It's been a long time since I've seen my royal brother. I missed him dearly, so I came especially to reminisce with him." Thuy Van Tien gritted her teeth and thought, "Didn't he come to find me? Don't tell me he's forgotten our previous agreement." She spoke in a gruff voice. "The crown prince is not in the residence. Go back to where you came from." With one hand on her hip and the other gesturing, she said, "This way, please." Baek Min Fong bowed his head slightly. "Little sister-in-law, there's a saying that a guest in the home is a treasured guest. Is this your way of treating guests?" Thuy Van Tien replied angrily. "Then may I ask how the third prince wishes to be treated?" Baek Min Fong said softly, "Little sister-in-law, I've waited here for so long. Shouldn't you at least invite me for lunch?" With a sly look, he lowered his voice and continued, "There are so many people here. If you don't cooperate with me, how can I take you out?" She was stunned and hurriedly pulled Baek Min Fong along. "What? The third prince wants to eat McDonald's and KFC? We don't have that here. We have to go out to eat." Baek Min Fong looked confused. "McDonald's, KFC, what are those things?" "Little sister-in-law, you misheard. I said Hung Man Lao. That's the best restaurant in the Kangla Nation." Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she thought, "Why Hung Man Lao? Don't tell me I'm going to run into Baek Min Yin again this time." Hung and Gung said worriedly from outside the door, "The crown prince has given an order. The little crown princess is not to leave the palace without permission. Whatever you wish to eat, this servant can just instruct the kitchen to make it." Baek Min Fong lowered his voice. "Insolent. This prince merely wants to take my little sister-in-law out for a meal. Could I possibly harm her?" Hung and Gung trembled all over, her mouth stammering. This servant did not mean that. "Please forgive me, Your Highness the third prince." Baek Min Fong held out his hand. "Rest assured." With that, he hoisted Thuy Van Tien onto his shoulder. "If my royal brother seeks to place blame, just let this prince bear it all alone." She felt dizzy and said angrily, "Put me down. I can walk by myself." The two of them continued to bicker, even after going outside. "Put me down. Let's go, little sister-in-law." Hung and Gung stood there, thinking worriedly. "I hope the little crown princess returns soon. She absolutely must not be discovered by the crown prince." Before the hall of the sect leader of Van Thuy Dong. Inside, a voice rang out. "Sect leader, should we tell Tiener about this?" The sect leader said softly, "Not for now. That Nether Palace master has taken an interest in Tiener. As long as we don't let him know that secret, he won't discover Tiener's true identity." Another voice said worriedly, "But I'm still not at ease about Tiener." The sect leader continued, "Don't be hasty. As long as Tiener doesn't actively seek him out, no matter how powerful the Nether Palace is, they can't just barge into the Eastern Palace to snatch someone. That's right. Go to the sect today and check if any disciples are absent." The person asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly telling me to go check the numbers?" The sect leader bowed her head and replied softly, "The Nether Palace master said he has cleaned up the sect for us. If someone is absent today, that person is surely the culprit who harmed Tiener." Thuy Van Tien and Baek Min Fong stood before a restaurant. Thuy Van Tien questioned angrily, "Hey, didn't you say you were taking me to see my dad? Why is it Hung Man Lao?" Baek Min Fong laughed loudly in reply, "Little sister-in-law, going to the Nether Palace in broad daylight. You may not be afraid of being discovered, but I am. Don't worry. As long as you find a chance to sneak out tonight, I will definitely take you to see him." She said, "If we're going tonight, then why did you insist on bringing me to Hung Man Lao now?" Baek Min Fong said smugly, "Of course. It's to bring you to watch a good show." Outside, the sky was clear. Inside, the two sat at table. Baek Min Fong spoke up, "Little sister-in-law, it's my treat today. What would you like to eat?" Thuy Van Tien said proudly, "Then I won't be polite." She called out cheerfully, "Bring out all of your shop's specialties." and bring up a jug of your best wine. Backman Fong broke into a confused sweat. Little sister-in-law, do you really know how to drink? Tui Van Tien replied confidently, you'll know once I try. The wine and food were brought up, filling the table. Backman Fong raised his wine cup, his face beaming. Little sister-in-law, I toast to you with this cup. Tui Van Tien cheered happily. Cheers, bottoms up. Backman Fong asked her, confused, when did I offend you, little sister-in-law, for you to curse me to die? If I die, you won't get to see your father. She looked as if she'd been struck by lightning and hurriedly explained, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Cheers means bottoms up. It's not cursing you to die. Backman Fong smiled and thought to himself, how can a child say so many strange words? Is this the special characteristic of the Holy Maiden? No wonder my royal brother values her so much. The two were talking and laughing happily, eating and drinking to their heart's content, when suddenly there was a commotion downstairs. Move aside, move aside. Tui Van Tien looked on curiously and saw a fairy who had descended to the mortal world appear downstairs. It was the princess of the Snow Domain Nation, Princess Tuet Company. The people around them were all abuzz. The fairy just looked at me. Nonsense. She was clearly looking at me. Tan Ni, following the princess, shouted loudly, insolent commoners. Get out of the way. If you bump into the princess, can you bear the responsibility? Princess Tuet Ko saw this and stopped her. This is the Kangla Nation, not the Snow Domain Nation. Hang Yi, do not be rude. Tui Van Tien, on the upper floor, said with a laugh, don't you like beautiful women the most? Why aren't you playing the hero, saving the damsel today? Backman Fong replied radiantly, as the best man in the Kangla Nation, I am already married. Besides, this beauty has a special status. She's a flower that already has an owner. She was surprised, huh? Really? Which man is so lucky? Backman Fong lowered his head, holding a shrimp, engrossed in peeling it. Well, Tui Van Tien cried out, who is it already? Hurry up and tell me. Don't be so secretive and spoil my fun. Backman Fong smiled and passed the peeled shrimp over. With so much delicious food, isn't that stimulating enough for you? I peeled this shrimp especially for you. Hurry up and eat. She said angrily, who wants to eat shrimp? I want to hear the gossip. Backman Fong laughed loudly. Suddenly, Tui Van Tien laughed so hard she shook. Downstairs, Backman Yuyan and Deep Han had seen her. Backman Yuyan frowned and thought, why are they here? Deep Han's expression changed, thinking to himself, the little crown princess and His Highness the third prince. Backman Yuyan said angrily, Deep Han, immediately have your men disperse the crowd and ensure Princess Tuet Ko's safety. Deep Han immediately replied, yes. Deep Han looked at Backman Yuyan's back, which was radiating a dark aura, and thought, His Highness has entered Hung Man Lao with killing intent. It seems the little crown princess is in for it. The door was suddenly pushed open. Backman Fong looked outside, saw Backman Yuyan, and called out, Imperial brother, why are you here? Tui Van Tien, who was eating, trembled upon hearing this. Backman Yuyan lowered his voice. Why did you bring her out of the palace? When Tui Van Tien heard Backman Yuyan's voice, it was as if she was struck by lightning. This can't be. I must be drunk and dreaming. He can't possibly be here. Backman Fong stammered, Imperial brother. Backman Yuyan wrapped an arm around her. Sneaking out is one thing, but you even dared to drink alcohol. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Princess Tuet Ko spoke. Which one of you is His Highness the Crown Prince? Tui Van Tien was still held tightly by Backman Yuyan and thought, busted, I'm so busted. Backman Yuyan turned his head and said, this prince is the crown prince. Seeing this scene, Princess Tuet Ko thought, so this is the person my imperial brother designated for my marriage alliance. Then the child in his arms is another block of ice? This scene is so awkward. Tui Van Tien, trapped in the middle with no escape, thought dizzily, I'm stuck between two blocks of ice, so small and pitiful. She felt like she was about to freeze. If she were by my side in the summer, wouldn't I save money on air conditioning? Backman Fong, standing to the side, gave a strained laugh. Princess Tuet Ko truly lives up to her name as the #1 beauty under the heavens. Seeing is truly believing. Are all the women from your Tuet Vuk nation as beautiful as you? Tuet Ko glanced at him and asked, who are you? Backman Fong introduced himself. I am Backman Fong, the third prince of the Tsanglan nation. I heard that the princess is representing the Tuet Vuk nation for a marriage alliance this time. I wonder if you have anyone in mind? Tuet Ko replied, this is not a matter for the third prince to worry about. Backman Yin glanced at Deep Han outside the door and called out, Deep Han, escort the princess to the palace. Deep Han replied, yes. The two passed each other. Back Min Yin spoke. This prince has other matters to attend to and cannot entertain you. Tuet Ko was surprised. Why have I never heard that His Highness the Crown Prince has a daughter? Seeing this, Back Min Fong said, the princess misunderstands. That little girl is actually the crown princess. My imperial brother usually treats her even better than he treats me. Tuet Ko said softly, such an adorable child. It's normal for her to be doted on. Tuet Ko's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she thought, as long as she doesn't ruin my marriage alliance plan, it's fine. Outside the palace, evening had fallen and the moon had risen. Tui Van Tien was trying to climb onto the roof, then suddenly jumped down. Perfect, as expected of me. Backman Fong was already waiting below. Seeing her strange actions, he smiled and asked, little sister-in-law, are you planning to be a thief? She thought angrily, it does look a bit like that. Backman Fong laughed heartily. I can't let Imperial Brother see me again this time, or he'll skin me alive, she said while running. I could clearly tell you knew you'd run into him. That's why you deliberately brought me to Hong Man Lao. Backman Fong explained, little sister-in-law, you've misunderstood me. I just wanted to let you see that Princess Tuet company. She's here for a marriage alliance. Aren't you curious who she's going to be allied with? Hearing this, Tui Van Tien suddenly turned her head back and replied, who else could it be? It's definitely your imperial brother. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Seeing this, Backman Fong was surprised. Are you really not worried that Princess Tuet co-marrying imperial brother will threaten your position? She snorted impatiently. So annoying. Can you stop talking nonsense? Let's go already. Backman Fong stepped forward and picked up Tui Van Tien. We're going right now. Elsewhere, the Yumin Palace was quiet. Tui Van Tien and Backman Fong stood before the palace. The guard outside saw the two and raised a hand to block them. The Yumin Palace is an important place. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Backman Fong held up a jade pendant and said, please give this jade pendant to your palace master. When the palace master sees this jade pendant, he will naturally know who I am. The guard replied, very well. Please wait here, you two. Backman Fong said smugly, little sister-in-law, you're about to meet your father. Aren't you excited? Tui Van Tien said nonchalantly, it's all right. I wonder if this Yumin palace master is as hard to fool as Backman Yuan. Backman Fong said, I heard that under the Yumin palace master's mask is an extremely ugly face. Why would your mother fall for someone like that? Tui Van Tien's face immediately looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. What? Not only is he a pervert, but he's also an ugly man? A daughter doesn't mind her father's ugliness. As long as my mother likes him, it's fine. I can't accept this. The guard approached and said, the palace master invites you in. Please follow me, you two. Inside the magnificent and vast palace, the palace master, sitting on the throne, spoke. I wonder what business the third prince is visiting so late at night. Backman Fong spoke. Palace master, I came here today, naturally, to report some good news. The palace master was surprised. Backman Fong held Tui Van Tien up and said, that's right, palace master. Do you recognize who she is? Tui Van Tien thought uncomfortably, this pet-holding posture again. The palace master looked at the two and thought, let me see what tricks you're up to. Then he spoke. She looks a bit familiar. Backman Fong's face lit up with joy. It's right that she looks familiar. Do you think she looks like your long-lost daughter? The palace master showed a surprised expression. This lord was not aware I had a daughter. Backman Fong continued. Perhaps it's because the palace master has had too many women that you've forgotten about this. The palace master retorted. When it comes to being a womanizer, how can this lord compare to the third prince's great reputation? Hearing this, Backman Fong's face fell, looking extremely awkward. Suddenly, Tui Van Tien said softly, are you my father? Seeing this, Backman Fong thought to himself, when did this little girl get out again? The palace master frowned and asked, whether I am or not. You should know better than I. Tui Van Tien's face fell as she thought. What does he mean? Could it be that he's already discovered I'm a fake? She put on a cute act and said, my mother said my father is a masked immortal, so it must be you. After hearing this, the palace master bowed his head in thought. It seems this little girl is indeed here because of that woman. The palace master looked up and said, thank you, third prince, for helping me find my long-lost, illegitimate daughter. I wonder what reward you would like. Hearing this, Backman Fong said, I've heard that the Yu Min Palace's non-Tian Tao is rare in this world, and drinking it can cure 100 poisons. I wonder if the palace master would be willing to part with it? The palace master immediately ordered his subordinate, men, Take the third prince to get the non-Tien Tao. This lord has a few words to say to my daughter in private, so I cannot entertain you. Seeing that Bac Min Fong was about to leave her behind, Tui Van Tien cried out, "Hey, you're not planning to leave me here alone, are you?" Bac Min Fong turned and walked away, saying, "What are you afraid of? He's your father." She thought in fear, "I wish he really were my father." The palace master spoke. "Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here today?" Tui Van Tien turned around, trembling. "Father, what are you talking about?" "Of course, your daughter missed you, so I came to find you." The palace master said in a low voice, "This lord does not like children who lie." Tui Van Tien thought in fear. Why is his tone so similar to Bac Min Yuyan's? No, if it were him here, he would have exposed me on the spot. This must be just a coincidence. The palace master continued, "Did your mother tell you to come here?" Tui Van Tien smiled and replied, Yes, she did." "Why didn't she come herself?" Tui Van Tien put on a pitiful expression. "My mother is about to die, so she told me to come. Please save my mother." Hearing this, the palace master looked anxious. His tone panicked as he hurriedly asked, "Where is your mother? Take me to see her quickly." Tui Van Tien said in surprise, "Well, there's no need to be in such a hurry. My mother is not in a state to see anyone right now, but as long as father can cure her, she will definitely come to find you." He's leaning too close. The palace master rested his chin on his hand and pondered. "Then tell me, how must this lord save her?" Tui Van Tien spoke. "To save my mother, you must use your heart's blood." The palace master asked her again, "Why must it be this lord's heart's blood? Can't someone else's blood be used?" Tui Van Tien said loudly, "Isn't it because of you? Because you took my mother's innocence." The palace master froze. "Your mother even told you this?" He thought to himself, how could she casually tell a child such a thing? Tui Van Tien said sorrowfully, "Actually, the sect master told me. My mother previously cultivated a certain technique. After cultivating it, she was not allowed to be intimate with men. If she broke this rule, she would need that man's heart's blood as a catalyst. Otherwise, she wouldn't live past 3 watches. The palace master said, "If your mother was not allowed to be intimate with men, then where did you come from?" She was choked by the palace master's fatal question and couldn't help but scream internally, "Help me, why is this guy even harder to deal with than Bac Min Yuyan?" The sunlight from outside the window shone through the crack in the door into the hall. The palace master stepped down and sat in front of Tui Van Tien, leaning in slightly. Seeing this, Tui Van Tien stammered, "My mother started cultivating after she gave birth to me." She thought to herself, "Please, just let me go. I really can't make up any more lies." The palace master thought to himself, "If she and I had a daughter, I suppose she would be this adorable. It's fine if you want this lord to save your mother, but this lord has one condition." Tui Van Tien asked fearfully, "What condition?" The palace master stated his condition. "For saving a life, repay me with your body." She misunderstood the palace master's meaning, thinking he meant ginseng from ginseng root, and thought, "Bring it on, don't go easy on me just because I'm a ginseng plant. Repaying with ginseng, if I give him a ginseng root, it wouldn't count as breaking my promise, right? Besides, as long as I hide in the crown prince's manor and don't come out, I don't believe he'd dare to come and snatch me away." She stammered, "No problem. We'll do as you say." The palace master said in surprise, "Can you make this decision for your mother?" Tui Van Tien replied cheerfully, "Don't worry, my will is my mother's will. If you're not at ease, you can come to the crown prince's manor to find me. What if I come looking for you, and the crown prince captures me? Or are you deliberately luring me to the crown prince's manor, precisely to have me captured?" Tui Van Tien trembled and stammered, How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe my mother, right?" The palace master thought to himself, "Your mother is even less trustworthy." The palace master rested his chin on his hand and spoke, "Very well, come and get this lord's heart's blood in 3 days." Tui Van Tien immediately accepted the order. In Van Tui Cave, the sect master asked, "You're here. Did you find anything?" Tui Van Dong replied, "Not a single disciple is missing. Could it be that the Yumin palace master is lying to us?" The sect master said worriedly, "What would he gain from lying to us? There must be some hidden circumstances we don't know about. As for me, I have a suspect. It's just that I haven't found any evidence yet." The sect master pressed, "Who is it?" Tui Van Dong lowered her voice and replied, "Tan Noyet. These past few days, wherever she is, trouble is sure to follow. Then pay more attention to her movements. For now, don't alert the enemy." Tui Van Nguyen stood outside the door, the corner of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. Tui Van Tien was sleeping soundly when a small dog came close and licked her cheek, saying, "Little crown princess, wake up, little crown princess." Tui Ventian sat up and said softly, "Why are you ruining my sweet dreams so early in the morning?" Hung Ngung, beside her, said, "Little crown princess, did you forget you have to study etiquette today?" Tui Ventian had an impatient look on her face. "I don't want to. I've clearly learned it before. What else is there to learn?" Suddenly, Nanny Nok appeared from nowhere, speaking from behind. "His Highness the Crown Prince has given an order. If you do not obey, he will have this servant punish you in his stead." Tui Vantian's voice echoed from outside the hall. Backman Yuyan, you damn lingering ghost." Backman Yuyan suddenly sneezed. In the hall, Shui Yuntian was lying under the table, sighing. Just suddenly, a ruler tapped on the table, startling Shui Yuntian, who jumped up. "Have you understood everything I just said?" Shui Yuntian angrily leaped up and said, "Hey, why did you suddenly scare me?" Shui Yuntian looked out the window, and suddenly the door opened. The court painter, Zhang Yang, walked in. Shui Yuntian gestured wildly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, red with green, what a joke." Zhang Yang frowned angrily and asked, "You are the little crown princess consort? Seeing is indeed believing." Shui Yuntian gave a forced laugh. "So I'm that famous, huh?" Two palace maids behind them whispered, "Does this little crown princess consort really think she's some big shot? I heard that when the crown prince married her, he didn't even show up. Not only did he not show up, he had someone lead a dog to perform the wedding vows with her." Shui Yuntian roared in anger. "What do you know? A puppy smells much better than Bei Mingyuan." Zhang Yang introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yang, the painter invited by Her Majesty the Empress to teach the palace maids painting. If the little crown princess consort does not study well, I really don't know how I will report to His Highness the Crown Prince." Shui Yuntian replied, "Painting is my specialty. If you want to teach me, we'll have to see if you're qualified." Zhang Yang asked in surprise, "What would be considered qualified?" Shui Yuntian continued, "How about we have a painting competition? If you win, I'll obediently listen to you, but if you lose..." Zhang Yang looked confused. "If I lose, then what?" Shui Yuntian said with blushing cheeks. "Then you will wear a palace maid's dress and walk a lap around the palace. Wear women's clothes? What? You don't dare?" Zhang Yang's face tensed. "A competition it is, then. I absolutely cannot lose." Outside, Bei Mifeng and Bei Mingyuan were walking together. Bei Mingfeng sighed. "Alas, imperial brother, you're busy all day helping Father Emperor with state affairs. Little sister-in-law is so bored and pitiful at home all alone." Bei Mingyuan glanced at him. "So you took it upon yourself to take her out of the residence, and even took her drinking?" Bei Mingfeng was stunned. "Little sister-in-law was the one who asked to drink that wine." "Imperial brother, you can't wrongly blame me like this. Am I that wicked in your eyes?" Bei Mingyuan said irritably, "What you've done, don't you know it in your heart?" A palace maid walked past the two of them, and Bei Mingyuan glanced over and called out, "Stop." The maid said, trembling, "You are Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Third Prince." She immediately knelt. Bei Mingfeng said, What are you doing with so much charcoal?" The maid stammered in reply, "Your Highness the Third Prince, today the little crown princess consort insisted on having a painting competition with Painter Zhang, and ordered this servant to find some long, thin pieces of charcoal to bring over." Bei Mingfeng looked excited. "It seems there's another good show to watch. Imperial brother, don't you want to go take a look?" Bei Mingyuan's cheeks flushed. "Let's go take a look." Outside, the sky was clear and blue. Inside, the maid handed the charcoal to Shui Yuntian, "Little crown princess consort. Here is the charcoal you wanted." She immediately took it happily. Zhang Yang asked curiously, "You have the charcoal. How do you want to compete?" Shui Yuntian said, "Let's compete to see who can draw faster. How about it?" Zhang Yang looked at her and said, "Fine, but don't cry when you lose later." The two of them stared at each other, sparks flying. She said, "You should just get ready to wear women's clothes." The competition began. A female model took her position for the two to start their contest. Shui Yuntian hummed a tune as she held her brush, and Zhang Yang was also ready. Bei Mingyuan and Bei Mingfeng stood outside watching. Bei Mingfeng said in surprise, "I didn't expect little sister-in-law to use charcoal to draw. That's really surprising. If she loses, will Imperial brother step in to stop it?" Bei Mingyuan was expressionless. "It depends on the situation." Zhang Yang turned his head to look at her and said, "Little crown princess consort, I'm about to finish. It's not too late to back out now." Shui Yuntian said with a happy expression, "I'm done." Zhang Yang's face changed. "What?" Shui Yuntian immediately held up her painting. Comparing it to the model, This is... Zhang Yang took the painting as if struck by lightning and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Seeing this, a maid hurriedly said, "Painter Zhang is spitting blood. Quickly call the imperial physician." With blood at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yang said in shock, "Wait, I'm fine. I have lost." The two palace maids beside them chattered. Could the little crown princess consort have cheated? Right. Painter Zhang must have lost to her on purpose. The female model picked up the painting, gasped, This is haunted." After saying that, she fainted on the spot. The palace maids gathered around and said hurriedly, "Someone fainted. Someone call the imperial physician." Shui Yuntian asked curiously, "Why did you help me?" Zhang Yang looked at her. "Because I want to ask you to be my master." Her face turned pale. Huh? In the hall, the Empress's angry voice echoed. "Is there such a thing?" Nanny Li beside her said. This servant also heard that someone saw His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Third Prince near the art room. The Empress sighed. "Go and summon the Crown Princess consort here for me." Nanny Li comforted her. "Your Majesty need not worry too much. Perhaps things are not as bad as we imagine." The Empress frowned and said, "Nanny Li, you should know the seriousness of matters involving ghosts in the palace. I'm afraid the noble consort will use this opportunity to blow things up and implicate the Crown Prince. Go find a few more palace staff who were present at the time and ask them clearly, absolutely do not let this news reach the noble consort's ears." On the other side, a eunuch came to announce, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty the Emperor has a matter for you. Please follow this servant." Bei Mingyuan ordered, "You stay here and keep watch for me. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable." Bei Mingfeng said worriedly, Yes. Imperial brother, you should go quickly." In the room, Zhang Yang was wearing women's clothes. Shui Yuntian stared in amazement. "Wow, not bad. You have the potential to be a cross-dressing master." Zhang Yang immediately asked her, "Then can master teach me how to sketch now?" She looked agreeable. A maid entered and called out loudly, "Little Crown Princess consort, Her Majesty the Empress summons you." Shui Yuntian turned her head and asked in surprise, "Why is Her Majesty the Empress looking for me?" The maid continued, "Everyone is gossiping that there were ghosts causing trouble in the art room today, so Her Majesty the Empress wants to find you to understand the situation." She immediately said, "All right, but I have to bring 2 people to be my witnesses. You carry that fainted palace maid and come with me." Zhang Yang was shocked. Huh? She immediately said, "Hey, if you want me to be your master, then later, what should be said and what shouldn't be said, you understand, right?" Outside the palace, a guard announced in a loud voice, "Her Ladyship the noble consort arrives." The Empress, sitting in the hall, thought to herself, "I didn't expect the news to travel so fast." Noble consort Chun stood before the Empress and spoke. "Elder sister, I heard there are ghosts in the palace, and this matter seems to involve the Crown Princess consort. I wonder how you plan to handle it." The Empress replied softly, "This one will investigate this matter clearly myself. There's no need for younger sister to worry." Noble consort Chun looked smug. "Then elder sister must not let the one who's playing God and ghost off the hook. Otherwise, if this matter reaches the Emperor's ears, neither of us can bear the consequences." Shui Yuntian walked in from outside and said, "Your subject greets Mother Empress. May Mother Empress have boundless fortune and good health." Zhang Yang bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Her Ladyship the noble consort." Noble consort Chun said angrily, "Who is this man in women's clothes? How dare you let him in here?" Zhang Yang was so scared he plopped onto the ground. "Her Ladyship the noble consort misunderstands. I am Zhang Yang, the painter in charge of teaching the palace maids to paint. Wearing women's clothes was just a small joke between me and the little Crown Princess consort. I didn't expect it to offend the eyes of your ladyships. For this matter, please just punish me alone, Your Ladyship." Noble consort Chin continued, I see this person has a crooked mind. Elder sister should immediately lock him in the Imperial Clan Court for a thorough investigation." Shui Yuntian let out a sob, her eyes welling with tears. "I'm sorry, Mother Empress. It was me who wanted to joke with him on a whim. Please don't blame him." The Empress spoke. "Younger sister Tian'er is still young. It's normal for her to joke with Zhang Yang. You are an elder. You should be more tolerant. How can you use this as a pretext to assign blame?" Noble consort Chun bowed her head and replied, "Elder sister's words are too heavy. I have no intention of blaming the Crown Princess consort. It's just that the Crown Princess consort status is special. It's just that even if she's insensible, she can't be playing God and ghost, causing panic in the palace." Shui Yuntian thought angrily, I think you're the one playing God and Ghost, yet you dare to bite back. Watch how I deal with you." She immediately said loudly, Where's the ghost? Why can't I see it? Could it be that this ghost was released by her ladyship the noble consort? Otherwise, why are you the only one who saw it?" Hearing this, noble consort Chen flew into a rage and shouted, "Nonsense! Is this the good daughter-in-law you've raised?" Shui Yuntian said in alarm. "Let's just talk about the matter. What does this have to do with Her Majesty the Empress?" The Empress sat to one side, looking helpless. A child doesn't know how to choose her words. "Younger sister, be careful not to let anger harm your health. I think we should just wake up the palace maid who fainted from fright and ask her clearly what exactly she saw at that time." The three of them looked at each other. The palace maid looked like her soul was about to leave her body. These people are too scary. After saying that, she fainted again on the spot. Seeing this, the Empress immediately ordered, "Someone take her to the imperial physician first. We will discuss this matter another day." Noble consort Chen spoke up. "She's already been frightened into this state. Are you still going to continue covering for the crown princess consort?" The Empress immediately said, "One must have evidence for everything. Do you hope I will convict the crown princess consort without distinguishing right from wrong?" Zhang Yang knelt before the Empress. "Your Majesty, it's all because the little crown princess consort's drawing was too realistic that the palace maid got scared. It's absolutely not some ghost causing trouble. I implore your Majesty to look at that painting, and you will know why this subject is saying so." Noble consort Chen picked up the painting to look at it. The Empress said in surprise, "Let me see it quickly." Noble consort Chen said, trembling, This is, elder sister, a painting this vivid. How could it be drawn by a child? There must be something unclean attached to the crown princess consort. This matter, wait a minute." Shui Yuntian thought angrily. This noble consort Chen is here to cause trouble. Suddenly, Bei Mingfeng walked over and stood in front of Shui Yuntian. She immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Bei Mingfeng replied, "If I didn't come, an imperial brother found out you were locked in the imperial clan court. It would be a wonder if he didn't skin me alive." She asked him back, "Then why didn't he come himself?" Bei Mingfeng chuckled. TSK, little sister-in-law really hoped it would be imperial brother who came, didn't you?" She blushed. "Of course not." The Empress spoke. "Third prince, you've come here. Is there an urgent matter?" Bei Mingfeng bowed slightly. "This son greets your Majesty the Empress, her ladyship the noble consort. This son has come here, naturally, to prove the crown princess consort's innocence." The Empress ordered, "Someone bring in all the witnesses." A maid entered and knelt, her face full of terror. "Your Majesty the Empress, the charcoal that the little crown princess consort used for drawing was indeed brought by this lowly one. But this lowly one absolutely did not tamper with the charcoal." Noble consort Chen laughed coldly. "Oh, if there's no problem with the charcoal, then how do you intend to prove the little crown princess consort's innocence?" Bei Mingfeng spoke up in reply. "Her ladyship the noble consort's words are wrong. This little maid did not tamper with the charcoal, but that doesn't mean someone else couldn't have. Where did you get the charcoal you gave to the little crown princess consort?" The maid replied in fear, "It's been cold recently, and charcoal is scarce in the palace. This servant heard that her ladyship, the noble consort's place, has a lot of charcoal. So I bought some from her ladyship's maid, Mai Xiang." Hearing this, noble consort Chen flew into a rage and slapped the maid across the face. "You think that's more of a hindrance than a help." The maid's cheek was red and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and said, "This servant only sold her some charcoal, but she absolutely did not lay a hand on the painting." The Empress stood up and asked in a low voice, "Why is there so much charcoal in your palace?" Consort Chen was tense. Tui Ventien put on a pitiful expression and said, "Mother Empress, I heard that in the southern borders there's a type of witchcraft where if you burn the belongings of someone you hate, you can curse them. Could it be that your highness the consort wants to use this charcoal to burn my things and curse me?" Upon hearing this, Consort Chen was furious and roared, "I did not. You're slandering me." Tui Ventien thought sinisterly, "This is called a taste of your own medicine." The Empress turned to her and asked, "Sister, things have come to this. Are you still not going to tell the truth?" The maid thought to herself, "If I step up and take the blame, Her Highness won't blame me anymore, right?" Thinking of this, she immediately said, "Your Highness the Empress, it was this servant who took consort rose charcoal on her own initiative, wanting to exchange it for some money. Her Highness the consort knew nothing about it." The Empress ordered, "Men, escort my hung to the imperial clan court to await punishment." The consort's management was lax. She is fined 3 months' salary as a warning. Consort Chun gritted her teeth and thought, you rotten brat, just you wait. Outside the hall, maids lined up, holding items in their hands. Tui Van Tien peeked out to look, thinking to herself, I didn't expect this stroke of blind luck would also end up helping Consort Ro and Bei Ming Mo. I wonder how they've been lately. Seeing her, Mo called out, Sister Tien, come over here quickly. Mother Consort's health is much better now. She keeps talking about wanting to see you. Consort Ro walked over and said, Tiener has come. Mo often mentions you to me. Bei Ming Mo blushed. Tui Van Tien breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing you both safe and sound puts my mind at ease. But, Your Highness Consort Ro, even if you don't think of yourself, you must think of Mo. Consort Ro looked sorrowful and contemplative. Mo, go outside for a moment. Mother Consort has something to discuss with Tiener. Bei Ming Mo let out a confused Tui Van Tien said, Your Highness Consort Ro, I have also heard about your situation. You were framed by her, weren't you? Consort Ro replied, That's right. Back then she falsely accused me of causing her miscarriage. The emperor, in a fit of rage, banished me to the cold palace. Without listening to my explanation at all, Tui Van Tien asked her back, Don't you want to overthrow her? Consort Ro said sadly, I am no match for her. She said angrily, That won't do. You have to fight back. As long as you find a way to make the emperor recall the beautiful memories he has with you, you will be able to win back his favor and leave the cold palace. Consort Ro said shyly, But I only know how to sing little tunes, no matter how loud my voice is. It won't reach the emperor's ears. Tui Van Tien comforted her. Don't worry, I will think of a way to help you. You just need to sing a passage every night. Consort Ro thought with sorrowful eyes. Back then, Consort Chen also told me the same thing with such confidence. Tiener, I know you are a good child, but why exactly are you so determined to help me? Outside the door, Bei Ming Mo spoke up. Mother Consort, I believe Sister Tien won't harm us. How could you doubt her? Seeing this, Tui Van Tien smiled and said, No, I'm very happy that Your Highness Consort Ro can think this way. It proves that you have finally become wary of others. In this deep palace, the biggest taboo is to easily trust others. To be honest with you, I actually offended the consort not long ago. I think we can join forces to overthrow her and eliminate future troubles. Consort Ro pondered, I understand. For Tiener to understand so much at such a young age, you must have suffered a lot. Tui Van Tien's cheeks flushed as she thought, Actually, I learned all of this from palace intrigue dramas. Bei Ming Mo was outside the door. With a sorrowful expression, Sister Tien, Tui Van Tien came closer and said brightly, In the future, you must practice hard to protect your mother consort well. Bei Ming Mo raised his hand, resolute, and okay. Tui Van Tien continued, Follow me. I'll teach you some training methods. In the Imperial Garden, Qinger called out, Princess, do you really want to do this? Xueji was contemplative. Qinger, my mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Qinger said loudly, Then what about young Master Li? Could it be that the princess? Xueji stopped Qinger. That's enough. Say no more. Beside the bushes, Tui Van Tien and Bei Ming Mo were eavesdropping. Bei Ming Mo said, Sister Tien, why do we have to hide? She gave a sly smile. Hearing a sound, Xueji shouted, Come out. Tui Van Tien walked out with a radiant smile and greeted, Oh, isn't it the beautiful older sister I met the other day? Bei Ming Mo, still hiding scared behind the bush, called out, Sister Tien, little crown princess. We meet again. Tui Van Tien replied, Beautiful older sister, why are you here? Are you here to play with me? Xueji turned to leave. I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to. I cannot entertain you. Tui Van Tien asked softly, Is the beautiful older sister going to marry the crown prince? Hearing this, Xueji turned back. Are you very afraid of me marrying the crown prince? Tui Van Tien blushed and stammered, Of course not. I just feel that the crown prince is old and has a bad temper, and he always wears a cold expression. As soon as she said it, she thought to herself, Tui Van Tien, what are you saying? Right now, you should be praising Bei Ming Yuan to the heavens to make Princess Xueji fall in love with him. Xueji immediately said, It seems you care a lot about the crown prince. Tui Van Tien shouted, Of course not. Xueji looked sorrowful. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to marry the crown prince. Qinger beside her called out with a pained expression, Princess. Tui Van Tien thought to herself, Strange. Why am I not happy at all that she says she wants to marry the crown prince? Bei Ming M.O. came out and touched Tui Van Tien's shoulder with his hand, calling, Sister Tien, Sister Tien. Tui Van Tien was startled. Hey, why did you run out here? Bei Ming M.O. immediately said, they've all left, and you're still in a daze. Sister Tien, are you really the crown princess? Tui Van Tien hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you all. Suddenly, a voice rang out, found them. Seize her and take her away. Tui Van Tien said worriedly, you can't just arrest people arbitrarily. Two guards stepped forward and grabbed her. She thought in shock, the person these people want to arrest is me. In the imperial clan court, Tui Van Tien was being held by a guard. The guard said, Crown Princess, my apologies. Tui Van Tien thought in a panic. What is going on? A hand reached out from behind, calling, Master. Tui Van Tien jumped, turned around, and asked, why are you trying to scare me? Do you still want to learn to paint? What happened to your face? Did they abuse you? She saw Zhang Yang's face was covered in fresh blood. Zhang Yang smiled and said, this is a red color I just developed. Master, I heard that the showgirl who was scared into fainting has died suddenly. I suspect it was the consort's doing. She shrieked in alarm. What? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Ha ha ha, I never thought you'd see this day. Zhang Yang wiped away the red streak. She looked in the direction of the voice. That voice is, aren't you Consort Chen's maid, Mai Hung? Mai Hung was locked up opposite them, covered in injuries. I knew Her Highness would avenge me. How is it? The taste of the imperial clan court isn't pleasant, is it? Tui Van Tien laughed coldly. What a pity. You're about to die, and you're still thinking of your master? You should think carefully. The consort is powerful and influential. Even if she couldn't get you released, if she just said a word to the imperial clan court, you wouldn't have been beaten to this state. Mai Hung was stunned, her face full of shock. Impossible. Don't try to sow discord. Her Highness would never abandon me. Seeing Mai Hung's wavering, Tui Van Tien thought to herself, it seems this Mai Hung is only putting on a brave front. In her heart, she's already wavering. I have to find a way to win her over, to get her to expose all of the consort's evil deeds before the emperor. Tui Van Tien pointed at Zhang Yang and said, to get Mai Hung to switch sides, we'll have to rely on you. Ever heard of a honey trap? Zhang Yang let out a surprised ah. A plate of white steam buns was placed before the two of them. The two looked at each other in confusion. On Mai Hung's side, a table of delicious food was laid out. Mai Hung cried and said, Your Highness, do you really want to send me to my death? Zhang Yang asked curiously. What is she crying about? Tui Van Tien pouted and said, Silly, this is the last meal, understand? It's your turn to perform. Zhang Yang immediately grabbed a steam bun and threw it towards Mai Hung. Don't cry anymore. This steam bun is for you. I just tried it. There's no poison inside. Rest assured, with me and Master here, you will definitely be fine. Mai Hung immediately took the bun, her eyes welling with tears. Thank you. A guard nearby saw this, grabbed her by the shoulder, and said, You think you can avoid your fate just by not eating this last meal? Tui Van Tien continued, Just follow the plan. Zhang Yang replied, Understood. Zhang Yang shouted in a panic, Little Crown Princess, what's wrong with you? Someone. The little crown princess has fainted. The guard heard this and frowned. TSK, stop shouting. The guard approached Tui Van Tien. Hey. Zhang Yang ambushed the guard from behind. The guard angrily turned around and said, With that small frame of yours, you dare to ambush me? Are you looking to die? In the imperial clan court, Zhang Yang trembled and said, Tui Van Tien made a move, and with a smack, she knocked out the guard. Phew, done. Zhang Yang was stunned. Master, are you really not coming with us? She immediately said, If we all escape together, how can we coordinate from the inside and out? Besides, I am the crown princess. The consort wouldn't dare do anything to me, but I'm not so sure about you and Mai Hung. You take Mai Hung to the cold palace to hide, find Consort Ro, mention my name, and she will help you. Zhang Yang hesitated, but if we escape, won't Master be implicated? She immediately fell to the ground. I'm dead. Zhang Yang and Mai Hung stood to the side, staring in astonishment. This acting, seeing Bei Ming Feng arrive, the guard immediately spoke up. Your Highness, why have you come here? Tui Van Tien opened her eyes to look. Bei Ming Feng smiled and said, Oh my, what's going on here? She saw him and thought angrily, Why is it him? The guard bowed his head. Just now, this subordinate was knocked out by the crown princess, so I don't know anything. Bei Ming Feng said, Oh, you said you were knocked out by the crown princess, so why is the one lying on the ground my sister-in-law, and not you? The guard said worriedly, It was definitely her. Bei Ming Feng lowered his voice. Think carefully before you speak. Falsely accusing the crown princess without a witness is a major crime. The guard stammered in fear. This subordinate misspoke. Just now, it was because this subordinate hadn't eaten enough and fainted. It has nothing to do with the crown princess. Bei Ming Feng ordered. All right, then you may be dismissed. Bei Ming Feng walked up to her, picked up the roasted chicken, and smiled. If you keep playing dead, this roasted chicken will be mine. She sat up with a start. Roasted chicken. She thought to herself, where'd he get that? She feigned innocence. Roasted chicken. Smells good. Hungry. Seeing her act, Bei Ming Feng thought to himself, this little brat is quite cute. Little imperial sister-in-law, you owe me again. How do you plan to repay me? Tell me, how much money do you want? Bei Ming Feng coughed a few times. You think I'm short on that little bit of money of yours? Her expression changed, and she asked, trembling, then, what do you want then? Bei Ming Feng smiled and replied, don't be so tense. I was just kidding. That showgirl died suddenly, and the consort has pinned everything on you. She even proposed to hold an exorcism ceremony for you in 3 days, and the emperor has already agreed. She looked confused. An exorcism ceremony? She wants to use this method to deal with me. Bei Ming Feng continued, little imperial sister-in-law doesn't need to worry. I've already sent someone to ride to White Cloud City to inform my imperial brother. Once he returns, things should take a turn. She was surprised. White Cloud City? Why did he go there? Bei Ming Feng explained. I heard that bandits have appeared there recently. My royal brother has been sent by Father Emperor to quell the rebellion. Hearing this, she lowered her head and thought, it seems the consort wants to take advantage of Bei Ming Yuan's absence to make a big move. I must prepare myself. Can you have Xiangning help me bring a few things? Bei Ming Feng asked, sister-in-law, what do you want to bring? Elsewhere, a guard spoke up. Your Highness, not a single piece of news can get out of the palace. Your subordinate suspects it's being blocked by someone. Bei Ming Yuan's face darkened. Have you found any clues? The guard replied, not yet, but the movements of the bandits in White Cloud City are very strange. It said they commit all sorts of evil deeds on a normal day. But today, there's been no movement at all, as if they knew we were coming. Bei Ming Yuan said softly, you continue to monitor them closely. Be careful of a trap. I must return to the palace for a trip. Don't let anyone discover I'm not here. Outside, the moon was high in the sky. Xiangning entered Shui Yuntian's room and searched, found it. Why would the little crown princess hide so many strange things? Behind Xiangning, Bei Ming Yuan walked over and asked, Xiangning, where's she gone? Xiangning jumped in fright and hurriedly knelt. Your Highness, her ladyship the consort has framed the little crown princess for being possessed by an evil spirit, claiming she's the murderer who killed the court lady. And she is now locked up in the imperial clan court. Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, the consort dares to make a move against her while I'm away. Xiangning asked worriedly, Your Highness, what should we do now? Bei Ming Yuan turned and said, I will find a way to resolve this matter. You just act as if you never saw me today. In the imperial clan court, the Nether Palace Master came to see Shui Yuntian. Seeing him, she cried out in surprise, Nether Palace Master. She suddenly fell to the ground. Why are you here? The Palace Master stood before her and said, Did they mistreat you? She asked back in surprise, Why are you suddenly so concerned about me? The Palace Master replied gently, If this master were to marry your mother, I would naturally be your father. Is there a problem with me caring about you? Her face paled as she thought to herself, this logic actually sounds quite reasonable. She stood up and said, Since you're here, then first give me your heart's blood. The palace master looked at her and replied, You're in this situation and still thinking about my heart's blood. Even if I gave it to you now, are you sure you could get out of the imperial clan court alive? Shui Yuntian lowered her head and said softly, I am the crown princess. They won't act against me so easily. Besides, I've already thought of a countermeasure, so you can rest assured. The palace master said, Oh, and then asked, What countermeasure do you have? She said, My plan is... Then she suddenly smiled brightly. I'm not telling you. The palace master looked at her smile and couldn't help but blush, thinking to himself, her smile is actually quite cute. Xiangning walked over and called out, Little crown princess, are you asleep yet? She immediately ran quickly to Xiangning's side. Elder sister Xiangning is here. While no one has noticed, you should leave quickly. Seeing this, the palace master thought to himself, she runs pretty fast. Xiangning asked, Little crown princess, who were you talking to just now? She quickly denied it. No one, elder sister Xiangning. You must be hallucinating because you haven't had enough sleep. Xiang Ning was taken aback. Oh, so that's it. Little Crown Princess, what is this? She handed the bottle to her. She said, it's just ordinary fruit candy. I suddenly had a craving, so I asked you to bring it. She thought again. There are 3 pills in total to restore my power, and each one only lasts for 1 Shurchin. I have to use them sparingly. In the palace, the Empress said worriedly, is there any news from the Crown Prince? The maid replied, this servant has sent people to urge them several times, but there's still no reply. Another maid rushed over, saying, your ladyship, this is bad. The exorcism ceremony has been moved up. The little Crown Princess has already been escorted to the altar. The Empress said worriedly, what? Your ladyship, this servant heard that my Xiang, who was imprisoned in the imperial clan court, has escaped. Perhaps the consort is being blackmailed by her, which is why she's in a hurry to convict the Crown Princess. The Empress immediately called out, Nanny Li, send a few more people to inform the Crown Prince. This one will find a way to stall for time. On the Imperial Palace's altar, a voice rang out. The ritual is ready. We may begin. A Taoist priest, holding a bowl of meticulously prepared exorcism talisman water, walked up to Shui Yuntian and said, Little Crown Princess, forgive my offense. Shui Yuntian took the bowl and brought it to her lips. The palace master hid to one side, peeking, while another person also hid in the shadows, ready to act at any moment. The old Taoist priest narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, drink it, drink it. Drinking it will make you go mad on the spot, and then I will cut you down with a single strike. Shui Yuntian suddenly spat a mouthful of the talisman water into his face and even made a funny face at him. The old man roared in anger. You. He immediately took out a pill. She was stunned, thinking to herself, damn it, there's more? Why haven't Zhang Yang and my Xiang arrived yet? I clearly had someone send a message to the cold palace. The palace master, in the distance, immediately spoke up. Stop. Suddenly, the pill in the old man's hand fell. She widened her eyes and thought, what's going on? Is someone helping me? The Empress walked over and said, Your Majesty, the cause of that court lady's death has many suspicious points. I ask that you retract the order. Consort Chun, standing beside the Emperor, said, Your Majesty the Empress, wasn't that court lady killed by an evil spirit? The Empress turned her gaze to the Emperor, pleading, Your subject knows you dote on the Crown Princess, but as long as the evil spirit is not exorcised, it is not good for the Crown Princess either, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince is the one who understands the Crown Princess best. Please wait for the Crown Prince to return before making a decision. The Emperor shouted, Enough! We do not wish to hear you argue about this matter anymore. We will do as the Empress says. Wait for the Crown Prince to return, then pass judgment. Shui Yuntian turned her head to look elsewhere, thinking to herself, where's the person who helped me hiding? I can't see a single person. Could have been my imagination. Dusk began to fall. Zhang Yang walked over, knelt and said, Master, I'm sorry, I'm late. My Xiang, standing beside him, shouted loudly. The road from the cold palace to the altar isn't short, and you just had to insist on changing your clothes. How could you not be late? Zhang Yang said tearfully, I just didn't want others to discover our identities. Suddenly, Chu Yi's father saw the two of them. What are you two doing? Not doing your work, just lazing around here. The two of them were startled. Big brother, you've misunderstood. We were just mourning the Crown Princess. Chu Yi's father said, What's there to mourn? Isn't she still alive and well in the Imperial Clan Court? He threw down 2 brooms. You two, hurry up and sweep this area for me. The two of them were bewildered, not understanding what had happened. In the Imperial Clan Court, Shui Yuntian was trembling all over with fear. Xiang Ning, seeing this, said, Little Crown Princess, why do you suddenly want this servant's clothes? She blushed and said, Because I'm scared being here alone, but I can look at your clothes as if they were you, and then I won't be scared anymore. Xiang Ning's eyes filled with sadness. Little Crown Princess, you have suffered. Shui Yuntian asked her, By the way, has Bei Mingyuan not returned yet? Xiang Ning stammered about that. Hearing this, she turned away. All right, forget it. I'm tired. Xiang Ning, you should go back and rest too. She put on Xiang Ning's clothes, held the pill in her hand, and said, There shouldn't be any problems this time, right? She put the pill in her mouth. In the Nether Palace, a guard saluted, reporting to the palace master, Today we caught a carrier pigeon flying towards White Cloud Terrace, but we didn't find a letter on it. It might have been carelessly dropped during the capture. The palace master ordered, Have you traced the origin of that pigeon? The guard said, According to the pigeon keeper, this pigeon was raised at his place by General Chun. The palace master mused, thoughtfully. Chunda, what devilish tricks is that old fox up to now? Night fell, blanketing the entire imperial palace. Shui Yuntian peeked from outside the door. She stuck her head in a look, thinking to herself, why is it the bedchambers? I've been searching for nearly half a shurchin and still haven't found the morgue. Outside, someone approached and spoke. Your ladyship, this matter is not easy to handle. She was so scared she leaned back, almost falling. Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered her mouth. It was the palace master. She was stunned, thinking to herself, the Nether Palace Master, why is he here? Consort Shin said, I have given you so many benefits, and yet you tell me this can't be done? The old man following behind spoke up. Your ladyship, the little crown princess seems to have a master secretly protecting her. It's not convenient to act directly. Consort Shin shouted angrily. I don't care if he's a master or a novice. If you can't deal with that little demoness before the crown prince returns, I will turn you into a dead man. The old man said hurriedly, Your ladyship, don't be hasty. I have another way. A glass bottle was placed on the table. He explained, this is a hallucinogenic drug. You just need to put a little into the emperor's food, and I guarantee that tomorrow, without any prompting, the emperor will order the crown princess's execution. Consort Shin snorted, her face full of malice. Then this one will trust you one more time. The palace master whispered in Shui Yuntian's ear, they're gone. She blushed and quickly backed away. Why are you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? The palace master immediately grabbed her hand tightly. I won't let you escape this time. He then pressed a kiss on her lips. She was both embarrassed and angry. Hey, if you do that again, I won't be polite. He replied, do you think you could defeat this master? Seeing you so healthy and lively, you don't look like someone who's about to die. She was so angry she yelled, I have internal injuries. Do you understand? She turned to leave. Enough, my daughter is still locked up in prison suffering. I don't have time to talk to you. I'm leaving. He approached her again and said, this master will go with you. She let out a surprised, you know where I'm going that you want to come along? The palace master continued, if this master is not mistaken, you want to stop the consort from administering the poison first, and then go to the morgue to investigate, right? She felt a pang of guilt, thinking, so impressive, he guessed it exactly. So she went with the palace master. It's so strange. How does he know his way around the palace better than I do? His voice and identity are completely different, but I keep feeling that he's very similar to Bei Mingyuan. She thought with a guilty blush, no. Why do I keep thinking about him lately? Suddenly, her head bumped into the palace master's body. She frowned. Ouch! Hey, why did you suddenly stop? She opened her eyes wide and saw two people opposite them. It was Consort Shun and her maid. Consort Shun spoke. This one will bring the emperor's late-night snack tonight. You may withdraw. Shui Yuntian said to him, what do we do now? Arriving before the imperial palace, Consort Shun walked in carrying the bowl of medicine, thinking to herself, next. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. Your ladyship, you've caused me so much misery. Why don't you come down and keep me company? Consort Shin asked in fear. Who dares to play ghosts and God to scare this one? Shui Yuntian poked her with her hand. She smiled brightly and said, your ladyship, a fine cup of tea. She covered her face with a thin veil, then took the bowl of medicine and poured it into Consort Shin's mouth. Why don't you keep it and drink it yourself? Consort Shin immediately fell to the ground. She quickly dusted off her hands. Done. She heard the palace master say, don't forget to take the bottle, and was startled. She turned and huffed at him, as if he needed to tell me. I thought of it long ago. The palace master said, oh, then who was it just now that asked this master to think of a way? She played dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. The two of them arrived at the morgue. She reached out to lift the white cloth, but the palace master grabbed her hand to stop her. Wait. She looked puzzled. Aren't you afraid these corpses are infected with corpse poison? How about you let me? She blushed to her ears, thinking to herself, is he concerned about me again? Why did my heart suddenly skip a beat? Two personalities suddenly appeared in her mind. The devil said, this Nether Palace Master is reliable. Just throw yourself into his arms and make Bei Mingyuan a cuckold. The angel said, no. Have you forgotten that you're a person who values looks? He's so nasty. She blushed in anger. Both of you shut up. The palace master found the court lady's body and said, found it. Her cause of death was also very strange. It looked like she was both poisoned and strangled to death. The palace master made a cut on the court lady's neck with his hand, and blood immediately flowed out. The ligature mark on her neck was fake post-mortem. It's clearly fake. How could no one have noticed? The palace master replied, the coroner must have been bribed by the noble consort. Suddenly, there was a sound of someone outside the door. She turned her head and thought, someone's here. An old man with white hair pushing a cart walked by, saying, I clearly heard a noise over here just now. It's better to destroy all the evidence to be safe. The two of them immediately climbed onto the rafters to hide. The old man poured a type of liquid onto the court lady's body, wanting to destroy the evidence. The two people above saw this scene, both astonished. She said angrily, we can't let him destroy the body. The palace master replied with a hum. The palace master immediately jumped down, using a special move to strike the back of the old man's neck. Seeing this, she immediately jumped down to stop him. Wait, don't be so quick to act. She ran over and pulled the palace master back. Be good and stand still, don't move. The two of them stood very close. The palace master blushed and said, Are you taking the initiative to embrace me? She blushed and said, Of course not. You're the palace master of the Nether Palace. How could you not have a single vial of poison on you? The palace master asked, a little angry, What do you need poison for? In your heart. Am I the kind of person who would carry poison around? She blushed and quickly dodged, saying in a fluster, I just wanted to use poison to force him to confess about the noble consort. If you don't have any, we can just think of another way to trick him. We can't take her down just based on the testimony of a few lackeys. She was surprised. What do you mean? The palace master continued. The noble consort's father is Chunda, a great general who holds military power. If we don't pull out the Chin family by the roots, she will always have a chance to make a comeback. Instead of letting this Taoist priest expose the noble consort, it's better to have him work for us. Hearing his words, she had a sudden realization. I get it. You mean you want him to be a spy, to monitor the noble consort's every move for us? That's right. It seems you're not that stupid after all. She snorted, unconvinced. If I had known she had such strong backing, I would have thought of this method too. It started to rain outside. Inside the house, the old man woke up, trembling all over. The two of them stood before him, and she spoke up, Yo, you're quite tight-lipped, aren't you? Do you know who he is? The old man stammered in fear, No. I don't know. Shui Yuntian said with a wicked expression. He is the Nether Palace master who kills without batting an eye. With just a flick of his finger, he can turn you into fireworks in the sky. What you just ate was his unique, secret poison, refined for 49 days. If you don't want to die with your guts torn to shreds, you'd better obey. Understand? The palace master snapped his fingers and performed a spell, scaring the old man until his face turned pale. And he stammered, Forgive me, this lowly one was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope you'll be merciful and spare this lowly one's life. This lowly one will definitely do whatever you say. She happily high-fived the palace master, Yeah. Nice one. The old man knelt before the palace master. He said, Have you memorized everything? The old man replied in fear, Yes, this lowly one has memorized it all. What about the antidote? After the job is done, come find me at the Nether Palace. I will naturally give you the antidote. Now you can get lost. Seeing this, her cheeks flushed red. Hey, don't you? A sly smile appeared on the corner of the palace master's mouth as he stepped in front of her. She backed away in fear, thinking to herself, Oh no, how could I forget that he's the biggest trouble today? Hey, I'm warning you. Don't you dare try anything funny. The palace master retorted, What, did your daughter not tell you? That she already agreed to this lord's condition to save you? She backed into a pillar, letting out a soft ugh. The palace master reached out and gently caressed her cheek. Do you intend to go back on your word? She angrily bid him. You're the one going back on your word. The palace master was slightly annoyed, thinking to himself, Are this mother and daughter both born in the year of the dog? Why do they both like to bite people? She retorted, Nether Palace Master, if I remember correctly, you still haven't given my daughter the heart's blood, have you? If you haven't fulfilled your promise, on what grounds are you getting handsy with me? The palace master looked at her and said, Come back to the Nether Palace with me, and I will immediately give you the heart's blood. She refused in shock. No way. I don't trust you. Besides, I've been meaning to ask for a long time, why are you so familiar with everything and all the paths in the palace? Why is it that you could find that court lady so accurately, even though you've clearly never met her? Who exactly are you? The palace master lowered his head and said, This lord is actually the crown prince. Actually, this lord is the crown prince's ally. She was stunned. You, the crown prince's ally? Why would you form an alliance with the crown prince? The palace master explained, the crown prince's identity is a double-edged sword. There are many things he cannot do openly, so naturally, he needs someone to act on his behalf. This lord is merely cooperating with him for mutual benefit. She thought like a detective, if he's Beiming Yuan's ally, then many things can be explained. But something still feels off. What important clue have I missed? Suddenly, the palace master stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. I know everything about you and the crown prince. She was stunned and quickly pushed him away. Since you already know about him and me, aren't you afraid that doing this will make him turn against you? The palace master smiled and replied, so what? As long as you're willing to come back to the Nether Palace with me, I guarantee he won't come to bother you again. Shui Yuntian felt as if she had been struck by lightning, thinking to herself, this is like jumping from a wolf's den into a tiger's lair. I don't want to choose either. Understand? The effect of the medicine is about to wear off. She gritted her teeth in pain and knelt on the ground, thinking, oh no, it seems my time is almost up. I have to find a way to get away from him first. Her whole body trembled. Seeing this, the palace master asked worriedly, why has your complexion suddenly turned so pale? She said, I'm fine. I can go back to the Nether Palace with you, but I have to see my daughter for a moment. The palace master replied, fine, this lord will go with you. She immediately stopped him. No. The palace master said angrily, are you trying to run away again? How could I? I just want to have a few private words with my daughter, mother to daughter. The palace master was still insistent. Then this lord must follow to prevent you from teaching her any nonsense. She said, unconvinced, you're so controlling. Do you really think you're a father? He immediately agreed, that's right. She glanced at him, ha ha ha. I've never in my life seen someone so eager to be a father. The two walked outside, and she followed behind, thinking, it seems I can't hide it tonight. Suddenly, the palace master stopped in his tracks, causing her to bump into him with a yelp, Aya. She quickly covered her mouth in fear. The palace master turned around and said gently, seeing as you've been so well-behaved along the way, this lord will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. You may go. The palace master then pulled her into an embrace and pressed a kiss on her lips. He said, don't betray this lord's trust. She felt a pang of guilt and took the initiative to hug him, thinking, I'm sorry. She quickly turned and left. The palace master said, come out. A maidservant appeared from behind, calling out, Palace Master, there's news from White Cloud City. I know. You stay here and keep an eye on things for this lord. Bring her back to the Nether Palace later. Remember, do not harm her. The maidservant obeyed, yes. The maidservant waited obediently. 3 hours later, the maidservant trembled and said, why hasn't she come out yet? Where did she go? Early in the morning, a hand gently tapped Shui Yuntian's shoulder, calling, wake up. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and said, I'm not that person. That person is gone. Bei Mingfeng leaned down gently. Little sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Who is that person? She was startled and explained, I just had a nightmare and was talking in my sleep. Why did you suddenly come looking for me? Bei Mingfeng reached out his hand. I have good news for you. The noble consort has gone mad. She was immediately lifted up. She said angrily, I think you're the one who's gone mad. Put me down. Bei Mingfeng continued. This morning, the emperor saw her crazed state and was so angry he slapped her on the spot. In the future, no matter what tricks she tries to pull, Father Emperor might not believe her. Now you can wait for Imperial Brother to return with peace of mind, right? She thought, if the noble consort has fallen out of favor, doesn't that mean consort Rose Chance has come? She leaned close to Bei Mingfeng and whispered. Bei Mingfeng smiled and replied, little sister-in-law, sometimes I really feel that your way of thinking is too mature for a child. She said, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm old? Bei Mingfeng quickly said, you said that yourself, little sister-in-law. It has nothing to do with me. Outside, the gentle sunlight shone down. Bei Mingfeng spoke up. It's been a long time since your son has walked and talked with Father Emperor. The emperor beside him agreed. That's right. The last time was probably when you were 8. Your mother was still around then. Bei Mingfeng was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Father Emperor, do you hear something? He thought to himself, Mother, your son is about to avenge you. I fear the sorrow of separation, with so many words left unsaid. The place I long for now holds an added layer of melancholy. Bei Mingma sat outside the door, thinking with a gloomy face, I wonder how Sister Tian is doing now. The emperor walked over and saw Bei Mingma, thinking to himself, could this child be? He approached and asked, what's your name? Bei Mingma looked up and replied, my name is Bei Mingma. Hey, uncle, what are you doing here? The emperor was stunned, thinking he's a mower, but didn't the noble consort say back then that he had died in infancy? The emperor rushed to hug Bei Mingma, crying, I'm sorry, my son. I've made you suffer. Consort Ro, standing nearby, saw this and thought, I didn't expect the emperor to actually come. Her hands trembled, for Tianer, for Mo and for myself, I absolutely cannot back down this time. Bei Mingma turned his head, saw Consort Ro, and called out, Mother, who is he? Do you know him? She immediately walked over and knelt before the emperor. Your subject greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live your majesty. The emperor hugged Bei Mingma. Bei Mingma asked with tears in his eyes, You are Father Emperor? The emperor replied, Yes, my son. It's Father Emperor's fault for making you and your mother suffer. Consort Ro said to him, Perhaps your majesty would like to come inside for a while and have a cup of tea. The emperor thought, the Consort Ro of today is even more gentle and charming than before. Bei Mingfeng stood outside and saw everything. Thinking to himself, this is interesting. In the palace, a guard stepped forward to report, Your Highness, the person has been captured. The blonde-haired man shouted angrily, If you want to kill me, then kill me. I definitely won't even flinch. Suddenly, a pill flew into the blonde-haired man's mouth, and he immediately coughed violently. You're despicable. Bei Mingyuan spoke up. Despicable? Then why didn't you think you were despicable when you were setting fires and robbing innocent commoners? What you just ate was this prince's unique, secret poison, refined for 49 days. If you don't want to die with your guts torn to shreds, then obediently confess your entire plan. In another place, a large fire was burning. Yihan thought to himself, where did His Highness learn this trick? Doesn't he usually just hang them up and beat them before interrogating them? The blonde-haired man said angrily, You think I'll believe anything you say? Do you take me for a fool? Bei Mingyuan began to count down 3, 2, 1. He snapped his fingers, and the blonde-haired man immediately rolled on the ground in pain. It hurts so much. I'll talk. I knew it. Back Min Yin thought to himself, this move is indeed that effective. The blonde-haired man hurriedly said, Chinda told us to hold you down in White Cloud City. He would then use your ineffectiveness in quelling the rebellion as an excuse to ask His Majesty to dispatch the Imperial Guard to assist. By then, the military force in the palace would be weakened, and he could naturally force the emperor to abdicate and proclaim himself emperor. Back Min Yin sighed. It's just as I predicted. So, do you have any written correspondence? The blonde-haired man continued, I'm not clear on that. I only know that when a carrier pigeon arrives, we retreat, and when a carrier pigeon is sent out, we continue to cause trouble. When no pigeon arrived for a few days, my big brother sent me out to gather information. Deepan asked him, Your Highness, should we return to the capital immediately and report the situation to His Majesty? No, we don't have enough evidence right now. If we press him too hard, that old man will lead his troops into a direct confrontation, which will only cause greater chaos. Take me to see your big brother. This prince has a business proposition to discuss with him. Night fell. At Xian Palace, the emperor asked in astonishment, Is everything you've said true? Mai Hong knelt before the emperor and said, Every word this servant has said is the absolute truth. I beg your majesty to see the truth. Upon hearing this, the emperor flew into a rage. That bitch, to think she not only framed New, deceived me into thinking Mac was dead, but she also wanted to harm the crown princess. How audacious. Seeing that you know how to abandon evil for good and have repented in time, I will spare your life. From now on, focus on serving Consort Ro. Mai Hong was overjoyed. Yes, thank you, your majesty. The emperor took Consort Ro's hand and said, Tomorrow, I will have people come and renovate Xian Palace. New, you'll just have to endure it for a little longer. Consort Ro replied gently, There's no hurry. Your servant has grown used to this place. I just wonder when your majesty plans to release and deal with the noble consort. The emperor said at once, If the crown princess is innocent, then tomorrow morning I will issue an edict to release the young lady. As for how to deal with the noble consort, let me think on it more. A chest of jewels sparkled with a golden light, filled with gold, silver, and pearls. The noble consort saw it and said, Did the emperor bestow all of this upon me? Tui Vantien told her that these things were indeed a reward from the emperor. When the noble consort saw Tui Vantien, she was utterly terrified. You demoness. How dare you escape from prison? Well, my prison break was such a major event, yet no one informed you. It seems your ladyship the noble consort has truly fallen out of favor. Consort Chun said loudly in anger. This consort has not fallen out of favor. Don't you spout nonsense. Tui Van Tien continued. Your ladyship, I should actually thank you. If you hadn't put hallucinogens in the tea, making yourself act all crazy, how could Consort Ro have regained favor so quickly? The noble consort was so scared her words became incoherent. How did you know? She then said, if you don't want others to know, then you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Your good days are over. Consort Chun collapsed to the ground, sobbing. A voice from outside asked, have you cried enough? Consort Chun, her face stained with tears, looked up and said, Father. Chun turned around and shouted, crying like this over such a small matter. You useless thing? Father's grand plan is about to succeed, yet you ruined it at this critical moment and even got yourself cast out of favor. The noble consort said while crying, Father, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It was really that crown princess. A sharp slap echoed. Enough. Isn't it all because you're useless? If you had been able to bear the emperor a crown prince, why would father need to go to all this trouble? Hurry up and think of a way. She held her face, stunned. Chunda said, put this poison in the emperor's daily food and drink. The noble consort hesitated, but her father roared in anger. With all the evil deeds you've committed in the palace over the years, do you think Bakmin Yuyan will spare you after he ascends the throne? At that time, our fates will be tied together, and our entire Chun family will be doomed. Only if I sit on that throne can you continue to live in glory and wealth. Understand? Consort Chun said, I understand. The old Taoist priest outside had heard everything and thought to himself, they're trying to usurp the throne again. Suddenly, his foot snapped a twig. Chunda heard the noise outside and immediately thrust out a long staff, piercing the old man's heart. He died on the spot. Chunda said, you brought this upon yourself. Figure out how to clean this up. Consort Chun replied, yes. That night, Consort Chun threw the old Taoist priest's body into the pond. Bakmin Fong saw this and said, your ladyship's method of destroying a corpse to erase evidence is truly skillful. The noble consort was startled, turned around, and said, it's you? Why are you here? Bakmin Fong smirked. Does her ladyship remember how my mother consort died all those years ago? Consort Chun replied, trembling. It's been so many years. How could I possibly remember? Bakmin Fong reached out his hand and asked, is that so? Or should I help your ladyship remember? He then pushed her into the pond. Consort Chin struggled in the water, crying for help. Bakmin Fong said from above, have you remembered now, your ladyship? That year, it was you who pushed my mother consort into the pond. Don't tell me you thought no one knew. The noble consort gradually sank into the water, saying, help. Then the surface of the water became calm again. Bakmin Fong thought with a sorrowful expression, Mother consort, may you rest in peace. Your son has finally avenged you. At dawn, Tui Van Tien said in shock, what? The noble consort and the old Taoist priest threw themselves into the lake to commit suicide for love? Hung Ingung said to her, this servant only heard these rumors. They may not be true. Tui Van Tien pondered. Someone as arrogant as the noble consort. How could she commit suicide with someone for love just because she fell out of favor? Someone must have killed them first, then faked it to look like a lover's suicide. Who on earth did it? Could it be? Hung Ingung immediately said, His Highness the Crown Prince. She was shocked. Bakmin Yuan? Why would he do that? Hung Ingung continued. This servant also doesn't know why His Highness the Crown Prince would give such an order. What order? Hung Ingung then handed her a letter. His Highness the Crown Prince had someone send a letter saying that it might be dangerous outside recently and told us to stay in the Crown Prince's residence and not go out. Hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. Where there is danger, there is I, Tui Van Tien. This door, I'm definitely going out. At night, at Yuming Palace. Tui Van Tien walked up to the palace and said loudly, I want to see your palace master. The guard replied, the palace master is not here. If you have any business, I can pass on the message. She hoisted a bundle onto her shoulder with a displeased expression. What's this? You said you'd give me heart's blood when I got out of prison. Don't you know it's tiring to carry such a big ginseng root around? She and the ginseng root sat together. She comforted it. Don't cry, my precious ginseng. You'll get your chance to eat later. She went out for a walk again, thinking to herself, right now, only fine food can comfort my wounded soul. Xiangju Garden, here I come. She was about to enter when she saw Xueji. Princess Shueji? Why is she here? It seems Mo Lai is there too. Could it be that the young master Lai she and her maid mentioned last time is Mo Lai? I think I smell some gossip. Inside, Mo Lai said to Shueji, "Have you been well recently?" Princess Shueji, sitting opposite him, replied, "I've been very well." "You, why did you come to the Kanglan Nation?" Mo Lai began to explain. 3 months ago, Master dealt with a few traitors, but when they were being buried, it was discovered that all the bodies had vanished into thin air. Later, someone reported that they were spotted in the Kanglan Nation, so Master specially sent me here to investigate. A similar thing happened in the Palace of the Snow Domain. My brother and I both thought it was the work of ghosts. Tani ran in frantically, shouting, "Princess, this is bad. A group of soldiers is gathering near the palace gates. It looks like they're about to launch a coup." Shueji said tensely, "This won't do. If the ruler of the Kanglan Nation changes now, our marriage alliance plan will fall through. Tani, come with me, we have to go back and stop them." Mo Lai suddenly struck from behind, knocking Shueji unconscious. Mo Lai caught her. "I'm sorry, I can't let you go take that risk. Tani, you stay here and watch over her. I'll go out and scout for information." Tui Van Tien, who had heard everything from outside, thought with her arms crossed, "A big incident is happening, just as I thought. If I can find a way to save the emperor and then ask him for the immortal frost lotus, wouldn't I be able to bypass back Min Yun's gate? Ha ha ha, as expected of me. I'm so smart I even scare myself." She then took out a vial of potion. "Transformation potion, come on out." She knocked on the door, feigning. "Miss, open the door quickly. There's a man covered in blood outside looking for you." Tani panicked. What's wrong? Is that person young Master Lai?" Tui Van Tien urged. "You'll know if you go down and see." Tani went out to check the situation. She then went in, stood before Princess Shueji, changed into Shueji's clothes, and walked out. Someone saw her and called out, "Princess." Tui Van Tien, in the guise of Princess Shueji, walked out, thinking to herself, "Sorry, Princess Shueji, let me borrow your outfit for a bit. Hee my bad." In the imperial palace, a troop of cavalry arrived. Chunda spoke up. "Where does your majesty think you're going?" The emperor shouted angrily, "Audacious traitor! How dare you force your way into the palace?" Chunda replied with a sinister look, "Your majesty, you're mistaken. I'm merely a good father seeking justice for his daughter." Backman Fong stepped out to shield the emperor. "Father Emperor, you go first. Your son will definitely capture this traitor." Chunda roared in anger. "None of you are going anywhere. Seize them all for me." Tui Van Tien observed from the rooftop, thinking to herself, "I finally made it in time." Suddenly, an arrow whizzed towards the emperor. The emperor saw it and was terrified. Backmin Fong at his side yelled, "Father Emperor!" Just as the arrow was about to hit the emperor, a hand suddenly grabbed it. It was Tui Van Tien. The emperor was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tui Van Tien stood before the emperor and said angrily, "You want to kill the emperor? Have you gotten my permission?" The emperor and Backmin Fong looked on blankly from behind. The emperor then spoke. "Who are you?" Backmin Fong burst out laughing and said, "Oh, I know. You're Princess Shueji." Hearing this, Tui Van Tien thought angrily, "Do you people all identify others by their clothes?" Chunda roared in anger. "Humph. Let's see where you run this time." Tui Van Tien turned to look at the old man, whose face revealed a look of terror. Suddenly, an arrow flew from an unknown direction and hit Chunda's arm. Chunda screamed in pain. Back Min Yin, who had appeared from nowhere on horseback, holding a bow and arrow, said, "Your subject was late in coming to the rescue. I hope Father Emperor will forgive me." Chunda was stunned. "Impossible! How could you?" Back Min Yin said angrily, "Humph, the bandits in White Cloud City switched sides long ago. If you could bribe them, couldn't this prince? Surrender now, and this prince might grant you a whole corpse." Chunda was furious. "I should be the one saying that." The three onlookers cheered enthusiastically. The emperor said happily, "Hey, a good hit." Backman Fong cheered. "Go, Imperial brother." Tui Van Tien stood and shouted, "Kick him in his weak spot. Do you even know how to fight?" Backman Yin was helpless. "You people." Chunda took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, leaping up and swinging his sword. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me." Tui Van Tien rushed forward and shouted, "Be careful." She then took a blow for Back Min Yin. The two fell to the ground. Back Min Yin was stunned when he saw her. Tui Van Tien cried out in alarm. That was just a slip-up." Back Min Yin was dazed for a moment, then hugged her tightly. A look of fury appeared on Back Min Yin's face. "You dare to hurt her. You're seeking death." He then swung his sword towards Chunda. Chunda's face contorted as he screamed horribly. "You're not human." Back Min Yuyan, enraged as if he had become another person. Shut up. Chunda's arm, dripping with blood, fell to the ground. The emperor angrily walked over to Chunda and kicked his hand. Humph, who told you to bully us? Beiming Feng spoke up. Father Emperor, your kick was too light. Let your son help you. On the other side, the two were still embracing. Shui Yun Tian stammered. I am a princess of a nation. After all, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for you to hold me like this, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Bei Ming Yuan smiled gently. Did you think this prince wouldn't recognize you just because you change your clothes? No matter what form you take, this prince can still recognize you. She thought to herself, then wouldn't you have recognized me when I turned small? Bei Ming Yuan held her tightly, smiling. Shui Yun Tian was stunned and said, let go. Bei Ming Yuan looked at her. I won't. This is your punishment. She blushed in embarrassment. I just saved you. He caressed her. She said shyly, you don't touch there. The emperor walked over and saw this scene, thinking happily to himself, the ancestors be praised. My son has finally seen the light. He then pretended to cough twice. Ahem, ahem. Since the crown prince and princess Shueji are so fond of each other, we will issue a decree for the Ministry of Rites to select an auspicious day to hold a wedding for you two. Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan turned to look at the emperor. The emperor continued, Son, there's no need to be so eager to be intimate. Bei Ming Yuan said to him, Father Emperor, she is not Shueji. Seeing this, she quickly spoke up, it's me. I am Shueji. After hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan asked doubtfully, why lie? Shui Yun Tian lowered her head. You and Princess Shueji are a match made in heaven. I wish you 100 years of happiness, and may you have sons soon. She then broke free from Bei Ming Yuan's embrace and turned to leave. The emperor, behind them, chuckled slyly. A young lady is just being shy, son. Don't chase her too closely. Come here, come here. Father Emperor will teach you a few moves. Bei Ming Yuan's face darkened. Your son has no need for them. Bei Ming Feng observed everything, thinking to himself, I originally planned to take advantage of Chun Da's mutiny to reap the benefits, but I still couldn't defeat my imperial brother. But it seems he cares a lot about that woman. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. In the crown prince's residence, Bei Ming Yuan said to a guard, have you searched the entire crown prince's residence? The guard said, this subordinate was negligent. I will immediately send people to search. Shui Yun Tian, sitting on the roof, heard everything and thought to herself, as expected, he's still looking for me. Bei Ming Yuan said in frustration, forget it, I'll look for her myself. She broke out in a sweat. It seems the potion is about to wear off. I have to escape immediately. In a daze, she found herself in a world of ice and snow, surrounded by freezing water. She stood there thinking, why is it getting colder and colder? Where am I? I can't take it anymore. Immediately after, she fell from a great height. Bei Ming Yuan saw this, was stunned. Then he immediately jumped into the water and grabbed her hand and carried her out, thinking to himself, why is it Shui Yun Tian? And she's not even wearing clothes. He was suddenly taken aback, thinking, that's not right. The person who just fell was clearly that woman. What on earth is going on? In the imperial palace, Xiang Ning stammered incessantly. It was this servant's fault for not looking after the crown princess carefully. Please punish me, your highness. Xiang Ning listened to Bei Ming Yuan, trembling non-stop. You've been by her side for so long. Did you not notice anything unusual? Xiang Ning hesitated. This servant dare not speak recklessly, but there are a few things I'd like your highness to see. Bei Ming Yuan picked up a jade pendant, thinking to himself, this signal flare seems to belong to Yuling Luo. Yuling Luo arrived and knelt before Bei Ming Yuan. Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, you treat me this way again for her sake. What have I ever done to wrong you? I can clearly give you anything you want. If you don't tell the truth, don't follow this prince anymore. Yuling Luo cried, no, I'll tell you everything. I beg you not to send me away. Actually, I discovered long ago that she has 2 different pulse readings. Later, I searched through various ancient texts and finally found that she cultivates the Suhua icy frost technique. Once her purity is broken, she will turn into a child and have only 3 years left to live. Bei Ming Yuan asked, is there a cure? Yuling Luo immediately said, yes, the 2 most important things in the antidote are the heart's blood of the person who broke her purity and the immortal frost lotus. Bei Ming Yuan smirked, thinking to himself, heart's blood and the immortal frost lotus, is it? Bei Ming Yuan ordered, help this prince retrieve the heart's blood. Yuling Luo was stunned. What? Could it be that you and she have? Bei Ming Yuan blushed, recalling his kiss with Shui Yun Tian. That's right, she is already this prince's woman. If you can't bear it, you can leave now. This prince will give you this chance. Yuling Luo's eyes filled with tears. I won't leave. You want to retrieve the heart's blood, right? I will help you get it. Yuling Luo thought to herself, Shui Yun Tian, I will not let you off. In Shui Yun Tian's room, Shui Yun Tian called out dazedly, Handsome husband, you're finally back. Bei Ming Yuan walked over and said, seeing this prince return as the crown princess, shouldn't you show some sort of reaction? She thought angrily to herself, I suspect you're seriously ill. She opened her mouth. Then what kind of reaction does my handsome husband want? Bei Ming Yuan replied nonchalantly, think of it yourself. She gave a light laugh, thinking to herself, humph, you damn man, just you wait and see how I'll deal with you later. Immediately after, a pot of food was brought out. She said, Heya, it's my secret recipe river snail noodles. Shui Yun Tian had a mischievous look, holding spices in her hand, thinking, today I'll introduce you to the ring of fire. Bei Ming Yuan stood outside the door and asked doubtfully, you're planning to make me eat this? Shui Yun Tian turned and replied, what can I do? I'm still a child after all. It's already great that I can make this much. Handsome husband, you won't look down on me, will you? Bei Ming Yuan looked down at her. Of course not. But murdering your husband is a capital crime. Death by 1,000 cuts or being torn apart by 5 horses. You choose one. Hearing this, she was so scared she jumped on a Bei Ming Yuan, a look of terror on her face. Handsome husband, I was wrong. On the table was a bowl of food she had made for him. Bei Ming Yuan saw it and asked, what is this? Shui Yun Tian peeked out from behind the table. This is my special fruit yogurt. Bei Ming Yuan ordered, feed me. She thought in astonishment, don't you have hands? She reached for the bowl, but couldn't reach it, saying, I can't reach it. How about my handsome husband eats it himself? Bei Ming Yuan immediately pulled her in his lap. Or how about I feed you? She panicked, her face turning red. I don't need you to feed me. She touched a sore spot on Bei Ming Yuan, and he let out a grunt of pain. She asked worriedly, handsome husband, what's wrong with you? I remember you weren't injured when you fought Chinda last night. Could it be an internal injury? Bei Ming Yuan lowered his head, trying to endure the pain. It's nothing. Outside the door, Yi Han came over and announced, Your Highness, the Emperor is urging you to attend the celebration banquet. Bei Ming Yuan pulled her closer, a smile playing on his lips. Let's go together. She looked at him, thinking suspiciously. Strange. It feels like Bei Ming Yuan has become a different person today. She then reached out to pinch his cheek, saying, You imposter. Let me see your real face. Bei Ming Yuan's face turned red from the pinch, and his expression darkened as he said, It seems this prince's lessons haven't been enough. Shui Yun Tian was terrified. You stay away. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the palace. Bei Ming Yuan walked out carrying her in his arms, with Yi Han following behind. Being carried by Bei Ming Yuan, Shui Yun Tian's face was bright red as she thought to herself, Bei Ming Yuan is so strange today. Could it be that he's discovered my identity? Shui Yun Tian recalled last night's events and asked, Did I really go back by myself last night? Xiang Ning replied, Yes. Back in the present, she opened her mouth. Handsome husband, I miss my mother so much. Have you found my mother yet? Bei Ming Yuan immediately said, I've found her. She felt a pang of guilt. Bei Ming Yuan said, But I haven't completely found her. She gaped. Although she got away again last night, this prince will definitely help you find her. She said awkwardly, Then you'd better hurry up. Yi Han, following behind, smiled and thought to himself, Ever since His Highness learned the little crown princess's true identity, he's like a different person. Could this be the legendary power of love? Another guard came to report, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Emperor wishes to see you alone. In the Emperor's palace, the Emperor said, Yuan you and Shueji. Bei Ming Yuan immediately refused. Father Emperor, your son cannot marry Princess Shueji. The Emperor said loudly in anger. That day, the matter between you and Princess Shueji was witnessed by so many people. Are you planning to go back on your word? Bei Ming Yuan explained. That person was not Princess Shueji, it was... The Emperor impatiently cut him off. Enough. It doesn't matter who that person was. What matters is that you must marry Princess Shueji. The imperial edict has already been drafted. Now, you must marry her even if you don't want to. Bei Ming Yuan pondered for a moment. Father Emperor, your son can marry Princess Shueji, but on one condition. The Emperor asked him, what condition? Bei Ming Yuan lowered his head and replied, "Your son wants the immortal frost lotus." Hearing this, the emperor frowned. "Do you know that there is only one immortal frost lotus in this world? And the prophecy says it is related to the fate of our Kanglan nation." Bei Ming Yuan knelt down pleadingly. "The fate of the Kanglan nation will absolutely not be ruined by a single immortal frost lotus. Please trust your son, Father Emperor." The emperor said, "Very well, have it your way. But we cannot just give you the immortal frost lotus like that. We must first find a suitable reason." Bei Ming Mo, outside, thought hesitantly, should I say it or not? Arg! Suddenly, Shui Yuntian popped out from behind a bush and shouted, "Hey, little Mo!" Bei Ming Mo turned pale with fright and screamed. "Ah!" Bei Ming Mo fell to the ground and asked, "Sister Tian, why are you still here?" Shui Yuntian laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I was just joking. I'm here to attend the celebration banquet. What are you doing here all by yourself in a daze?" Bei Ming Mo blushed. "Father Emperor said he wants to compensate me and asked what I want, but I don't know if I should say it." Shui Yuntian smiled and said, "This is a good thing. Just say what you want. Why the long face?" Bei Ming Mo stammered, "Well, can I tell you?" She smiled. "Of course my lips are sealed. I guarantee I won't tell a third person." Bei Ming Mo tugged on Shui Yun Tian's sleeve and said, "Sister Tian, if the person you like is already married, what would you do?" Shui Yun Tian grinned mischievously. "Oh my, I didn't expect someone as young as you to have a crush on a married woman. Tell me quickly, who is it that you like?" Bei Ming Mo's face turned beet red as he said, I like you." She felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, thinking in horror, the married woman he likes is me. Unbeknownst to them, Bei Ming Yuan was already standing behind them, his face dark and radiating a murderous aura. Seeing him, the two turned around, trembling. She said, "Handsome husband." Emily called out, "Elder brother crown prince." In the imperial garden, Bei Ming Yuan picked her up, his face full of anger. "She is mine. If you dare have any improper thoughts about her again, don't blame this prince for being impolite to you." Bei Ming Mo was so scared he burst into tears, his whole body trembling. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again." Being carried by Bei Ming Yuan, Shui Yun Tian pinched his chest and said, "Hey, he's still a child. How could you treat him like that?" He remained silent. Yihan saw this and thought in shock, "Oh dear, I'm afraid the wound on His Highness's chest will never heal." In the palace, the emperor gathered with everyone. The emperor announced, "Today, we have two pieces of good news to announce. The first piece of good news is that all the princes will participate in the grand hunt at the spirit realm in 3 days. And the prize for the winner is the immortal frost lotus." She was stunned, thinking to herself, what? The prize is the immortal frost lotus. In 3 days. That's exactly when I'll transform. Bei Ming Yuan looked at her, smiled, and said, "Don't worry. First place will definitely be mine." She couldn't help but think about his words. Is he trying to hint at something to me? She then put on a cute act and replied, "My handsome husband is the best. You have to do your best, no matter who gets first place. Anyway, I'm determined to get the immortal frost lotus." Bei Ming Yuan lowered his head and thought with a smile, "She's so adorable." The emperor continued, "The second piece of good news is that Princess Xueji of the Snow Domain will choose a date to marry the crown prince of our Kanglan nation." His eyes clearly showed his reluctance. From somewhere, Xueji's voice echoed, "Yes, your child obeys." Xueji accepts the decree. Shui Yuntian placed a hand on her chest, thinking to herself, "Strange, why does it suddenly feel a little uncomfortable here?" Two voices appeared in her heart. The devil said, "Admit it, you've fallen for him." The angel retorted, "You just ate too much. That's why your chest feels tight." She listlessly slumped onto the table. Bei Ming Yuan reached out and patted her head. "This is just a temporary plan. I won't really marry her." She looked up at him. Bei Ming Yuan smiled and continued, "In my heart, there's only your mother." Hearing this, she thought angrily, "I despise you." This is clearly a classic line from a two-timing scumbag. The angel in her heart spoke up. Although it's a bit unfair to Princess Xueji, that line was actually a little sweet. The devil chimed in, "That's right. It's rare for the two of us to agree. Just admit it." She turned her face away, thinking to herself, "Humph, I couldn't care less who's in your heart. Focusing on eating is what matters." Bei Ming Feng, sitting opposite, thought to himself, "The saintess is his, Xueji is his, even the throne is his." I truly can't accept this. Chu Yi, sitting beside him, saw Bei Ming foam like this and called out, "Husband." And she thought to herself, why do I feel like he's become a different person lately? The banquet ended and night had fallen. Bei Ming Yuan was giving her a piggyback ride outside. Suddenly, a stranger stood on a rooftop observing him. Bei Ming Yuan, this is your destiny. You can't escape it. Bei Ming Yuan sensed something and turned his head to look. But there was no one on the roof. A terrified scream from Shui Yun Tian echoed in the palace. She was startled by the person beside her bed. It was Bei Ming Yuan. Why are you here? Bei Ming Yuan slowly sat up and said, "You should be asking yourself that." She blushed, raising a hand to her head, thinking, could it be that last night I took advantage of Bei Ming Yuan? No. With this body of mine now, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. She looked at him and asked, "So last night we?" Bei Ming Yuan sighed. "Last night, you kept grabbing my clothes and wouldn't let go. So I stayed here." Hearing the answer, Shui Yun Tian happily thought to herself, "Phew, so that's what happened. I can rest assured now." Seeing her like this, Bei Ming Yuan flicked her forehead and said, "Are you thinking about something wild again?" Her thoughts having been exposed, she guiltily shouted, "Of course not. I'm not that kind of person." Bei Ming Yuan continued, "I can clearly see that you are." Yihan approached and said, "Your Highness." He then signaled to Bei Ming Yuan with his eyes. Seeing this, Bei Ming Yuan stood up and walked out. "I know. Have Xiangning take the crown princess to breakfast first." Seeing this, Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, where is he going in such a hurry? Outside, Bei Ming Yuan began to ask, "May I know what business brings the princess to my crown prince's residence today?" Princess Shueji replied, "Since we are to be married, then regarding the alliance between our two nations against the demon clan." Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan's expression darkened. "I'm sorry. Agreeing to the marriage yesterday was due to the circumstances. After the spiritual realm hunting assembly is over, I will go to my royal father to confess my fault." Hearing this, Princess Shueji turned away. "You want to defy the decree and annul the engagement?" Bei Ming Yuan said softly, "That's right. Besides, according to intelligence, before the princess came to the Kanglan nation, you attempted to flee the marriage. So, in truth, you don't want to marry me either, right?" Princess Shueji had a smug look on her face. "Since your highness already knows everything, I'll be direct. As long as I can secure the position of empress and our two nations ally to destroy the demon clan, I don't care who you like or who you want to marry." Bei Ming Yuan turned to leave, "But I care." Shueji was furious. I didn't expect your highness to be so stubborn." Bei Ming Yuan explained, "Even if we don't marry, our two nations can still form an alliance. The princess can rest assured. As for my wish to annul the engagement, I ask the princess not to speak of it for now, lest it reaches my royal father's ears." Seeing this, Princess Shueji reached out and grabbed Bei Ming Yuan's hand. "Wait, a verbal agreement for an alliance is not proof. Without a marriage alliance, how can we convince others?" Bei Ming Yuan immediately shook her hand off. "I have my own arrangements." "Princess, please see yourself out." Behind them, a head peeked out from the bushes, eavesdropping. It turned out to be Shui Yun Tian. Shui Yun Tian was a little unhappy, thinking to herself, "Damn it, it's too far. I can't hear what they're saying at all." That evening, Shui Yun Tian was fuming in her room. Yesterday, he was saying something about how I'm the only one in his heart, and today he's already entangled with Princess Shueji. What a liar. Scumbag. Someone called her from outside. Shui Yun Tian. She was startled and turned around. Yuling Luo angrily pushed the door open and entered. "The crown prince has done so much for you, yet you curse him behind his back like this." She frowned and retorted, What has he done for me? Cheated on me?" Yuling Luo angrily strode forward, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shoved her to the ground. "Shut up, you ungrateful woman. Today is the day you die." Shui Yun Tian was pinned hard to the ground, her face contorted in pain. As if possessed, Yuling Luo forcefully strangled Shui Yun Tian. Shui Yun Tian trembled, weakly calling out, "Bei Ming Yuan, save me." Yuling Luo looked at Shui Yun Tian like a demon. "Stop calling. The crown prince sent me to kill you." Suddenly, the sound of crashing dishes came from outside. Xiangning, seeing this from outside, screamed, "There's an assassin." Hearing someone, Yuling Luo panicked, turned her head, and hastily fled. Bei Ming Yuan entered and saw this scene. and immediately shouted, "Seize her for me." Bei Mingyuan drew closer and saw Shui Yuntian's pale face. She was lying unconscious on the ground. Bei Mingyuan's heart tightened. "Go get the imperial physician, quickly." Bei Mingyuan reached out to help her up, holding her in his arms. "Tian'er, you must be all right." She slowly opened her eyes and asked drowsily, "Is this heaven?" Bei Mingyuan said softly, "Silly girl. This is the Crown Prince's residence. You're all right now." Seeing him, she immediately recoiled in fear, saying frightfully, "Bei Mingyuan, why do you want to kill me?" Hearing her words, Bei Mingyuan was stunned. "What?" She burst into tears. "If you hate me, if you think I'm in the way of your marriage to Princess Shueji, then I can just stop being the crown princess, can't I?" Hearing this, Bei Mingyuan became furious. "Use that little head of yours and think carefully. If I really wanted to kill you, would you still be alive right now? Besides, I already told you, I will not marry Princess Shueji. Who knows which of your words are true and which are false?" Bei Mingyuan was a little impatient. "Then what will it take for you to believe me?" She said immediately, "Unless you give me the immortal frost lotus that you won." Bei Mingyuan replied softly, "Fine." Hearing Bei Mingyuan's answer, Shui Yuntian was stunned, thinking to herself, "Ah, he agreed that easily?" Bei Mingyuan lowered his head slightly. "But I have a condition too." Shui Yuntian thought to herself, "You're something else. I knew it wouldn't be that simple." She spoke up and asked, "What condition? Don't tell me you want me to repay you with my body?" Bei Mingyuan said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested in your being sprout-like figure." Hearing this, Shui Yuntian said angrily, "Oh, then I really should thank you. What is your condition then?" Bei Mingyuan said, "I'll tell you when I've thought of it." Hearing this, she was speechless with anger. Outside the door, Yihan approached and called out, "Your Highness, the assassin has been caught." The assassin was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied. Seeing the assassin, Shui Yintian said, Hey, the one who wanted to kill me was Yuling Luo. Don't you dare find a random scapegoat to fool me." Seeing this, Yihan quickly said, "Ah well, I saw this man lurking nearby, so I caught him." Bei Mingyuan shouted, "Speak, did Yuling Luo send you?" The assassin said fearfully, "I don't know any Yuling Luo, nor was I here to kill anyone. Someone just paid me a high price to follow the crown princess." Bei Mingyuan asked sternly, "Who was it?" The assassin replied in fear, "We get paid to do a job. We never ask for the client's identity." After hearing this, Shui Yintian thought to herself, "Sigh, I didn't expect this crown princess position to be such a dangerous profession. If I'm not being assassinated, I'm being followed." Shui Yintian tugged on Bei Mingyuan's sleeve. "My handsome husband, being your crown princess, is really dangerous. Can I quit?" Bei Mingyuan glared at her angrily. "Say that again." She was so scared she stammered, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Bei Mingyuan continued, "From today on, you're not to take a single step out of the crown prince's residence." She put her hands on her hips and said sulkily, "No way. The crown prince's residence is so heavily guarded. Yet Yuling Luo still managed to barge in. That proves it's not safe here at all. If I stay at an inn outside, they won't be able to find me in the residence. So I'll be safer." Bei Mingyuan seemed to agree. You have a point. I'll just stay with you then." She immediately cried out, No way. If you stay with me, won't I be exposed? How is that any different from staying in the crown prince's residence?" Bei Mingyuan looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Are you plotting something again?" She gave a forced laugh. Haha, of course not. I'm definitely not telling you that I'm trying to get out of your sight to get the heart's blood, and also find a chance to run for the hills after I get the immortal frost lotus." Shui Yuntian put on a cute and lovely act. "My handsome husband, please agree, I'm begging you." Seeing her like this, Bei Mingyuan's cheeks flushed, a little embarrassed. "Kiss me, and I'll agree." Hearing this, she thought to herself, Kiss him? Has Bei Mingyuan taken the wrong medicine lately? Or can he no longer control his lecherous nature? If you don't want to, then just stay obediently in the residence." Shui Yuntian rushed forward and planted a kiss on Bei Mingyuan's cheek. He looked at her with a red face, and Shui Yuntian was also blushing furiously. "So, is this okay?" Bei Mingyuan's face was bright red, secretly delighted, and he grunted in agreement. Outside the palace, the streets were bustling with people coming and going, incredibly lively. Having been allowed out, Shui Yuntian was overjoyed. Xiangning followed behind, calling out, Miss, if we just walk out in the open like this, won't we be captured by assassins?" Shui Yuntian laughed and said, do you think Bei Ming Yuan would really be at ease letting me out of his sight? Xiang Ning said worriedly, but it seems like he's the only one following to protect the crown princess. Shui Yuntian blinked and said, Sister Xiang Ning, have you ever heard the saying that when you find one bat in your house, don't be afraid, because there are at least 1,000 other bats hiding in the dark having a party? So, similarly, when you see one secret guard, there are actually countless other secret guards hiding all around. Out of nowhere, Bei Ming Feng appeared, clapping. That's an interesting theory. I just don't know what this party my little sister-in-law speaks of is. Shui Yuntian was startled and cried out, Bei Ming Feng, how did you know I was here? Bei Ming Feng replied, it's a coincidence, of course. Does my little sister-in-law think I was waiting for you here on purpose? Shui Yuntian thought to herself, I don't believe a word from your mouth. You smiling old fox. Bei Ming Feng said with a smile, is my little sister-in-law here to attend the black market auction? Just tell me what you want. I can buy it all for you. Shui Yuntian asked suspiciously, you're that kind? I'm always kind. But if my little sister-in-law agrees, I, in turn, have a small favor to ask of you. Shui Yuntian waved her hand. Humph, spit out. What do you want my help with? Bei Ming Feng said immediately, I want to marry Princess Shueji. She was shocked. What? Aren't you already married? Bei Ming Feng said softly, I only married Chu Yi to use her father as my backing. Ever since the night Chanda launched his rebellion and I witnessed Princess Shueji's heroic demeanor, I couldn't help but fall in love with her. Little sister-in-law, please help me. Her expression darkened as she thought, wait a minute, that Princess Shueji that night. It seems that was me. Bei Ming Feng continued, little imperial sister-in-law, think about it. If I marry Princess Shueji, you won't have to worry at all about her marrying my imperial brother and competing for his favor. She replied softly, fine. Let me say this first. I'm helping you absolutely not because I don't want her to marry Bei Ming Yuan, but only because I see you begging me so sincerely. Xiang Ning, who was behind them, was speechless to hear this. Your servant is still here. You two are talking so loudly. I'm afraid even the hidden guards have heard you. At the auction, the person on the stage announced, this is the great strength pill from the western regions. After taking it, one can instantly become incomparably strong. Lifting a mountain would be no problem. The people below immediately started bidding. The starting price is 100 gold. I bid 150 gold. Look at your stingy self. I bid 300 gold. I bid 500 gold. Shui Yuntian said hurriedly, 1,000 gold. I'll take this great strength pill. Bei Ming Feng, sitting beside her, thought to himself, little imperial sister-in-law wants me to spend a lot of money. Bei Ming Feng then said, little imperial sister-in-law, what do you need this great strength pill for? She replied to him, don't mind me, I have my own use for it. She thought to herself, when the Lingjing hunting assembly comes, I'll take this great strength pill, knock Bei Ming Yuan out with one slap, and snatch the immortal frost lotus without anyone knowing. The girl on the stage said, sold for 1,000 gold. The great strength pill belongs to buyer number 988. Next is the final treasure of today's auction, the blue netherworld departed fire. This flame gathers the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the sun and moon, and cannot be extinguished without 10,000-year-old mystical ice. The starting price is 5,000 gold. Princess Shueji, from out of nowhere bid, I bid 10,000 gold. Shui Yuntian shot a look at Bei Ming Feng. Bei Ming Feng, your chance has come. Bei Ming Feng was surprised. Oh, why do you say that, little imperial sister-in-law? Shui Yuntian frowned. Are you stupid? Hurry up and bid for the blue netherworld departed fire to give to Princess Shueji to win her favor. And you call yourself the famous playboy of Kanglan Nation. How can you not even understand this? Bei Ming Feng's mouth fell open, thinking to himself, I'm being looked down on by a little girl. Emoli, beside Princess Shueji, made a bid. I bid 10,100 gold. Princess Shueji turned and said, what is the meaning of this? Emoli said sadly, just consider this the last gift I'll ever give you. Hearing this, Shueji's heart ached. Shueji pulled on Emoli's sleeve and said, why didn't you come that day? I waited for you in the snow for a whole night. Emoli looked at Shueji with deep affection. I'm sorry. I was sent on a mission by my master that day and didn't see your letter. By the time I returned, I heard you had already gone to Kanglan Nation. If you want, we can leave right now. Shueji said angrily. That's enough. Don't say any more. Shueji's eyes filled with tears. As the princess of the Snow Domain Nation, a political marriage is my duty. Emily, we can't go back. Emily's eyes dimmed. I understand. Shui Yun Tian and Bei Ming Feng, hiding at the door, heard everything. Shui Yun Tian was astonished. Heavens, what kind of fairy tale love is this? I'm not helping you anymore. The couple I ship can't be broken up. Bei Ming Feng said with a laugh. Little imperial sister-in-law, you change your mind so quickly. A cunning look appeared on Bei Ming Feng's face. He thought to himself, never mind, if this path with Princess Shueji doesn't work, I'll just find another one. In any case, my goal is just to threaten Bei Ming Yuan into abdicating the throne. He reached out his hand, preparing to make a move on Shui Yun Tian. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Bei Ming Feng's. The palace master spoke. What does the third prince think he's doing to her? Bei Ming Feng said in fear. Why has the palace master appeared here? The palace master glanced at him. I should be the one asking you that. Bei Ming Feng turned to flee. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving first. I'll trouble you to take care of my little imperial sister-in-law. When Shui Yun Tian saw the palace master, she held out her hand. We had a deal. Where's the heart's blood? The palace master said angrily, you ask for my heart's blood the moment you see me. Shui Yun Tian replied nonchalantly, what else? Am I supposed to pretend to ask how you are, serve you tea, and then kneel and beg you to give me your heart's blood? The palace master looked agreeable. That doesn't sound too bad. Let's do it that way then. Shui Yun Tian pouted and thought to herself, boo-hoo-hoo, why can't I control this mouth of mine? Seeing her on the verge of tears, the palace master took out the heart's blood. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's get to business. Take it. If you lose it, I won't give you a second one. Shui Yun Tian took it, thought for a moment, and said with a blush, thank you. Adi you well? Are you all right? The palace master asked in surprise. Are you concerned about me? Shui Yun Tian stammered guiltily. Don't misunderstand. It's just a polite question. The palace master handed her a set of clothes. Wear this. This is heavenly silkworm gauze. It can resist blades and swords. In the future, if I'm not by your side, you must protect yourself well, understand? Hearing this, she lowered her eyes, her cheeks suddenly flushing red, and thought to herself, I'm done for, my heart is beating so fast. The palace master picked her up, holding her in his arms. Let's go. Shui Yun Tian asked worriedly, where are we going? The palace master replied softly, to find your mother and demand my payment. Shui Yun Tian was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. I was a total clown for being moved by him just now. I really want to crack his head open and see what kind of nonsense is inside. She then put on a cute, kitten-like act. My mother is in seclusion. How about I ask her to find you in a few days? The palace master thought to himself, this little swindler. The palace master held Shui Yun Tian tightly and flew off. She screamed, ah. The palace master landed on a roof, looking down at the whole scene from above. Shui Yun Tian exclaimed in amazement. The night view is so beautiful. By the bank of the turquoise stream, many flower lanterns were being released. She ran back and forth excitedly. It's flower lanterns. The palace master looked at her dotingly and asked, do you like it? Hearing this, she replied in surprise. I like it, but this palace master of the Netherworld Palace seems strange. Could it be that he and Bei Ming Yuan took the wrong medicine? She suddenly saw a book in the palace master's robe. This is, and she reached out to pull it out. The book fell to the ground with a thud. The palace master froze. It's the secret guide to love. Seeing this, Shui Yun Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. The palace master's face darkened in an incredibly awkward situation. The palace master turned to one side, stammering, this was forced on me by my subordinate. I was just afraid your mother wouldn't like it. So I brought you here for a rehearsal. She thought in a panic. This guy is something else, so it turns out I'm my own substitute. But this palace master of the Netherworld Palace is unexpectedly pure, much cuter than Bei Ming Yuan. Her face flushed, as if with a hint of longing, and two conflicting thoughts appeared in her mind. The angel spoke, please be rational. Bei Ming Yuan is your true love. The devil said, fight, fight. I love watching two men turn against each other for love. She spread her arms wide and said loudly, can I be a little more ambitious? And take them both? Both voices gasped, their eyes shining brightly. Seeing her like this, the palace master reached out and patted her head. What are you thinking about again? She turned away with a red face. No, nothing. I'm not thinking about anything. Oh, it's getting late. I have to go back. The palace master took her hand and said, all right, I'll see you off. Her face suddenly turned serious, and she turned her head, thinking, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? She suddenly remembered what happened at the inn and shouted, no wonder I had a bad feeling. It turns out I forgot Xiang Ning at the black market. Xiang Ning was huddled alone, crying, little crown princess, where on earth did you go? Please come and save me. Shui Yin Tian was running like crazy outside, shouting, Xiang Ning, I've wronged you. The palace master, inside, saw this and smiled faintly. Yihan walked over and said, Your Highness, Yu Ling Luo has been found. But when your subordinate found her, she had already stopped breathing, and a line of words was found on her body. The palace master picked up the paper and read it. On the paper was written, Bei Ming Yuan, do you like the gift I gave you? Yu Ling Luo was leaning against the wall, a dark, murderous aura emanating from her chest. The palace master walked over and saw Yu Ling Luo, thinking to himself, this is clearly the aura of the demon clan. Why would it appear on her? Could it be? Yu Ling Luo's eyes flew open, her face full of murderous intent, and said, Hey, I hate you so much. She then pulled out a dagger hidden on her person and lunged to stab the palace master. Yi Han, beside him, saw this and said in alarm, Your Highness, be careful. The palace master sent Yu Ling Luo flying with a single move. Yu Ling Luo fell to the ground. The palace master ordered, Yi Han, immediately go and cremate the body to prevent any further trouble. Yi Han replied, yes. The palace master's arm was cut by Yu Ling Luo, and a black smoke slowly seeped in. From outside came the voice of Shui Yun Ruan. Junior sister Yun'er, I know you're in there. Stop hiding. Shui Yun Tian came out, opening the door sleepily, and said, How did senior sister know I was here? Shui Yun Ruan was sweating profusely and said in a panic, That's not important. She pulled Shui Yun Tian's hand and led her outside. Shui Yun Ruan said, What's important is that the sect leader is looking for you urgently. Hurry up and come with me. Shui Yun Tian frowned and thought to herself, Why is the sect leader suddenly looking for me? This Qing, you has always been biased against me. Why would the sect leader send her to find me? Could it be that she's here to harm me? Shui Yun Tian smiled and pulled her hand back. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll go find the sect leader myself later. Senior sister, you can go back first. Hearing this, Shui Yun Ruan gave a strange smile, as if she had become a different person, and said, Today, you're coming with me whether you want to or not. Hearing this, a look of fear appeared in Shui Yun Tian's eyes. Meanwhile, the palace master, having been struck by Yu Ling Luo's demonic dagger, couldn't hold on and collapsed. Yi Han hurriedly supported the palace master. Shui Yun Tian, who had appeared from nowhere, called out to Yi Han. Outside the door, Princess Shueji walked in and said, The person I want to see is the crown prince. Why did you bring me here? Yi Han had a hard time explaining and thought to himself, Could I possibly say that I couldn't find his highness, so I came to the crown princess's place to look for him? But luckily I came in time, otherwise his highness's identity would have been exposed. Princess Shueji walked over and said, Never mind. It might be better to find you for this matter than to find him. Little crown princess, may I have a word with you? Shui Yun Tian hesitated, but Yi Han gestured and said, Little crown princess, please rest assured, this subordinate will take good care of him. In the dead of night, the two sat before a plate of pastries. Princess Shueji spoke up, Little crown princess, I want to ask you for a favor. Shui Yun Tian, holding a pastry, said, What can a child like me do to help you? Shueji continued, You don't need to be so modest. I can see that you hold an extraordinary place in the crown prince's heart. Hearing this, she choked, Ahem. Princess Shueji looked up, her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, I must marry the crown prince. Can you help me? Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, This is great. Is everyone treating me like a matchmaker they can order around? Including that smiling, flowery turnip. I'm talking about Bei Ming Feng. She then said, Why are you so insistent on marrying Bei Ming Yuan? Princess Shueji frowned in thought for a moment, then said, The story has to start from 1,000 years ago. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the demon clan rampaged across the continent, burning, killing, and looting, committing every evil imaginable. Fortunately, a deity intervened to eliminate the demon clan and sealed them in the Snow Domain Nation. From then on, the the common people lived happy lives, but that deity vanished without a trace. However, more than 10 years ago, the formation sealing the demon lord seemed to have been sabotaged by someone, and the demon clan once again began to frequently slaughter the people of the Snow Domain Nation. The Snow Domain Nation has a small population and simply cannot fight against the demon clan. Therefore, I can only form a political marriage with the crown prince of Kangla Nation, so that our two nations can form an alliance and eliminate the demon clan together. After hearing this, Shui Yun Tian replied, "Even without a political marriage, you can still form an alliance. Why must you sacrifice your own happiness for this?" Princess Shui Ji explained, "You don't understand. Only after I marry the crown prince can I justifiably monitor all of Kangla Nation's movements and maintain the balance between our two nations." Shui Yun Tian glanced sideways, thinking to herself, "Oh, so it turns out you came to be a spy." Shui Yun Tian then said, "You're telling me all this. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you?" Shui Ji's face darkened. "As long as you help me marry the crown prince, none of this matters." Shui Yun Tian blinked. "What if I say no?" Shui Ji immediately knelt and begged. "I'm begging you. I can give up the position of empress. I only beg to be by the crown prince's side." Shui Yun Tian was stunned. "Then what about Mo Li? How can you have the heart to leave him like that?" Shui Ji's eyes were filled with sorrow. "He and I are fated to meet, but not to be together." Shui Yun Tian looked at Shui Ji, thinking to herself, although Bei Mingyuan says he won't marry the Snow Domain princess now, who knows if he'll compromise later for the future of the Kangla Nation. The Lord of the Nether Palace is indeed a better choice. She spoke up. "I understand. I'll see what I can do to help you." In the palace, Yihan asked worriedly, "Your Highness, how are you?" The palace lord replied calmly, "It was probably demonic energy entering my body just now, but I'm fine now." Yihan was alarmed. Demonic energy? Could it be that the demon clan is behind all the recent events? He grunted in agreement. "The demon clan's actions this time are very likely aimed at me. Go to Cloud Water Cave for me and investigate a woman named Qing Yu first." Hearing this, Yihan panicked. "Your Highness, you've had a change of heart." Then Yihan burst into tears. "Your Highness, I was wrong." The palace lord stepped outside, looked up at the sky. "Yihan, there's one more thing I need you to do." A moment later, Shui Yun Tian came looking for the palace lord. She spoke up and asked, "Where is he?" Yihan replied with a forced smile. His lordship had something to attend to and left first. Shui Yun Tian continued, "I wanted to ask just now, why weren't you surprised to see the lord of the Nether Palace here? Could it be that you're actually very close to him?" Yihan stammered nervously. I've just met him a few times. We're not that close." Hearing this, Shui Yun Tian pressed on. "Met him a few times, have you? Then you must have seen his real face. Is he really incomparably ugly?" Yihan trembled, thinking to himself, His Highness is ugly? Then he stammered, "He looks ugly." Then Yihan suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, if he's ugly, then there are no ugly people in this world." She, listening from behind, was stunned, then said, "So you're saying he's a peerless beauty?" Yihan looked agreeable. "Of course." A sly smile appeared on the corner of Shui Yun Tian's mouth. He. Then I'm relieved. On the day of the spirit realm hunt, she had taken a potion to turn into an adult. Shui Yun Tian covered her face with a thin veil, holding a piece of paper as she walked, thinking to herself, "The venue for the spirit realm hunt should be here. I must be careful not to be discovered." Luckily, today is the monthly 15th day transformation. I must take this opportunity to try and find the immortal frost lotus. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from the other side. "Ah?" She turned her head to look, thinking in surprise, "That voice is over there." Bei Mingma was terrified of a rabbit. Seeing this, she called out, "Mor." "But what is that rabbit that's taller than a person?" The rabbit looked angry, then suddenly became infatuated, and came closer to lick Bei Mingma. Bei Mingma said in fear, help me." Then he looked at the rabbit and said, "I'm sorry, you're too ugly. I can't take you home." Hearing this, the rabbit sadly flopped to the ground to sulk. Shui Yun Tian, witnessing everything from the side, thought to herself, ha ha, so young and already obsessed with looks. What will he be like when he grows up? It seems a sucker for a handsome face like you has no right to talk about others. Bei Mingma heard the voice, came closer to her and asked, "Big sister, who are you? How do you know my name is Mor?" Hearing this, Shui Yun Tian humphed. "Your sister Tian told me." Bei Mingma said happily, "Big sister, you know Sister Tian, so are you a friend?" She gave a forced smile. "Actually, I'm her mother. Bei Mingma was shocked. What? A big sister as young as you is already Sister Tian's mother? Shui Yun Tian said cheerfully, Mo, you're such a sweet talker. Let big sister give you a hug. Mo called out, big sister. She said, what is it? Can I see what you look like without your veil? She took off her veil and said, of course you can. Moer smiled and said, big sister, you really look a lot like Sister Tian. She thought to herself, how can the same person not look alike? Moer said shyly, actually, I have something else I'm not sure if I should say. She thought, looking at him like this, could he be about to confess his feelings to me? Oh ho ho, being too charming is indeed a kind of trouble. Shui Yun Tian smiled and said, it's all right, just say whatever you want to say. Big sister can take it. Moer shyly shouted, please, big sister, have another daughter as cute as Sister Tian. She said in astonishment. What? Moer shut his eyes tightly and said, because Sister Tian already belongs to Crown Prince Big Brother, I don't dare to compete with him. But if you have another daughter, I can like her. Shui Yun Tian thought angrily, oh, so you little prince not only want to hit on me, but also my daughter and become my son-in-law. I will definitely treat her well in the future. Can you agree to this, big sister? Shui Yun Tian replied with a forced smile, of course not. Hearing this, Bei Mingma's eyes welled up with tears, hurt. Why not? She explained helplessly, it's not that I don't want to have one, it's that I can't have one by myself right now. But seeing how cute you are, big sister promises you, if I have a daughter in the future, I can consider arranging a childhood engagement for you. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. A childhood engagement is also not allowed. Her child will have to call you royal uncle. Hearing this, both she and Bei Mingma were stunned. She turned her head. It was Bei Mingyuan, which made her complain in annoyance. Why is he everywhere I go? Bei Mingyuan frowned and said angrily, get out of here with your rabbit. The rabbit ran away in fear. Sword dash. Sorry, I was wrong. Seeing him, she angrily criticized, Mo is still a child. Why are you being so fierce? He suddenly walked straight towards her, grabbed her hand, wrapped his arm around her waist, and spoke. You just said you wanted to have a child. Startled by his sudden approach, she was a little flustered. Bei Mingyuan smiled and said casually, I can satisfy you. She looked up at him, her face flushed red, extremely embarrassed. You're a hooligan, she shouted angrily. I don't want to have a child, and besides, I already have someone I like. If I have one, it will be with him. Who is it? That person is his ally, the Lord of the Nether Palace. Hearing this, Bei Mingyuan was a little surprised, then smiled nonchalantly. She kept talking, wanting him to give up, but he paid no mind and directly held her tighter. She seriously pushed him away, saying clearly, you are the crown prince. In the future you might have to make difficult choices for the Kanglan nation, but he is free. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. Free? Even if you don't have to marry Princess Shueji now? What about later? If in the future there's some Princess Hiji, Princess 2G, or Princess Watuji who comes for political marriage, can you refuse them all? As soon as she finished speaking, he answered immediately, I can. She didn't believe him and blurted out, stop bragging. You go find your princesses, I'll go find my palace lord. Let's go our separate ways from now on. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say actually, I am in Nether, a loud explosion rang out, making her instinctively turn her head towards the sound. A firebird appeared in a flash. Both she and he were stunned. Rakshasa bird. Bei Mingyuan immediately summoned his flood dragon. Shui Yun Tian thought wearily to herself. Sigh. Are we not in a crime drama anymore? Have we switched to a fantasy drama? Watching the flood dragon and that bird fight, she couldn't help but be curious. How is this bird so powerful? At this moment, Bei Mingyuan explained to her, this is the demon beast, the Rakshasa bird. It said that it hates lovers the most in this world. If a married couple is present, its resentment will increase by a level, and its power will grow accordingly. Hearing this, she could only let out a soft laugh. Ha. Truly a single bird that likes to take revenge on society. But suddenly, out of nowhere, Bei Mingyuan forcibly kissed her. Letting her go, he even leisurely showed a satisfied smile. She was furious, blaming him. What time is it for you to still be doing this? He even casually winked at her. Shoo, because that bird was standing behind them with hateful eyes. It couldn't stand it anymore and immediately flew over to attack. Bei Mingyuan shouted loudly, Flood Dragon. The Flood Dragon heard and immediately attacked, biting into the Rakshasa bird's neck. Afterwards, the The flood dragon also couldn't hold on and fell. Bei Ming Yuan gently stroked its head to comfort it. You did very well. Seeing this, she spoke with some doubt. Don't tell me the flood dragon sacrificed itself. He explained softly, it's just injured. It will recover after cultivating for a while. Kissing you suddenly, just now, was just to provoke the Rakshasa bird and create an opportunity for the flood dragon. Hearing this, her face flushed red. Ha ha ha. I knew you weren't someone who doesn't know what's important. Afterwards, he took her hand and left. Let's go. Where are you taking me? This way. Over there. The third prince went to the forbidden area alone, but was stopped by the guards. I'm sorry, Third Highness. This is a royal forbidden area. You cannot enter. Hearing this, Bei Mingfeng chuckled and replied, Oh, this is a forbidden area? My apologies. I'll leave right away. Suddenly, a mysterious person in black appeared and directly took care of the two guards. Bei Mingfeng was a little surprised. Hey, couldn't you have waited for me to leave before making your move? They won't remember anything when they wake up anyway. Why must the third prince worry? Bei Mingfeng said helplessly, One can never be too careful. Then they went inside. Seeing the immortal frost lotus before them, Bei Mingfeng spoke up. What do you need the immortal frost lotus for? This is not something the third prince needs to worry about. So our agreement, rest assured, the throne will surely be in your highness's pocket. As for the crown prince and the crown princess, does it matter if they live or die? Hearing this, Bei Mingfeng shouted angrily, questioning, You clearly promised me you wouldn't harm them. The person in black said contemptuously, Naive. Suddenly, something entered Bei Mingfeng's body, causing him to lose consciousness and say vaguely, Kill him. Having achieved their goal, the person in black took off their hood smugly. Lord Demon, the plan has succeeded. It won't be long before you are resurrected. Shui Yuntian shouted angrily, What? Which damn bastard dared to steal the immortal frost lotus? I'm gonna go tear them to shreds right now. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them and said, To tear me to shreds. I'm afraid it'll take some effort. A strange woman in black, holding the immortal frost lotus, a wicked smile on her lips. Shui Yuntian thought to herself, This person looks so familiar. Where have I seen her before? The woman in black said, The immortal frost lotus is in my hands now. If you want it back, you'll have to listen to me obediently. The woman targeted Shui Yuntian and said to Bei Mingyuan, Kill this woman, and I'll return the immortal frost lotus to you. A look of horror appeared on her face. Bei Mingyuan's eyes were fierce. In your dreams, the woman in black continued, I knew you wouldn't be able to do it. Then let's do it the other way around. It's fine if she kills you, little lady. As long as you make the right choice, the immortal frost lotus will be yours. Bei Mingyuan took her hand and smiled. Don't worry. You have to trust me. Our choice is to kill you. The wicked woman said, I'm quite looking forward to your next performance. Don't disappoint me. After speaking, she vanished. Shui Yuntian was dumbfounded at this scene. Vanished? Just vanished like that? This demon comes and goes without a trace. Were we supposed to find her? We're doomed this time. Bei Mingyuan said to her, This is a royal forbidden area. Without a guide, ordinary people will get lost in the nearby bewildering formation. The demon clan is no exception. Shui Yuntian said, Oh, I see. You mean, a traitor has appeared in the royal family. Bei Mingyuan agreed. That's right. She said thoughtfully, I think I know who it is. She went to find Bei Mingma, knelt down, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, Heartbreak is a normal thing. You have to learn how to get over it. You can't let love turn into hate. Do you understand? Bei Ming gave a strained smile, not understanding what she was saying. Seeing this, Bei Mingyuan covered his face with his hand and said, Why would you think he's the traitor? Shui Yuntian stood up and said, According to my years of experience watching melodramatic dramas, usually the culprits are the ones who look cute and innocent, like Emoa here. At first glance, he looks so well-behaved and sensible. There must be a big problem. She then pointed at Bei Mingfeng and said, That type of person, you can tell at glance he's no good. But in this case, he's the bad one. Bei Mingfeng said in confusion, Miss, why would you say I don't look like a good person when we've just met? She thought guiltily, I'm doomed. It seems this squinty-eyed Bei Mingfeng has never seen my real face. Bei Mingfeng thought to himself, She seems to be the woman my imperial brother previously offered a handsome reward to find. Bei Mingfeng laughed and said, I didn't expect that having a little sister-in-law and Princess Shueji isn't enough for you, imperial brother. No matter how good your health is, you should practice some restraint. Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, get lost. Bei Ming Feng immediately said, Imperial brother, your subject came here because of an urgent matter. Just now, the ninth Imperial brother suddenly went mad and bit injuring her. Many imperial physicians said she can't be cured. Shui Yun Tian turned and said, was it the work of the demon clan? Bei Ming Yuan turned around. Let's go see first. On a towering rocky mountain, the three of them stood looking down. Bei Ming Feng stood far behind, while Shui Yun Tian and Bei Ming Yuan stood in front. Seeing no movement, Shui Yun Tian said, have we fallen into a trap? Suddenly, the rocky mountain collapsed, and the two of them immediately fell. Luckily, Shui Yun Tian managed to grab a long vine and said with a sigh of relief, it's a good thing I took a great strength pill today. Otherwise, we would have surely been smashed to pieces. Beside her, Bei Ming Yuan had a look of utter confusion. Then the vine suddenly snapped, and the two of them fell into the deep abyss. After landing, Shui Yun Tian angrily stood up and shouted, heavens, you're going too far. Don't they say that if you survive a fall from a cliff, you're bound to have a fortuitous encounter? Beside her, Bei Ming Yuan seemed to be injured. Seeing this, Shui Yun Tian said worriedly, Bei Ming Yuan, are you all right? Hey, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. Otherwise, my conscience will bother me terribly. Bei Ming Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said, just your conscience bothering you? She said in surprise, wow, you're awake. Does it hurt? Are you badly injured anywhere? Bei Ming Yuan said with effort, so, it's just your conscience bothering you? She quickly turned her face away and said, well, what else do you want? Lying in her arms, Bei Ming Yuan coughed up blood. Cough, cough, cough. She panicked. Don't. I'll tell the truth. I'm very worried about you. I don't want you to die. All right? Then she suddenly saw the corner of a book sticking out from his clothes and thought to herself, wait a minute. This book corner looks so familiar. Shui Yun Tian pulled it out and read, pretend to be injured, to make the other person let down their guard. Close the distance between the two. She thought again, did the Nether Palace Master and Bei Ming Yuan buy this book from the same place? Why does each of them have a copy? She swallowed her anger. Bei Ming Yuan stood up, pointed in a direction, and said, Bei Ming Feng's aura is over there. Let's hurry after him. Elsewhere, Bei Ming Feng walked over and said, mission complete. The woman in black spoke, come on out. Stop hiding. From within the bushes, Shui Yun Tian and Bei Ming Yuan stepped out. Shui Yun Tian said, oh dear, we've been discovered. For the demon clan, the Frost Fairy Lotus is useless. Elder sister, why did you go to all the trouble to seize it? The woman in black pointed at Bei Ming Yuan and said, to get Bei Ming Yuan, of course. Hearing this, she thought angrily to herself, again, and again, why does Bei Ming Yuan attract women wherever he goes? The woman continued, the woman beside him. She said, stunned, what? For me. The woman turned and said, you are very strong. Getting you to follow me willingly won't be easy, but that woman is different. Her weakness is now in my hands. And your weakness is her. Shui Yun Tian said in shock. So you made us fight each other? What was the point of having Bei Ming Feng attack us? The woman in black replied, humph. If you can't even pass this test, what face would you have to lead the demon clan? Wouldn't you agree? Lord Demon Lord. Bei Ming Yuan frowned and said, I will not become a demon, much less any demon lord. The woman sneered, that's not for you to decide. Instantly, a thick white fog surrounded them, enveloping Bei Ming Yuan, and then he turned into a child. In the palace, Shui Yun Tian stood there in a daze, thinking to herself, how did I get back to the Imperial Palace? That child looks so familiar. Bei Ming Yuan had now turned into a child. A woman in front said, Yuaner has always been smart and well-behaved. Why would the state preceptor say such a thing? Although His Highness the Crown Prince is the mortal incarnation of the Ziwei Emperor, and after he comes of age and unites with the Holy Maiden of Watercloud Cave, he can surely protect the Kangla nation for 100 years of prosperity. But there's a faint demonic energy surrounding His Highness. I'm afraid it is an ominous sign. The Emperor said, then is there a way to resolve it? The woman replied, I beseech your majesty to send the crown prince to the true immortal temple. Perhaps someone there can help him. Shui Yun Tian walked up to Bei Ming Yuan, squatted down, and asked, you're Bei Ming Yuan, right? Why did you suddenly become small? Bei Ming Yuan didn't react. Shui Yun Tian said, hey, can't you see me? Her whole body was as if invisible. No one else could see her. She thought to herself, what on earth did that demoness do to me and Bei Ming Yuan? Two palace maids were whispering nearby. I heard the crown prince has demonic energy on him. He was sent to the true immortal temple by the emperor. I said long ago that his ghostly appearance wasn't normal. I didn't expect it to be demonic energy. How terrifying. As Bei Ming Yuan was walking, he was tripped by a guard, falling to the ground. The guard sneered, "Oh my, your highness the crown prince. You're so careless." Bei Ming Yuan glared angrily at the guard, then stood up and dusted himself off. The guard said, "A demon, a demon." Seeing this, Shui Yintian hit the guard on the head. The guard cried out, "Ah, you hit me." Bei Ming Yuan spoke up, "It wasn't me." Seeing this, she thought to herself, "Sorry, I shouldn't have called you a demon." Bei Ming Yuan's retreating figure looked incredibly lonely. At the true immortal temple, Bei Ming Yuan looked up at a peach and reached out to pick it. Suddenly, someone appeared from nowhere, picked the peach and said, "Call me master once, and this peach will be yours." Bei Ming Yuan refused. "I don't want to." The guardian spirit said, "Hey, this little brat, you dare to refuse me? Do you know how many people are lining up to be my disciple?" Bei Ming Yuan said nonchalantly, "I don't want to know." The guardian spirit clung to Bei Ming Yuan, pestering him. "How about we renegotiate? Don't refuse me so quickly." Bei Ming Yuan said impatiently, "No." The guardian spirit suddenly heard a sound and turned his head to look. Hiding behind a tree, Shui Yin Tian thought to herself, "That's not right. You can't see me here anyway. Why am I hiding?" She then said, "That person just now looked a lot like the Nether Palace Master, but his personality and age and appearance don't match." That evening in the palace, Shui Yun Tian snuck into the guardian spirit's room. The guardian spirit was sleeping. She looked at him and thought, "This time, I must take off this mask." The guardian spirit opened his eyes and looked at her, Mississippi. She said, frightened, You can see me?" The guardian spirit said, "Of course. It is thanks to me that you were able to come here." She panicked, What on earth is going on?" The guardian spirit sat up and said, "Actually, I am not a person, but little Yuan's guardian spirit." As he spoke, he struck a pose. Shui Yin Tian stood beside him, looking on angrily. The guardian spirit's eyes looked weary. "I don't have much time left, miss. Could you do me a favor? This is Bei Ming Yuan's memory, and I am a wisp of a guardian spirit left behind by his master. I sensed demonic energy invading his body, which is why I had to pull you in here, but my power is about to run out. Are you willing to take my place and continue to protect him?" Shui Yin Tian said, trembling, "Ah." The guardian spirit immediately said, "There's a reward for protecting him. Will you do it?" Shui Yin Tian's eyes lit up as if she had found a treasure. "How much?" The guardian spirit laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. Rest assured, what I give you is absolutely more valuable than money." The guardian spirit took out a pearl, plant it in water, and you will get what you want, miss. She looked at the pearl and said, "Could this be the frost fairy lotus?" As soon as she finished speaking, the guardian spirit tapped her on the forehead, and Shui Yun Tian disappeared. The guardian spirit said, "I'm counting on you, miss." Blue specks of light floated around. 1 year later, behind the mountain of the true immortal temple, suddenly, the guardian spirit shouted, "Stop!" Bei Ming Yuan used his power to chop the peach tree in half. The guardian spirit said in a panic, "You rebellious disciple. The peach tree that your master, spent decades growing has been destroyed by you just like that." Bei Ming Yuan said fearfully, I didn't do it on purpose. I just couldn't control my strength." The guardian spirit came closer and patted Bei Ming Yuan's head. "That's right. Little Yuan is so strong now. I, your master, have nothing left to teach you. Little Yuan, look over there. That is Yihan." Yihan stood under a tree, smiling. The guardian spirit said, "When I'm gone, he will practice with you. But you have to go easy on him. Don't break him." Bei Ming Yuan said loudly, "Are you leaving?" The guardian spirit looked up and said, "That's right. All good things must come to an end." The guardian spirit lowered his head, smiled, and said, "Come here. I, your master, have one more gift for you." The guardian spirit brought Bei Ming Yuan to stand on a rocky mountain. In front of them was a palace. The guardian spirit said to him, "Little Yuan, that is the Nether Palace that I, your master, founded. I'll leave it for you to manage in the future." Bei Ming Yuan held out his hand and said, "I refuse." The guardian spirit panicked and said hurriedly, "To build this Nether Palace, I, your master, spent my savings of several hundred years. Please reconsider." The guardian spirit then sighed and continued. In the future, if there is no longer a place for you in the palace, you can treat the Nether Palace as your home. Then aren't you afraid I'll do bad things in the name of the Nether Palace? The guardian spirit laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. The guardian spirit then took off his mask and said, if you want to do bad things, you must first learn to hide your thoughts in your heart. Here, this is for you. He then put the mask on Bei Ming Yuan and continued, I have cast a spell on it. Wear it and absolutely no one will recognize you. I, your master, believe in you. The guardian spirit revealed a large scar on his face and said one sentence, you will be a good person. The guardian spirit then jumped off the cliff. Seeing this, Bei Ming Yuan shouted, don't go, and jumped after the guardian spirit, yelling, Master. Below was pitch black, and a voice echoed, Yuan, Bei Ming Yuan. Wake up. Bei Ming Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said, so noisy, but this voice is so familiar. Who is she? In the morning, an unconscious Bei Ming Yuan was lying on Shui Yun Tian's lap. Shui Yun Tian said in a panic, what did you do to him? The woman in black said, you woke up quickly. You're really making me more and more curious about you. Shui Yun Tian stood up, huffed unhappily. Where did this bunch of Demon Clan people come from? The woman in black said, bring them both back for me. Shui Yun Tian said angrily, I won't let you get your way. Suddenly, Bei Ming Yuan grabbed her and flew into the sky. After flying for a long time, the two of them hit a tree and fell to the ground. Shui Yun Tian cried out, huh? The two were still caught by the Demon Clan members. Shui Yun Tian held Bei Ming Yuan and thought to herself, are these Demon Clan people tireless? We've been running for so long and still can't shake them off. The Demon Clan members had captured Bei Ming Yuan. She knelt down and called him, hey, Bei Ming Yuan. She thought to herself, this won't do. I still have to find a way to wake Bei Ming Yuan up. She called out again, you listen carefully. I like you. Hearing her confession, Bei Ming Yuan struggled to let out a grunt. Shui Yun Tian gritted her teeth, her eyes pleading as she thought, could it be that even my confession can't stimulate him enough to wake up? The woman in black approached, leaning in close to her, and said, stop struggling. Just obediently come with me. Shui Yun Tian roared in anger. Bei Ming Yuan, if you don't wake up, I'll make you a cuckold. Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan opened his eyes, which were blazing with anger. He channeled his internal energy, blasting those people in black away. You, what did you say? Shui Yun Tian pointed loudly at the woman in black and said, there, it's her. She has improper intentions towards me and wants to make you a cuckold. The woman in black was stunned, her face full of confusion. Bei Ming Yuan boiled with rage and attacked. You're courting death. He struck down the woman in black with a single move. The woman in black was hit by Bei Ming Yuan's attack and sent flying. Crying out, ugh. Blood trickled from the corner of the woman in black's mouth as she looked up and said, don't you forget that the immortal frost lotus is in my hands right now. Even if you can wake up from the soul-separating dream. Becoming the demon lord is your destined fate. You can't escape it. Bei Ming Yuan pondered for a moment, then looked up and sneered. Is that so? Yihan came up from behind and said, Your Highness. In Yihan's hand was the immortal frost lotus. Bei Ming Yuan said, I already guessed you would use the immortal frost lotus to threaten me, so I had Yihan take it away long ago. The woman in black smiled slyly, truly worthy of being the great demon lord, but I also have a backup plan. Shui Yun Ruan walked over from behind. Junior sister Yun Tian. See clearly who they are? Shui Yun Tian was horrified. Sect leader. Elder. The two were tied up, brought by Shui Yun Ruan as hostages. The woman in black threatened, if you want them to live, then trade the immortal frost lotus for them. Shui Yun Tian stammered. The sect leader spoke worriedly. Don't listen to her. Shui Yun Tian went over and pulled Bei Ming Yuan's hand. Quickly give her the immortal frost lotus and get them back. Bei Ming Yuan was worried, but you... Shui Yun Tian continued. Don't worry. Your master already gave me the seeds of the immortal frost lotus. We could just grow a new one later. Bei Ming Yuan was surprised. You know my master? She quickly said, I'll explain this to you later. Saving them is more important right now. He immediately agreed, and the two were untied. The sect leader said, Tianer, I'm sorry. Shui Yun Tian comforted her. It's all right, sect leader. You don't need to blame yourself. After getting the immortal frost lotus, the woman in black said, I will welcome the arrival of the great demon lord in the snow domain country. The sect leader spoke up and asked, you and the crown prince? Shui Yun Tian blushed with embarrassment and said hurriedly, everyone has misunderstood misunderstood. There's nothing between him and me. Bei Ming Yuan, standing beside her, was silent and angry, and quickly stepped forward, closing in on her. You just said you liked me. Have you forgotten already? Shui Yun Tian was stunned. I only did that to provoke you into waking up. The sect leader and the elder are still here. Don't get handsy. Be careful, or I'll call them to beat you up. Bei Ming Yuan said seriously. They're no match for me. Besides, your sect leader once promised me something. As long as I defeated her, she would no longer interfere in the matters between you and me. Shui Yin Tian was shocked. What? You're the palace master of the netherworld? Bei Ming Yuan replied softly. That's right. Shui Yin Tian was stunned, shocked as she pictured the palace master and Bei Ming Yuan, then thought to herself, no wonder I always felt they were somewhat similar before, with identical voices, both very familiar with the imperial palace, and even sharing the same love manual. It turns out none of it was a coincidence, because they were, in fact, the same person. She was so angry she punched Bei Ming Yuan. I can't believe I fell for this scoundrel's tricks twice. Unforgivable. Her whole body felt like it was struck by lightning, and her two personalities appeared again. The devil sighed. Didn't you see the loving actions of those two men? It's a bit disappointing. The angel spoke up. Isn't this also very good? You don't have to hesitate about who you like anymore. Shui Yin Tian said angrily. Is this the time to be talking about this? Why did you lie to me? Is it fun to trick me like this? Bei Ming Yuan pulled her into his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Didn't you lie to me too? My crown princess. Shui Yin Tian was embarrassed. Seeing this, the sect leader and the elder turned to leave. Tianer, we'll take our leave first. You do your best. Shui Yin Tian reached out for help. Sect leader, elder, quickly help me. Bei Ming Yuan looked at her gently. Don't be angry with me anymore. I didn't mean to deceive you. Listen to my explanation. Shui Yun Tian shouted. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I'll ignore you forever. Bei Ming Yuan then said, if you know my master, then did he tell you that the Netherworld Palace was a gift he left for me? She said sullenly, what does knowing or not knowing have to do with you tricking me? Bei Ming Yuan then buried his head in her shoulder. I thought that if he were to return, that position of Palace Master of the Netherworld would still be his. So I hoped even more that the person you love is only me. Bei Ming Yuan. Shui Yun Tian said softly, and yet you still use the identity of the Palace Master of the Netherworld to get close to me. A pained look appeared on Bei Ming Yuan's face as he said, it's just that every time I came to find you, you would run away, but you would actively embrace the Palace Master of the Netherworld. So I always felt that you liked the Palace Master of the Netherworld more. Therefore, halfway through his words, Bei Ming Yuan's cheek was pinched by Shui Yun Tian, who said, aren't the Crown Prince and the Palace Master of the Netherworld both you? Is it fun being jealous of yourself? Bei Ming Yuan touched his cheek, then said softly, so, whether I'm the Crown Prince or the Palace Master of the Netherworld, you like me, right? Shui Yun Tian looked at him and replied, MHM. After hearing that, Bei Ming Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her on the lips. Bei Ming Yuan even undid her clothes. Shui Yun Tian's face darkened. Hey, don't just randomly take off my clothes like that. Bei Ming Yuan blushed and said, but we still have time right now. How about we do it right here? Bei Ming Yuan took off her outer robe, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and she said with a blush, no, we're outside. Before she could finish, Bei Ming Yuan interrupted. Sorry, I can't hold back anymore. Then he kissed her neck. Late at night, the two were still entangled with each other outside. Shui Yin Tian's hand was held tightly by Bei Ming Yuan as she said, you bastard, I'm definitely going to kill you this time. Bei Ming Yuan grabbed her leg and brought it to his face. Be good, you wouldn't have a heart to. Her leg trembled from his teasing. Crying out, Then suddenly her face flushed, her eyes welled up, and with a sob, she turned into a child. Bei Ming Yuan, who was on top of her, was stunned. Shui Yin Tian hastily grabbed her clothes to wrap around herself, trembling. Then she let out a loud wail. You bullied me again. Seeing this, Bei Ming Yuan quickly said, Don't cry anymore. I was wrong, okay? Hearing that, she wiped her tears. Then tell me where you were wrong. Bei Ming Yuan gave a bitter smile. I didn't get to satisfy you before you turned small. Shui Yun Tian puffed her cheeks angrily. What is he thinking about all day? I'm angry, and he doesn't even know how to coax me. Bei Ming Yuan felt guilty. How do I coax you? Shui Yun Tian stood up angrily. Figure it out yourself. Bei Ming Yuan got dressed and also stood up, thinking to himself. The book seems to say that in this situation, one should give the other person a surprise to show their apology. The next morning at the Imperial Palace, Bei Ming Yuan covered her eyes. Shui Yun Tian asked in surprise, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Bei Ming Yuan said gently, "Giving you flowers. Watch the steps." Shui Yun Tian was so happy she was moved to tears, thinking, "Ha ha ha, could it be that this blockhead Bei Ming Yuan has suddenly seen the light and knows how to give me a gift?" When they arrived, she opened her eyes and was stunned, and said angrily, "What the hell is this thing you're giving me?" Bei Ming Yuan stood behind her and said, "A man-eating flower from the outer realms. It's said to be effective against the demon clan." Yihan announced from outside the door, "Your Highness, the third prince requests an audience." Shui Yun Tian roared in anger. Not seeing him, tell him to get lost and go back where he came from. Bei Ming Yuan ordered, "Yihan, have him wait for me in the study." Shui Yun Tian said loudly, "Hey, are you really going to see him? What if he tries to harm you again?" Bei Ming Yuan then said, "You're worried about me." She said sullenly, Stop being so smug. I haven't forgiven you yet." Bei Ming Yuan said slyly, "Don't worry." After speaking, he picked her up and held her in his arms. "I'll be fine." Lying in his arms, Shui Yun Tian said, "Take back what you just said." Bei Ming Yuan looked at her, confused. In Bei Ming Yuan's study, Bei Ming Feng spoke up, "Imperial brother, I'm sorry. The truth is, I was bewitched by the demon clan before, that's why I..." Bei Ming Yuan said softly, "I don't blame you. I have already requested Father's permission to dispatch troops to the Snow Domain country to eliminate the demon clan. When that time comes, I'll leave the Kingland country for you to protect." Bei Ming Feng showed extreme remorse. "No, I clearly did such a heinous thing. Why don't you hate me?" Bei Ming Yuan approached him, smiling, "Because there are things in this world more important than the imperial throne." Hearing this, Bei Ming Feng rushed forward, wanted to hug Bei Ming Yuan. Boo-hoo-hoo. Imperial brother is truly the best brother in the world. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Both of them turned their heads to look. A Grand Preceptor walked in and said, "You cannot go to the Snow Domain country." Bei Ming Yuan's gaze was sharp. "What if I insist on going?" The Grand Preceptor said, "Then this humble servant can only use my death to stop you." Outside, sunlight shone into the Imperial Palace. Inside, Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, "Grand Preceptor, why are you stopping me?" The Grand Preceptor knelt on the ground and said, "Your Highness, this time, the demon clan stealing the immortal Frost Lotus is clearly a trap. If you go on this trip, I'm afraid there is a risk of you succumbing to demonic transformation." After hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan gritted his teeth. TSK. He angrily grabbed the Grand Preceptor by the neck and lifted him up. "I already said, I will not succumb to demonic transformation. Why does none of you believe me? Why?" Suddenly, a vase flew over and hit Bei Ming Yuan. Bei Ming Feng threw the vase to stop him. "Imperial brother, stop." Bei Ming Yuan immediately fainted. The Grand Preceptor said, "Thank you, Third Prince." Bei Ming Feng approached him and sat down. The Grand Preceptor placed his hand on Bei Ming Yuan's forehead and said, "I have sealed a portion of His Highness's magical power. If he insists on going to eliminate the demon clan, I ask the Third Prince to please stop him at all costs." Then, Bei Ming Yuan's entire body suddenly shrank, turning into a child. Bei Ming Feng was stunned, thinking in shock, how can sealing magical power also make a person shrink? After sealing Bei Ming Yuan, the Grand Preceptor collapsed. Bei Ming Feng shouted worriedly, "Grand Preceptor, at least tell me how to get Imperial brother back to normal before you pass out." The next morning, Shui Yun Tian stood before the palace and called out, "Bei Ming Yuan, I'm coming in." Bei Ming Feng, inside, said with a laugh, "Oh, little sister-in-law, you're here to see Imperial brother so early today?" Shui Yun Tian hugged the little puppy, her face dark as she asked, "Why is it just you?" Bei Ming Feng burst out laughing. "Good question. I've been waiting here for Imperial brother for a long time and haven't seen him either. I was just about to ask you where he is." Shui Yun Tian replied irritably, "I don't believe you." She then put the little puppy down. "Bei Ming Yuan, go find that foolish crown prince for me." The little puppy ran around searching, sniffed around, then stopped in front of the door and barked, "Woof woof." Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, "Looks like he's in here." Then she stepped forward and opened that door. Bei Ming Yuan was lying unconscious in the wardrobe. Seeing this scene, Shui Yun Tian said, "What on earth is going on? Confess everything to me honestly." Bei Ming Feng hurriedly tried to cover it up. "Actually, this child is my illegitimate son," Shui Yun Tian said. "He looks exactly like Bei Ming Yuan, yet you claim he's your illegitimate son. Do you have a fetish for cuckolding yourself?" Shui Yun Tian turned her face away and said angrily, "He is Bei Ming Yuan, isn't he? What did you do to him?" Bei Ming Feng gave a forced laugh. "As expected, nothing gets past little sister-in-law. But I swear, this time, it really wasn't me." Bei Ming Yuan in the wardrobe suddenly opened his eyes, woke up, and said, "So noisy." Bei Ming Feng immediately called out, "Bei Ming Yuan, Imperial brother, you're awake?" Bei Ming Yuan scratched his head and said, "Who am I? Who are you?" The two people beside him were dumbfounded. Thought, amnesia? Is it that cliche? Bei Ming Feng said with a laugh, "I am your father, and you are my son." Bei Ming Yuan looked at Bei Ming Feng and said, "I don't believe you. Do we look alike at all? If I'm not your father, then who is?" Bei Ming Yuan pondered. "We clearly don't look alike at all." Shui Yun Tian shyly pointed to herself and asked, "What about me? You don't recognize me either?" The moment Bei Ming Yuan saw her, his face immediately flushed red. He hurriedly walked up to Shui Yun Tian and said, "I like you. Marry me." Shui Yun Tian blushed, a look of confusion on her face. Bei Ming Feng reached out to block him. "That won't do. This young lady is already taken." Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, "Here to spoil things again." Bei Ming Yuan asked angrily, "Who is it? I'll kill him." Hearing this, Shui Yun Tian's face darkened, and she thought to herself, this habit of getting jealous of himself. He really can't get rid of it, can he? Bei Ming Feng came closer and said, "Her husband is my imperial brother, the current crown prince, Bei Ming Yuan. What makes you think you can compete with him, you little brat?" Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan just grunted. Shui Yun Tian approached Bei Ming Feng and said, "Hey, why are you tricking him? Aren't you afraid he'll come after you to settle the score once he regains his memory?" Bei Ming Feng continued, "To make my imperial brother suffer for once, it's worth it even if I get beaten to a pulp later. Besides, this is a rare opportunity. Don't you want to take advantage of my imperial brother's amnesia to teach him a lesson, sister-in-law?" Shui Yun Tian blushed. Teaching him a lesson, that does sound pretty good. Then she said angrily, "What the hell? Hurry up and think of a way to restore his memory." Bei Ming Feng said in fear, Yes, as you command." Outside the imperial palace, the sky was gradually darkening. Inside the palace, Bei Ming Feng said to her, "I'm sorry, little imperial sister-in-law. I clearly hid the state preceptor on the bed earlier, but who knew the state preceptor would suddenly vanish without a trace?" Shui Yun Tian said in frustration, "I was a fool to believe you were reliable." Bei Ming Yuan said, "I've thought it through. Even if my rival is the crown prince, I won't give up on you." With that, he pulled Shui Yun Tian towards him, and her face immediately flushed red. Bei Ming Yuan said confidently, "Let's prepare to usurp the throne immediately." Shui Yun Tian was shocked. "What did you say? You are Bei Ming Yuan. What throne are you usurping?" Bei Ming Yuan said decisively, "No, I remember now. I am Yi Xiao, the master of the Nether Palace. You can't fool me." Hearing this, Shui Yun Tian, an idea flashed in her mind. "Yi Xiao?" Bei Ming Feng continued, "Yi Xiao is the name of my imperial brother's master. Little imperial sister-in-law, I'll go find the state preceptor first. I'll leave my imperial brother in your care. Absolutely do not let anyone else find out." Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, "Does he think I'm running a daycare? Just destroy everything. I'm so tired." In the evening, in the inner courtyard of the crown prince's residence, Shui Yun Tian spoke up. "The patrolling guards are all gone." Shui Yun Tian and Bei Ming Yuan were hiding in the bushes, spying. Bei Ming Yuan asked in surprise, "Are we going to be thieves?" Shui Yun Tian, beside him, agreed, "That's right. Yes, I'm taking you to steal some affection. Are you scared?" Bei Ming Yuan leaned close to her. "Why go through all that trouble? Let's just start right now." Shui Yun Tian blushed and thought to herself, "No way, this guy wants to do it right here." Shui Yun Tian pouted and thought, "Well, it's not like it's impossible." Bei Ming Yuan then hugged her. "I'll go steal a zither for you." Shui Yun Tian pouted, her eyes wide. "Sai, what do I do when my husband has a problem with his head? Is it too late to get a divorce now?" Shui Yun Tian then took Bei Ming Yuan's hand and kissed him on the cheek. Shui Yun Tian said, "It's stealing affection, not stealing a zither." Do you understand now? Bei Ming Yuan said excitedly. This stealing affection is really fun. Let's do it again. Shui Yin Tian said, annoyed, don't push your luck. In the imperial kitchen, the two sat in a corner eating. Bei Ming Yuan, holding food in his hand, asked, is this also part of stealing affection? Shui Yin Tian, sitting beside him, replied while gobbling down her food, stop looking. Then she looked at Bei Ming Yuan. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Bei Ming Yuan blushed, staring at her without blinking. Seeing this, Shui Yin Tian covered her mouth with her hand. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, no funny business while we're eating. Bei Ming Yuan moved closer and reached out to wipe the food from the corner of her mouth. You're such a messy eater, it's all over your mouth. But it's okay, I still like you very much. Shui Yin Tian blushed, thought to herself, damn it seems this guy has made my heart flutter again. In the palace, the two slept in the same bed. Shui Yin Tian was sound asleep, one leg draped over Bei Ming Yuan, completely unaware. Bei Ming Yuan thought to himself, who was it that said not to cross the line before we went to sleep? Bei Ming Yuan opened his eyes. Shui Yin Tian was sleeping soundly, her head resting on his chest, looking well-behaved in her sleep. Bei Ming Yuan thought to himself, so cute. He then pulled her into his arms. You're the one who crossed the line first. The next morning, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the palace. Xiang Ning entered the room and said in a panic, little crown princess consort, what are you two doing? Shui Yin Tian immediately linked her arm with Bei Ming Yuan's, rested her head on his shoulder, and said, we're stealing affection. Can't you tell? Xiang Ning shouted. You hooligan, get away from the little crown princess consort. Shui Yin Tian said hurriedly. Xiang Ning, calm down. Take a look at who he is first. Xiang Ning looked towards Bei Ming Yuan, thought to herself, this face, this familiar white hair and blue eyes. Xiang Ning stammered, it's His Highness's illegitimate son. Hearing this, Shui Yin Tian looked helpless. He is Bei Ming Yuan. At Fengyu Pavilion, the place was bustling with people and extremely lively. Shui Yin Tian said angrily, didn't you say we were going to find State Preceptor? Why do we end up at a brothel? Bei Ming Feng explained, little imperial sister-in-law, don't be hasty, let me explain slowly. Originally, I was supposed to take you two to find the State Preceptor, but after he disappeared yesterday, he didn't return to his residence at all. After many inquiries, I finally discovered that before he came to find my imperial brother, the State Preceptor had visited Fengyu Pavilion multiple times. Shui Yin Tian's face darkened. So, you want to bring us to Fengyu Pavilion to ask about the State Preceptor's whereabouts? Bei Ming Feng said smugly, little imperial sister-in-law is truly intelligent. Shui Yin Tian continued, then you could have just come and asked by yourself? You insisted on bringing us here. What's your scheme? Are you trying to corrupt your imperial brother? Bei Ming Feng argued, no, how could that be? Am I that kind of person? Shui Yin Tian and Bei Ming Yuan said in unison, you are exactly the kind of person. Shui Yin Tian turned to Bei Ming Yuan and said, you said that. Does that mean you've remembered something? Bei Ming Yuan replied to her, no, I just have a gut feeling that he's not a good person. Hearing this, Bei Ming Feng felt as if he had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, with peach blossoms seeming to fall from the sky. It smells so good. Have the three of you come to inquire about the State Preceptor? A woman said, appearing from nowhere. The moment Bei Ming Feng saw her, his face lit up. Since when did the Kanglan nation have such a stunningly beautiful lady? I've only found out today. I'm truly ashamed. The woman giggled. Young master, you flatter me. Bei Ming Yuan spoke up and asked, tell us the whereabouts of the State Preceptor. The woman came closer, touching Bei Ming Yuan's cheek. Oh my, which family's young master is this? He looks so adorable. Shui Yin Tian, at the side, was furious. Thought to herself, Bei Ming Yuan, you idiot, don't you know how to move away when someone is taking advantage of you? Bei Ming Feng cried silently in his heart. Sob, why is my imperial brother still more popular than me, even after he became smaller? The woman spoke, this is not the place to talk. Why don't the three of you follow me to the inner room to talk? On the table were 3 cups of water. The woman sprinkled something into the cups, then said, seeing how travel-worn the 3 of you are, you must be tired from coming to Fengyu Pavilion, right? Have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you the truth. The fragrance of tea filled the room. Bei Ming Feng picked up the teacup to examine it, thinking to himself, this tea seems to be a tribute from the palace. How can a small place like Fengyu Pavilion use this kind of tea? He then put the teacup down and said, I wonder how I should address you, miss. And what is your relationship with the state preceptor? The woman introduced herself. I am Feng Shi, the state preceptor's lover. To be honest, I've also been looking for him these past few days. That scoundrel not only owes me a large sum of silver, but he also took my precious treasure. The woman then shouted angrily, if you know his whereabouts and don't tell me, then don't blame me for being vicious and ruthless. Shui Yintian was surprised. Ha, I didn't expect the state preceptor to have so many enemies. Bei Ming Yuan took her hand, about to leave. If she doesn't know the state preceptor's whereabouts, we don't need to waste our time here. The three of them walked towards the door. The woman blocked them. No need to be in such a hurry. This tea is very precious. Won't you all stay to finish it before you leave? Bei Ming Feng turned his head and said, Miss Feng Shi, rest assured, if we have any news, I will definitely come to inform you. The three of them left and closed the door. A maid came forward and said, My lady. The woman ordered, follow them closely. Outside, the streets were bustling with people. Bei Ming Yuan said seriously, someone is following us. We were noticed as soon as we left Feng Yu Pavilion. It seems this Miss Feng, she is not so simple. Bei Ming Yuan proposed a plan. The three of us together are too big a target. You'll be responsible for luring the assassins away, while Tianer and I investigate that woman from earlier. Bei Ming Feng said worriedly, but in your current state, I'm afraid you can't even beat a dog. What if you run into danger? Shui Yintian said confidently, Humph. As expected, it's still up to me to take action. As a bodyguard, I'm a professional. Bei Ming Feng said to her, Little imperial sister-in-law, with your physique, I'm afraid you're not much better off than him. Night fell, and the moon rose high. Shui Yintian hid in a corner, watching Miss Feng Shi, the imperial palace. Could this Feng Shi be someone from the palace? Now we have to. She turned around and didn't see Bei Ming Yuan. TCH, what did he run off to? Bei Ming Yuan spoke from the top of the wall. I'm up here. Shui Yintian was shocked. The wall is so high. How did you get up there? Bei Ming Yuan's cheeks were flushed. Kiss me, and I'll bring you up. He then jumped down and pulled Shui Yintian. Let's go. The two of them flew up to the high wall. Bei Ming Yuan pointed to his cheek and said, Payment. Shui Yintian replied nonchalantly, Is this the time to talk about this? Can't you think of something more serious? Then she kissed him on the cheek and said, Are you satisfied now? Now hurry up and get me down. We have to follow that person. Bei Ming Yuan refused. No, the payment for chasing the person is separate. Shui Yintian thought to herself, this scoundrel who pushes his luck. All right. After we've dealt with this, I'll make it up to you however you want. Is that okay? Bei Ming Yuan grunted in satisfaction. You better not go back on your word. The two of them hid in the bushes, thinking to themselves, why do I get the feeling this Feng Shi person is messing with us? Could she have already discovered us? The woman, Feng Shi, turned her face, a strange smile on her lips. Bei Ming Yuan said, her scent disappears here. Shui Yintian was scared. What? Could it be that we've fallen into a trap? Just then, a hand touched the back of her neck. Shui Yintian's scream rang out. The two of them turned around. Shui Yintian trembled, saying in fear, Zhang Yang, why is it you? Zhang Yang called out, Master, why are you here? Shui Yintian said, I should be asking you that. Tell me, what are you doing running around the palace in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Zhang Yang's face showed a look of horror. Master, you don't know, but many maids have gone missing for no reason recently. Even Mei Xiang. Moreover, a dried-up corpse was dug up in the Imperial Garden yesterday, causing a panic. Everyone is saying it's the work of ghosts. Shui Yintian was shocked. So you dressed up as a ghost to scare me? Zhang Yang said hurriedly, Master, you've misunderstood. I deliberately wore a woman's clothes today to catch the ghost. I had no intention of scaring you. Bei Ming Yuan spoke up. Take us to see that dried-up corpse. Zhang Yang asked in surprise. And you are? Shui Yintian didn't know how to introduce him and stammered. He is, Zhang Yang said. Is he His Highness the Crown Prince's illegitimate son? Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, I am not, but was cut off by Shui Yintian, who said, That's right, he is His Highness the Crown Prince's illegitimate son. Let's not delay any longer. Let's go investigate the desiccated corpse. The three of them stood before the door to the morgue. Zhang Yang trembled. Master, do we really have to go in? With guts like yours, you want to catch ghosts? Just obediently stand guard at the door for us. Bei Ming Yuan pushed the door open, stepped inside, and stood before the desiccated corpse that was emitting a dark, evil energy. Bei Ming Yuan stared, stunned. Seeing this, Shui Yintian said, What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this corpse? Bei Ming Yuan was drenched in sweat. Yes, there's demonic energy on the corpse. Shui Yun Tian said. Demonic energy? Could it be that the incidents in the palace are all the work of the demon clan? Didn't they already retreat to the snow domain country? Bei Ming Yuan was suddenly invaded by the evil energy, and a dark thought appeared in his mind. Kill. He immediately ran outside. Seeing this, Shui Yun Tian shouted in alarm. Bei Ming Yuan. Zhang Yang caught her. Master, are you all right? Shui Yun Tian clutched her chest. I'm fine. Let's split up and find him. Outside, it was late at night. The unconscious Bei Ming Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Bei Ming Mo stood before him and said happily, Great, you're finally awake. You look so much like my crown prince brother. Could it be? Bei Ming Yuan stood up, rubbing his eyes and denying it. I'm not. So you're not my crown prince brother? Then you must be his illegitimate son, right? From now on, I'll be your imperial uncle. Can you call me imperial uncle? Bei Ming Yuan was furious. Shui Yun Tian walked over and saw the two of them. Found you. She shouted, Bei Ming Yuan. She approached, grabbed his shoulders, and said worriedly, You fool, don't run off like that again. Bei Ming Yuan looked at her and grunted in agreement. Bei Ming Mo stood to the side, thinking in confusion. Big sister Tian, is my crown prince brother being cuckolded? Bei Ming Yuan sensed something unusual and spoke up. Quiet, someone's coming. In the corridor outside, two figures were carrying something while walking and talking. Hasn't her ladyship been needing too many maids lately? If this goes on, we'll be exposed sooner or later. The person next to him said, Shh, absolutely do not speak ill of that great person, or you might not be able to keep your worthless life. The three of them hid stealthily to one side. Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, could there still be remnants of the demon clan in the palace? Bei Ming Mo asked with a smile, Are we going to investigate and catch the bad guys now? Bei Ming Yuan and Shui Yun Tian whispered to each other, How about we knock him out? Bei Ming Mo stood behind them, looking at the two in confusion. The two stood helplessly watching a cheerful, singing Bei Ming Mo. Bei Ming Mo turned his head and asked, Big sister Tian, why are you holding a wooden stick? Shui Yun Tian laughed loudly. Ahaha, there's a mosquito buzzing in my ear. I want to knock it out. Bei Ming Mo said happily, Big sister Tian, don't be afraid. Let me help you. Then he walked over, but tripped on a rock. He fell to the ground, crying out, Ouch, and fainted. Shui Yun Tian remarked, So weak. In a room, Shui Yun Tian said to Bei Ming Yuan, We clearly saw them come in here. Why is no one here? Bei Ming Yuan immediately said, Let's find a mechanism first. After searching for a while, Shui Yun Tian discovered, I found it. Bei Ming Yuan pressed the button, and a door suddenly opened, startling her. Bei Ming Yuan said in alarm, This is bad. It's a trap. Shui Yun Tian asked worriedly. Feng Shi appeared out of nowhere and said, Where's the crown princess planning to take her little lover? Seeing her, Shui Yun Tian said flatteringly, Hey, beautiful big sister, how did you know I'm the crown princess? Who are you anyway? Feng Shi's gaze was sharp. You're so famous in the palace. How can I not know? As for who I am, you won't need to know once you're dead. Little crown princess, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to disappear. As for your little lover, I'll take him to the underground palace to be raised and made into a mask for me. Shui Yun Tian immediately stepped forward, shielding Bei Ming Yuan. Bah, don't you dare. Bei Ming Yuan spoke up. I can go with you, but you have to let her go. Feng Shi said contemptuously, Just the two of you brats. You think you're worthy of negotiating terms with me? Bei Ming Yuan's eyes turned blood red as he fiercely unleashed demonic energy from his entire body. Don't you touch her. The demonic energy immediately sent the two maids flying. Seeing this, Feng Shi thought to herself, How can a child have such strong demonic energy? It seems I'll have to thoroughly investigate his background. For now, I can only retreat. Afterwards, Bei Ming Yuan screamed in pain, Ugh! Seeing this, Shui Yun Tian caught him and called out worriedly, Bei Ming Yuan. Bei Ming Yuan, you have to be okay. The next morning, in the room, Bei Ming Feng was holding Bei Ming Yuan down tightly. Little sister-in-law, think of something quick. My imperial brother is too strong. I can't hold him much longer. Bei Ming Yuan seemed like a different person, constantly shouting, Kill, kill. Then his whole body trembled. Ugh! Shui Yun Tian thought to herself, Maybe using the old method to wake him up will work? Bei Ming Feng was punched in the face by Bei Ming Yuan. Shui Yun Tian shouted, If you don't stop, I'll go cuckold you. Bei Ming Feng said, Little sister-in-law, you should just keep quiet. Shui Yun Tian reached out her hand, her eyes welling with tears, and called out, Bei Ming Yuan, you have to be okay. A moment later, Bei Ming Feng stood with his hands on his hips and sighed. It's finally quiet. Good thing I had some anesthetic left. A guard entered and reported, Your Highness, the third prince. There's a beautiful young lady in the main hall, crying and demanding to see you. She seems to be pregnant with your child. Bei Ming Feng turned around in shock and exclaimed, What? Bei Ming Feng walked in front, with Shui Yuntian following behind. Suddenly, he shouted in shock. Shui Yuntian's eyes also widened in surprise. It's you, Yuling. Yuling's eyes were filled with tears. You're finally here. Bei Ming Feng was drenched in sweat. First, explain what's this about a baby in your belly. Yuling was confused. What baby? Hearing this, Bei Ming Feng was stunned. So you were just hungry? At this moment, Yu Ling remembered. Miss Yu Ling, I have a favor to ask of you. She stammered. Actually, it was that man who told me to come find you. The other two couldn't help but be surprised. It's the state preceptor, Shui Yuntian said earnestly. That's great. Then please take us to find him quickly. Yu Ling shook her head. Wait. She frowned. To find my way here, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Can't you treat me to a meal first? Night was falling. Bei Ming Feng carried Bei Ming Yuan on his back, and Shui Yuntian was also exhausted from walking. Bei Ming Feng said, Miss Yu Ling, do you really know where the state preceptor is? Yu Ling turned her head to look at him. Who knew the roads and houses in the Kangla nation all looked the same? Just give me a little more time. I'll definitely find it. Bei Ming Yuan's body trembled, shouting kill. Then he suddenly struggled free. Kill? Bei Ming Feng couldn't react in time. Imperial brother. At this moment, Shui Yuntian called out in shock. Bei Ming Yuan. Just then, the state preceptor suddenly appeared out of nowhere and caught Bei Ming Yuan in his arms, stunning the other two. State preceptor. Bei Ming Feng gave a slight laugh. You made a search so hard for you these past few days. The state preceptor frowned. My apologies. I overestimated Miss Yu Ling's sense of direction. Yu Ling pouted at him. Is this how you treat your savior? You want to use me and then cast me aside, don't you? At this moment, two personalities appeared in Shui Yuntian's mind. The devil frowned. Hey, without the immortal frost lotus, you can only live for another 3 months. Don't be stupid. The angel continued. Although Bei Ming Yuan is pitiful, have you forgotten that your original goal was to get away from him? Shui Yuntian gave a slight laugh. I'm fine. Just take it and cure Bei Ming Yuan. The state preceptor was surprised. Crown Princess Shui Yuntian reached out and touched Bei Ming Yuan's forehead. If I were the one lying here now, he would definitely do the same, right? You don't need to worry about me. Once he recovers, we'll go to the Snow Domain country together, destroy the Demon Lord's physical body, and take back the immortal Frost Lotus. Hearing this, the state preceptor clasped his hands in a salute. I admire the crown princess's courageous heart. At this moment, Shui Yuntian suddenly remembered. That's right. How did you know I need the immortal Frost Lotus? The state preceptor smiled. Because the marriage contract between you two was proposed to the late emperor by me. I naturally know that this is not your true appearance. Shui Yuntian was shocked. You proposed it to the late emperor? Just how old are you this year? The state preceptor answered calmly. Calculated in human time, I am actually 1,000 years old. Shui Yuntian was stunned. 1,000 years old? So are you a deity or a demon? Why would you willingly be a humble state preceptor? The state preceptor looked at her with a gentle gaze. Actually, Yi Shao and I were originally celestial generals from the heavens. He was skilled in combat, while I was skilled in strategy. We were ordered to descend to the mortal realm to eliminate the demon lord together. Although Yi Shao narrowly defeated the demon lord 1,000 years ago and sealed his physical body in the Snow Domain country, his soul escaped. Therefore, Yi Shao split his primordial spirit in two. One half remained in his body, while the other half was responsible for tracking the whereabouts of the demon lord's soul. Afterwards, in order to find the reincarnation of the demon lord and his other half of the primordial spirit, I became the state preceptor while he roamed the martial world. Unexpectedly, the demon lord's soul merged with half of Yi Zhao's primordial spirit, and they entered reincarnation together, reborn as Crown Prince Bei Ming Yuan. Shui Yuntian thought in shock. Bei Ming Yuan is a combination of the demon lord and a deity? She broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Then where did Yi Shao go, with Bei Ming Yuan becoming like this? Isn't he worried? The state preceptor said calmly. Yi Shao was worried that separating the primordial spirit would harm the crown prince. so he hesitated to act. Over a decade ago, his lamp ran out of oil, and his body perished, and his Tao vanished. He reached out and touched Bei Ming Yuan's forehead. I have used my spiritual power to reinforce the seal on His Highness. It will take at least 3 days to cultivate the immortal frost lotus. During these 3 days, I hope the Crown Princess will ensure the Crown Prince is not agitated again. Hearing this, Shui Yuntian was a bit confused. Wait, I have no issue with you sealing his spiritual power, but why did you seal his memories as well? The State Preceptor sighed. I did not seal His Highness's memories. Shui Yuntian's eyes widened in shock. What? Then why did he lose his memory? The State Preceptor stammered. Perhaps it was because the third prince hit the Crown Prince on the head. At this moment, Shui Yuntian thought angrily. No wonder that bastard slipped away before even entering the door. Just then, Bei Ming Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Tunner. Shui Yuntian immediately moved closer. You're finally awake. The moment Bei Ming Yuan saw her, he asked earnestly, did that Feng Shi do anything to you? Shui Yuntian said shyly, you fool, worry more about yourself. Do you remember who you are now? Bei Ming Yuan blushed and thought to himself, it seems that having amnesia isn't such a bad thing. Thinking this, he said, I am Yi Shao, the master of the Nether Palace. Shui Yuntian was not surprised. As expected, Shui Yuntian continued. Although the State Preceptor said not to agitate you, to help you regain your memory, I can only do this. A moment later, Shui Yuntian forcefully hit Bei Ming Yuan's bottom. Well, remember anything yet? You used to hit me with the same amount of force. Bei Ming Yuan grimaced. No. At this point, Shui Yuntian started to get discouraged. Then what method should I use next to awaken your memories? Suddenly, Bei Ming Yuan rushed forward and kissed her. I think this method is quite effective. Shui Yuntian blushed. A single kiss can restore someone's memory? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Bei Ming Yuan smiled. Why not try it and see? Shui Yuntian moved closer, reaching out to touch his cheek. She then bit down on Bei Ming Yuan's cheek. Bei Ming Yuan was stunned by her bite. A clear bite mark was left on his cheek. Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, I told you to kiss me, not bite me. Shui Yuntian replied, kissing was useless so many times before, it's definitely useless this time too. Well, do you remember anything now? Bei Ming Yuan immediately replied, no. Shui Yuntian rested her chin on her hand and pondered. Still no? But I've always used this much force to bite before. Could it be that I bit the wrong spot? She immediately thought of Bei Ming Yuan's bare torso, revealing his six-pack abs, and her face flushed red. Bite me gently. A dreamy, excited look appeared on her face, and drool uncontrollably trickled from the corner of her mouth. Bei Ming Yuan came closer and asked, what wicked scheme are you up to now? Shui Yuntian, embarrassed, quickly tried to cover it up. I'm absolutely not thinking of any images unsuitable for children. Shui Yuntian thought to herself. It's a pity that with his current appearance, I really can't bring myself to bite him. I'll have to find another way. Shui Yuntian gently patted Bei Ming Yuan. Sit on the bed for me. Bei Ming Yuan, who was blindfolded by her, asked in confusion, what do you want to do? Shui Yuntian gave an awkward laugh. Wait, you'll know in a moment. She picked up a vase, thinking to herself, this is all just to help you regain your memory quickly. Yuling walked in from the door. I'm here to deliver the medicine. Shui Yuntian froze. Yuling said, what are you two doing? She felt like she was about to collapse. Yuling came closer. The Crown Prince has already turned into a puppy, yet you still want to kill him. That's too heartless. Shui Yuntian hurriedly explained. Don't talk nonsense. This is all a method I came up with to help him regain his memory. Although he's very cute now, I still hope he can remember and return to his original self. She turned and caressed Bei Ming Yuan. Yuling said, leave this matter to me. We in the southern border have a special kind of goo insect. As long as he eats it, I guarantee he'll even remember his past life. Bei Ming Yuan said angrily, I don't want to. Shui Yuntian shouted, enough nonsense. Eat it quickly. Outside, the entire palace was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a conflict broke out in front of Shui Yuntian's room. A group of sword-wielding guards appeared out of nowhere. Shui Yuntian stepped out and shouted, Imperial Preceptor, why have they chased us all the way here? The Imperial Preceptor turned and replied, Your Highness, I have set up a spell here. Wait for the flower to bloom, and after you eat it, you can restore your magical power on your own. There isn't much time left. You two must leave quickly. With that, he took out the immortal frost lotus. Inside the Demon Clan's manor, Many men in black were patrolling outside. Bei Ming Yuan and Shui Yun Tian hid in a corner, observing. Bei Ming Yuan said, "There are too many of them. I'll lure them away. You two take the chance to run." Shui Yun Tian stopped him. "No. What if they catch him?" Bei Ming Yuan blushed as he looked at her and said, "Don't worry. Even though my magical power is sealed, my martial arts are still intact. They can't catch me. You just wait for me in the Crown Prince's residence and tell Yi Han to reinforce the guards around it." Shui Yun Tian asked in astonishment, "You've regained your memory?" Bei Ming Yuan looked at her. "Actually, after the Imperial Preceptor sealed it again last night, I had already recovered." 2 days later, at the Eastern Palace, a lavish banquet was laid out. Yu Ling was stuffing her face, saying, "Don't worry." Shui Yun Tian sat beside her, looking dejected. Yu Ling continued, "The Crown Prince and the Imperial Preceptor are no ordinary people. They'll be fine." Yi Han came to the door to report. Reporting to the little Crown Princess, there is still no news of His Highness. After hearing Yi Han's words, Shui Yun Tian slammed the table and shot to her feet. "It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't been found. Could something unexpected have happened?" She rushed towards the door. Yawning, "I have to go find him." Yi Han frantically stopped her. "You can't. There have been several disappearance cases in the city recently. It's not safe outside." "Little Crown Princess, you cannot go out." Shui Yun Tian asked in surprise. "Disappearances? Could it be the demon clans doing again?" Yi Han replied, "This subordinate does not know, but these incidents have mostly occurred after His Highness went missing. This subordinate worries that this matter is related to His Highness. Please rest assured, Little Crown Princess, this subordinate will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and believes there will be results soon. Please do not act rashly." Shui Yun Tian hummed in agreement. "I know. I won't run around outside." But in her heart, she thought, "You want me to be obedient? Wait until the next life." That evening, Yu Ling said, "I have no objection to you sneaking out to find him, but why do you have to drag me along?" Shui Yun Tian said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to come. Then please pay for all the free food and lodging you've had at the Crown Prince's residence these past few days." Yu Ling was stunned into silence. The two of them walked to the main gate. Shui Yun Tian asked, "Do you smell something?" Both of them froze. "It's the stench of blood." Suddenly, a figure staggered past. It was Bei Ming Yuan, covered in blood. Shui Yun Tian screamed, "Bei Ming Yuan." She thought to herself, what is going on? Could the recent disappearances really be related to him? She asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Bei Ming Yuan turned around. His eyes bloodshot, his face covered in blood, and said, "Run, run quickly." Lady Feng, she stepped forward and called out, "Little Crown Princess, you've come after all. Seize these 2 wenches for me." Bei Ming Yuan suppressed his pain and stood in front of Shui Yun Tian. "No." A group of men in black stood behind Feng Shi. "Feng," she said with a sharp gaze, "it seems the demonization isn't complete yet, is it? Daring to disobey orders. In that case, kill them all." The night was late. Yu Ling was terrified. Demonic energy emanated from Bei Ming Yuan's entire body as he trembled uncontrollably. Shui Yun Tian was stunned, thinking to herself, "I can't let Bei Ming Yuan rely on activating his demonic energy to repel these people again. I have to quickly think of another way." She then smiled and said, "Humph, do you have any idea who the 2 people behind me are?" She pointed at Yu Ling. "This is the once-in-a-century heaven-chosen saintess of the southern border, who bears the mission of revitalizing her tribe. If you dare to touch her, you'll be declaring war on the entire southern border. When that time comes, an army of tens of thousands of snakes, centipedes, and insects will crawl in your bed while you sleep and relentlessly gnaw on your flower-like, jade-like face." Lady Feng, she shouted angrily, "Enough. Stop talking. I can already picture it." Shui Yun Tian then pointed towards Bei Ming Yuan. "This one has an even greater background. He is the legendary Netherworld Palace Master who kills without batting an eye, Yi Shao." Feng Shi was stunned and moved closer to Bei Ming Yuan. "Are you really Yi Shao? Although on closer look, there's a 70 to 80% resemblance. Why have you suddenly shrunk into a child? Also, where is your mask?" Shui Yun Tian's face turned pale as she thought, "This is bad. How does she know about the mask? Could it be that she knew Yi Shao from before?" Bei Ming Yuan swatted Feng Shi's hand away. "Don't touch me." Feng Shi's eyes welled up with tears. You don't remember me?" Shui Yun Tian stepped forward and said, "Actually, Yi Shao has been cursed. Now, not only has he lost his memory, but his body has also shrunk." Feng Shi asked suspiciously, "What is your relationship with him? Why do you know these things?" Shui Yun Tian stammered, I am his disciple. Didn't the crown prince go to the snow domain to exorcise demons? He was worried I wouldn't be safe alone, so he found me a master. Shui Yuntian leaned close to Bei Ming Yuan and whispered, quickly put on the mask, so she'll believe it. Bei Ming Yuan, slightly annoyed, took out the mask and put it on. Bei Ming Yuan looked at her with the mask on. Shui Yuntian thought to herself, ah, this devastatingly handsome face, and this familiar mask too. She threw her arms around Bei Ming Yuan. As expected, you're still more handsome with a mask on. Feng Shi stepped forward and pulled them apart. A master and disciple should act like one. What kind of decency is this, hugging all day? Feng Shi looked at Bei Ming Yuan, her face reddening, her eyes filled with affection, thinking to herself, if anyone's going to hug him, it should be me. Bei Ming Yuan roared angrily. Let go! Let go! Feng Shi held on tightly. Lu Yishao is so cute too. Bei Ming Yuan flew into a rage, demonic energy erupting from his body. Get lost. Feng Shi was instantly sent flying. Shui Yuntian stood in front of him again. Aya, how embarrassing. Right now, besides remembering that I am his disciple, he doesn't remember anything else. Feng Shi said angrily, no matter how clearly he remembers, you're still just a disciple. Shui Yuntian said angrily, is that so? You should learn about the love between a master and disciple. The two of them looked at Bei Ming Yuan with sharp gazes. Who do you choose in the end? Bei Ming Yuan replied softly, I choose Tianer's mother. Feng Shi was shocked. Well, what? Shui Yuntian stuck her tongue out and made a face at Feng Shi, giggling. Feng Shi went mad. What part of that brat's mother is better than me? Her face or her figure? Bei Ming Yuan said, I like her, so every part of her is better than you. After hearing this, Shui Yuntian's heart pounded and her cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, how can this fool say such things so calmly with such an adorable face? Who could possibly resist this? Feng Shi, standing beside them, said, the person he likes is your mother, not you. What are you blushing for? Shui Yuntian thought to herself, I am my own mother. What do you know? This is just a little game between husband and wife. Feng Shi revealed a sinister look. You can only be mine. As for the woman you mentioned, I will make her disappear completely. Tie them all up and take them to the underground palace. Inside, the underground palace was lavishly decorated. Shui Yuntian and Yu Ling were forced to hold brooms and sweep the floor, while Bei Ming Yuan was seated on a bed. Feng Shi and Bei Ming Yuan sat together as she said, I prepared this especially for you. Here, have a bite. Shui Yuntian was furious, thinking to herself, this treatment is too different. Bei Ming Yuan swiped his hand, knocking all the food over. I don't want it. The plate flew straight towards Feng Shi's cheek, leaving a cut. Feng Shi cried out in alarm, covering her face. No, don't look. She hastily burst through the door and ran out. Shui Yuntian said in alarm, what's wrong? She's cracking up. Bei Ming Yuan hummed in agreement. I suddenly sensed a trace of demonic energy just now. Perhaps she has some connection to the demon clan. Shui Yuntian moved closer to Bei Ming Yuan and said, let's not worry about that for now. Let's just escape first. Bei Ming Yuan stopped her. Wait, you take this and go. The immortal frost lotus we planted last time has bloomed. Shui Yuntian immediately refused. No, you need it more than I do right now. You eat it. Bei Ming Yuan refused. No, you eat it. The two argued endlessly. Yu Ling, standing to the side, snatched the immortal frost lotus. If neither of you wants it, then give it to me. With that, she rushed out the door. Shui Yuntian was aghast. Ah, after her. She thought to herself, damn it, I actually forgot that this one also wants the immortal frost lotus. Outside, it was pitch black. Yu Ling stepped out, stammering in fear. Where is this? In the distance, many pairs of blood-red eyes appeared, staring intently. Yu Ling was so scared she became dizzy and fainted on the ground. Shui Yuntian, in a corner, raised a torch and shouted, ah, found her. Bei Ming Yuan, and she approached. Shui Yuntian threatened, that's what you get for snatching things. Will you dare to do it again? Yu Ling said, trembling, I'm sorry, I won't dare again. They're too scary. She said, Suddenly, a voice called out, Little Crown Princess. Shui Yuntian was surprised. You Mei Xiang? Mei Xiang was covered in injuries, her face haggard. It really is you, Little Crown Princess. I begged the Little Crown Princess to save us. A group of maids appeared and knelt, begging for help. Shui Yuntian asked doubtfully, you are First, tell me what exactly happened. Mei Xiang said, crying. We were all captured and brought here by her ladyship. Here, every other day, someone is taken away to have their blood drawn. Fortunately, I ate some spoiled food a while ago and had vomiting and diarrhea, so they temporarily spared me. Shui Yun Tian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her ladyship? Which palace's lady is so audacious as to secretly capture people and draw their blood? Mei Xiang sobbed. This servant doesn't know either. I only heard the person who brought me here call her that a few times. Shui Yin Tian was stunned. Then try to remember, before you were captured, did anything strange happen? Mei Xiang suddenly remembered. I remember now. I once delivered a meal to the Western Palace's Empress Dowager at the West Phoenix Palace. Out of curiosity, I stayed a little longer, and during that time, I saw a few black shadows. At the time, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Shui Yun Tian immediately thought of the Empress Dowager, thinking to herself, wait a minute, isn't there only one Empress Dowager? Since when was there a Western Palace Empress Dowager? That year, the late emperor was gravely ill. Against the objections of all his court officials, he insisted on making a young and beautiful commoner girl his empress. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he named his own birth mother the Empress Dowager of the East Palace. As for that other woman, although she held the title of Empress Dowager of the West Palace, she was banished to the remote West Phoenix Palace. The last time she appeared was to give the then-pregnant empress a bowl of pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. After that, no one ever saw her take a single step out of the West Phoenix Palace. It seems this Feng, she, is the Empress Dowager of the West Palace. In that case, based on seniority, I would have to call her imperial grandmother. Yu Ling, who was beside her, propped up her chin and spoke. I don't get it. If she's already an Empress Dowager, normally not having to worry about food or clothing, why would she still need to capture and imprison people here? Shui Yun Tian spoke up. She must have secretly colluded with the demon clan, using her status as the Empress Dowager of the West Palace to covertly build this underground palace within the Imperial Palace. Later, because her treasure was stolen by the state preceptor, she had to go around capturing people to drain their blood to maintain her appearance. Bei Mingyuan spoke up. That's right. I think so too. You and Yu Ling take them and leave first, then report this matter to my father emperor and have him dispatch troops to suppress this place. Shui Yun Tian asked worriedly, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? Bei Mingyuan smiled and said, I still have some matters I need to ask Fengshi about. You two go on ahead. I'll catch up right away. Shui Yun Tian called out, no, I have to go with you. Bei Mingyuan gently coaxed. Be good, listen to me. Yu Ling said worriedly, stop arguing. I'm great at leading the way. You two can go without worry. Shui Yun Tian asked in surprise, where do you get such confidence? My Xiang spoke up. Actually, this servant can lead the way, but the outside is the Imperial Palace, so we servants are no longer afraid. Before, everyone didn't dare to run because we were afraid the outside was a desolate wilderness, and we'd die even faster if we went out. Yu Ling hummed to herself. Shui Yun Tian asked her, Hey, why aren't you going with my Xiang and the others? Do you like being a third wheel that much? Yu Ling replied, I'm staying for your safety. How can you say that about me? Suddenly, someone saw them and shouted, there are people over there, catch them. Bei Mingyuan turned and said, Fengshi must have discovered we've escaped. Let's find a place to hide first. 2 hours later, Bei Mingyuan held the immortal frost lotus. Are you sure you want to give up this immortal frost lotus that you've longed for day and night and give it to me? Shui Yun Tian smiled and said, didn't I tell you? Once you've recovered, we'll go to the snow domain country again and snatch the other one. Bei Mingyuan moved closer and gently placed a kiss on her lips. Tianer, thank you. Then Bei Mingyuan transformed back into an adult, his physique muscular and strong. Shui Yun Tian and Yu Ling stared, stunned. Yu Ling, with a look of admiration, exclaimed, the Crown Prince's physique is amazing. Shui Yun Tian shouted, you'd better forget everything you just saw. One day later, in the Imperial Palace in the early morning, Bei Mingyuan, beaming, held out his hand and called, Tanner. Shui Yun Tian laughed and ran over, throwing herself into Bei Mingyuan's arms. Yu Ling stood to the side and said angrily, Hey, you two have been showing off your affection ever since you left the underground palace. That's really enough. Fengshi has escaped. Aren't you two going to catch her? At one of Fengshi's private residences, Fengshi was soaking in a pool of blood. Someone came to report, Your Highness, the state preceptor has been captured. Fengshi, fully dressed, walked up to the state preceptor. Where did you hide my treasure? Yuling stepped forward threateningly. Don't you dare harm him. Shui Yintian called out. Hey, don't be rash. Beiming Yuan stood beside them. I asked the Empress Dowager to please release the state preceptor. Feng Shi was stunned. Jiaolang. What did you just call me? Shui Yintian peeked out and said, Imperial Grandmother, stop playing dumb. We all know your true identity. Feng Shi feigned innocence. Jiaolang, it's not what you think. Actually, nothing ever happened between me and that old emperor. Agreeing to marry him was something I was forced to do. Beiming Yuan said in a low voice, I'm not interested in hearing your story. I'll say it again, release the state preceptor. Feng Shi took out a dagger, held it to the state preceptor's neck, and said, as long as he returns my treasure, I will naturally let him go. Suddenly, the state preceptor vanished. Thud. Feng Shi sat on the ground in shock. Huh, what's going on? A voice came from the doorway. Give it up, Empress Dowager. That's the state preceptor. Yu Ling ran over again and hugged the state preceptor tightly, crying as she said, it's so good that you're okay. The state preceptor spoke. Miss Yu Ling, you're squeezing me so tight, I can't breathe. The state preceptor took out the sacred artifact. This is the sacred artifact of the demon clan. Its main function is to open a path from the demon realm to the human world. I don't know what deal the demon clan made with you, but their goal is to use you to place the sacred artifact in the imperial palace and wait for the demon lord to return and activate it. They will attack the imperial city first, then slowly slaughter the defenseless common people. Feng Shi roared. So what? Why should I care if they live or die? Go, get the treasure back for me. A group of people in black appeared, surrounding them. Feng Shi seized the opportunity, captured Shui Yintian, held a dagger to her neck, and said, don't move. Beiming Yuan shouted worriedly, Tianer. Feng Shi used the dagger to make a cut on Shui Yintian's neck, threatening, if you take one more step, I'll kill her immediately. Beiming Yuan asked through gritted teeth, what benefits did the demon clan give you to make you so devoted to selling your life for them? Feng Shi said angrily, it's all your fault. You are the source of all sin. Beiming Yuan thought for a moment and said, I don't even know you. Why are you targeting me? Hearing this, Feng Shi's eyes filled with tears as she sobbed. Jiaolang, you are truly heartless. You've always been this way. Since I can't have you, why should I spare any of you? Feng Shi pressed the dagger to Shui Yintian's neck. Hand over the treasure, or you can wait to collect her corpse. Beiming Yuan said angrily to the state preceptor, give her the item. The state preceptor hesitated. This. Shui Yintian immediately stopped him. Master, calm down. This place is full of her people. As soon as we return the sacred artifact, we'll have no leverage left. She will immediately order all of us to be killed. Feng Shi said in surprise, I didn't expect a little brat like you to see through my intentions. In that case, I can't let you live. Shui Yintian retorted, I'm just an ordinary disciple of his. My death won't affect him, but you're different. Without the demon clan's sacred artifact, can you still maintain your current appearance? Do you want to become old and ugly? Feng Shi frowned. No, I don't want to become ugly. Absolutely not. Shui Yintian negotiated. Listen to me. 3 days from now, in the small forest outside the city, we'll exchange the item for the person. If you don't do as I say, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself, and let them destroy the sacred artifact as well. Feng Shi stammered in fear. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll definitely do it. Beiming Yuan and the state preceptor stood by, thinking in stunned silence. Who is threatening whom here? A wisp of green smoke drifted by, and Feng Shi called out gently, Jiaolang, we'll meet again in 3 days. The moon rose to its zenith. In Feng Shi's room, Shui Yintian held a book and cried, sob sob, it's tragic, so tragic. Feng Shi said angrily, I've given you good food and drink for the past 2 days. What's so tragic for you? Shui Yintian huddled in a corner and called out, it's all because of this book. The immortal lord in it sacrificed himself for the one he loved, and his soul scattered in the end. It's truly too tragic. Feng Shi, standing guard, spoke up. The things written in books are all lies. Only a silly kid like you would believe them. Shui Yintian smiled slyly, thinking to herself, haha, she took the bait. Today, I'm definitely going to pry out all the little secrets between her and Yi Jiao. She said, why would you say that? Could it be that something happened between you and Yi Jiao? Feng Shi was taken aback by her question, her eyes turning sorrowful. That was a long, long time ago, 30 years ago. Feng Shi was still a young girl, humming as she strolled through the forest. One side of her face was burned. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Feng Shi's leg. Feng Shi screamed, ah. She trembled and sat on the ground. The master of the Nether Palace crawled out. Miss, please save me. Feng Shi stammered in fear, but but I don't know medicine. How about I go find someone to treat you? The master of the Nether Palace said, Miss, don't go. It's fine if you don't know medicine. I'm just too hungry and want to ask for a bite to eat. Just casually make me some roasted chicken, roasted duck, or roasted goose. She was a little angry, thinking to herself, this guy. After hearing this, Shui Yin Tian said, so that's how you and Yi Jiao met. It doesn't sound very romantic. How did you fall in love with him later? She smiled and said, although he usually looks like he's always joking around and not very reliable, he's actually a very gentle person. Back to 30 years ago. At that time, she was tied up by the riverbank. Someone said, begin the ritual. It is time to offer the bride to the river god. The master of the Nether Palace walked over and shouted, stop. A tall guard stepped forward and said, you brat, do you want to ruin our ceremony? The master of the Nether Palace said confidently, of course not. You've offered so many brides to the river god with no effect. Have you ever considered that maybe the river god actually likes men? The people around them started whispering. That person said this. The master suggested, how about you all tie me up and throw me in a try? If it still doesn't rain, it won't be too late for you to switch to someone else. Shi, with tears in her eyes, turned her head and thought, what? Suddenly, a heavy rain began to fall. Shi was stunned. The people around them shouted, it's raining, it's finally raining. The sky began to clear again, and sunlight shone down. Shi was still sitting there, looking towards the river and thinking to herself, Jiaolang, it was for me, in my place. I'm the one who harmed you. A voice came from behind. Miss Shi. It was the master of the Nether Palace, who walked over and complained, I'm hungry. Is there any roasted chicken? Shui Yin Tian said in surprise. So, the river god really does like men? Shi roared. Hey, is that the main point? The main point is that Jiaolang was willing to be a sacrifice to save me, you know? Besides, there was no river god in that river at all. It was all superstition. Do you understand? Shui Yin Tian said in surprise. Oh, so what happened after that? Shi continued. After that, I always wanted to confess my feelings to him, but he always changed the subject. Until that day, Shi walked over and called Jiaolang. The master of the Nether Palace was sitting and said, tell me, you look so thin and ugly. You don't look tasty at all. Why do you keep clinging to me? Shi was stunned, thinking to herself, thin and ugly. So that's what you think of me. No wonder you've always been so hot and cold with me. She shouted angrily, Yi Jiao, you bastard. The master of the Nether Palace was startled and turned his head to look. The master, holding a peach, asked in confusion, tell me, what's suddenly wrong with her? Why is she cursing at me? She continued her story. After I ran away that day, I accidentally wandered into the demon clan's territory and made a little deal with them. The demon clan promised me that as long as I entered the palace to work for them, I could have a peerless beauty that would never age. Shui Yin Tian was very surprised after hearing this. So this is the reason you put all the blame on Yi Jiao? He's been wronged. She pulled on Shi's sleeve. Think about it. Think carefully. If Yi Jiao was really the kind of immortal who judges people by their looks, why would he have saved you? Also, are you sure the words you heard were him talking about you? Was there really no third person there at the time? She turned, pulling up her sleeve. I don't know. She walked out and slammed the door. Shui Yin Tian thought smugly. Very good. I just broke through her psychological defenses. Next is the perfect opportunity to escape. Late at night, Shi was walking outside, deep in thought. A guard came to report. The crown princess has escaped. I request your highness's order to pursue her. Shi said softly. Forget it. No need to chase her. Let her go. A voice rang out. That won't do. Shi immediately turned, horrified. It's you. The woman in black approached, pinched Shi's chin, and threatened. If you don't get the sacred artifact back, you will soon become old and ugly. Do you want her Jiaolang to see you like this? Shi thought to herself. Maybe I misunderstood him before, but now I don't want to go against him anymore. The woman in black called out, don't be foolish. Do you really think the one you met was the real Jiaolang? Besides their looks, what else do they have in common? Shi said, if he isn't Jiaolang, then who could he be? The woman in black replied, the person you met before is actually Crown Prince Bei Mingyuan. The real Jiaolang was killed by them long ago. She was horrified. What? The woman in black said, don't be afraid. Just obediently follow my commands, and I naturally have a way to bring him back to life. I have a task for you now. As for the crown princess, leave her to me. Shi said tearfully, as long as you can bring Jiaolang back to life, I'll listen to everything you say. On the other side, Shui Yinxian was running for her life when a net fell over her. She screamed, A group of people in black surrounded her. Trapped in a net, Shui Yunxian yelled, "Let me go." The woman in black appeared from nowhere and spoke. "Hello, Crown Princess. We meet again. Why aren't you with the demon lord this time? Could it be that you've been abandoned?" She pinched Shui Yunxian's chin, her tone mocking. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How pitiful." Just then, a long spear flew over, and a voice rang out. "Let that girl go." The spear pierced the woman in black's shoulder, and fresh blood dripped down. Jun Xiantian, sitting nearby, flexed his wrist. "Let me handle this." A troop of Jun Xiantian soldiers had surrounded the group in black. Jun Xiantian threatened, still not letting her go. The woman in black clicked her tongue and released Shui Yunxian. "You can have her. Let's go." Jun Xiantian immediately flew down and caught Shui Yunxian in his arms, asking with concern, "Careful, I am Jun Xiantian. May I ask who you are, miss?" Shui Yunxian blushed and stammered, "My name is Shui Ling. Thank you for saving me just now." Jun Xiantian said, "Miss Shui Ling, since I've saved you, how about you repay me with your body?" Shui Yunxian said angrily, "Humph, there it is again. Is repaying with your body the only thing you men think about?" Jun Xiantian laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. It seems you're quite experienced, miss. In that case, let's not waste words and get right to it." Shui Yunxian turned to leave. "Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. Thank you for saving me this time. If there's a chance, I will repay you." Jun Xiantian immediately ordered his guard, "Follow her for me." The guard beside him replied, "Yes, your majesty." The next morning, Shui Yunxian was grabbed by a hand and immediately shouted, "Hey, on what grounds are you arresting me? Let me go." Jun Xiantian reached out and pinched her cheek. "Oh, we haven't seen each other for one night, and the grown lady has turned into a little girl." Shui Yunxian said innocently, "What are you talking about, big brother? I don't understand a word you're saying." Jun Xiantian looked at her and said, "Is that so? It seems Miss Shui Ling is quite fond of lying." Shui Yunxian stammered, I'm not. No, you're mistaken. Shui Ling is my mother, not me." Jun Xiantian said in surprise, "Oh? Then why couldn't my guards find your mother, but found you instead? First your mother disappears without a trace, then you suddenly appear. No matter how I think about it, the two of you must be the same person, right?" Shui Yunxian replied flusteredly, "Don't make baseless accusations without proof." Jun Xiantian lifted her up. "It's true, I don't have proof, but I just need to keep you here for 3 days and 3 nights to see if your mother comes to save you. That will prove whether you're lying or not." Shui Yunxian thought to herself, "Damn it, this move is too vicious." Shui Yunxian was tied up and hung high in a tree. Jun Xiantian sat below. A call echoed from the distance. "Chinner." Hearing the call, Shui Yunxian's cheeks flushed red. Bei Mingyuan walked over, a look of shock on his face. "Bei Mingyuan, I'm here." Jun Xiantian turned to look, thinking to himself, "So this is the crown prince of the Kinglan nation." Jun Xiantian stood up and extended his hand. "We finally meet. My good brother-in-law." Shui Yunxian thought in shock. "What? Brother-in-law? When I transmigrated here, I never heard that the original owner had any relatives. What's going on?" Bei Mingyuan said angrily, "I don't know you. Get out of the way." Jun Xiantian said, "Whoa there, don't be in such a hurry. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Jun Xiantian, and I am Jun Shiueji's older brother. After you marry my younger sister, you will naturally be my brother-in-law." Bei Mingyuan refused. "I will not marry Princess Shiueji. Please release my princess consort." Jun Xiantian was surprised. "She's your princess consort?" Shui Yunxian struggled. "Hey, if you two want to talk, can you let me down first?" The rope snapped, and she fell into Bei Mingyuan's arms. Bei Mingyuan asked worriedly, "It's all right now." She smiled and replied with Jun Xiantian stood to the side, thinking with annoyance, what an eyesore. With his arm around her, Bei Mingyuan asked, "I wonder what business brings the ruler of the Snow Domain Nation to my Kanglan Nation in person?" Jun Xiantian said, in her letter, "My younger sister said you had agreed to the marriage alliance between our two nations and planned to send troops to eliminate the demons. But I waited and waited in the Snow Domain Nation, and I never saw your army. Could it be that all you people from the Kanglan Nation are such good liars?" Shui Yunxian thought angrily, "Haha, he's definitely talking about me." Bei Mingyuan replied, "There was a delay due to some matters, but I will definitely go to the Snow Domain Nation to eliminate the demons another day. Please rest assured, your majesty." Jun Xiantian said with a smile, "Well, there's no need for that. I heard the demon clan has already led a large army to the Kangla nation. So I brought my men to see what's going on. Yesterday, your princess consort and I even fought against them. Didn't we, princess consort? Hearing this, Bei Mingyuan became furious. Shui Yunxian was stunned. Did we? Bei Mingyuan said angrily, Yihan, immediately lead a troop to escort the ruler of the Snow Domain Nation back. Yihan replied, yes. Jun Qintian said, is your highness the crown prince issuing an order to see a guest out? But I don't want to leave just yet. Next time you see your mother, please pass on a message for her. I don't mind being her child's stepfather. Shui Yunxian was furious, thinking to herself, what's wrong with these men? Do they all have a fetish for being someone's father? Shui Yunxian looked at Bei Mingyuan's dark expression and worried to herself. This is bad. The demonic energy on him is getting heavier. I have to think of something. She immediately planted a light kiss on his cheek, leaving him utterly surprised. His expression softened with a hint of shyness. She then whispered, don't mind him, let's go home. He followed her lead contentedly. Afterwards, Shui Yunxian taunted Jun Qintian. Sorry, my parents love each other very much. You don't stand chance. He frowned in annoyance as he watched them leave. Then the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. As expected, what you can't have is what makes you itch the most. After returning, the two of them sat far apart. She thought in confusion. Strange, why is Bei Mingyuan so quiet today? Could he be too agitated to speak? She had no choice but to say softly, handsome husband. Bei Mingyuan heard her and said coldly, don't call me that. She replied playfully, then what should I call you? Bei Mingyuan, or Little Yuan Yuan. She pretended to be aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Bei Mingyuan was helpless against her, saying, call me whatever you want. Now confess. What exactly is going on between you and him? It's actually like this. After hearing the story, Bei Mingyuan clenched his fists in anger and yelled, he dared to ask you to repay him with your body. She blurted out helplessly, you say that as if you've never done it. What did you say? You don't need to worry about me. I can protect myself. She awkwardly changed the subject. It's just repaying with ginseng. At most, I'll just give him the 1,000-year-old ginseng I've been saving. Hearing that, Bei Mingyuan questioned her, a little displeased. Repaying with ginseng? Did you plan to use this trick on me too? She answered, feeling a bit guilty of course not. You're naturally different from him. How am I different? Well, seeing her stammer and unable to answer, he pulled her directly into his arms. If one day you find that he's better than me, will you leave me? Silly. You have to be more confident in yourself. She then said thoughtfully, although you always put on a cold and unapproachable face at first, whenever there's danger, you're always the first one to protect me, and you find all sorts of ways to cheer me up. I've seen all of this. Most importantly, your body is much better than his. She praised him lavishly with admiration. Hearing this, Bei Mingyuan immediately pressed, wait, how do you know his body isn't as good as mine? Of course it's because I've felt it. Right when he was holding me, his face immediately darkened. She instantly regretted it, having misspoken. This idiot, Bei Mingyuan asked in a low voice. Why did you touch him? Am I not enough to satisfy you? Shui Yunxian blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. What nonsense are you talking about? I only touched him to check if he was carrying anything that could prove his identity. Shui Yunxian took out a token. Here. See for yourself if you don't believe me. This is what I managed to grab from him during the chaos. There was a character for June on the token. Bei Mingyuan took it, looked at it for a moment, and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Shui Yunxian, who was sitting beside him, asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this token? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. There is demonic energy on the jade token. As soon as the voice fell, the token shattered into dust in midair. Bei Mingyuan and Shui Yunxian turned to look in shock. Shui Yunxian said, State Preceptor, when did you arrive? The State Preceptor said, embarrassedly, my apologies. I have been here for a while. I just didn't want to disturb you too. Shui Yunxian blushed, flustered. So you were just saying? The State Preceptor replied, that's right, I heard everything. If the Crown Princess has time, could you perhaps teach me a few skills on how to coax others? Bei Mingyuan said, flustered, stop joking around. Let's talk about serious matters. The State Preceptor spoke. Your Highness, is the sacred object still with you? Bei Mingyuan grunted in affirmation and said, holding the sacred object, the demon clan failed to get it, so they will definitely make another move. We cannot let our guard down. Shui Yunxian spoke up. Why don't we just destroy it? That way the demon clan can't get it even if they want to. Bei Mingyuan handed it to her. You can try. Shui Yunxian tried everything, biting it with her teeth, throwing it with her hands, and hitting it with a hammer, but nothing worked. Shui Yunxian held it, her face pale, and stammered. How? How can this be? It's completely unscathed. Bei Mingyuan stopped her. Don't try anymore. If your methods worked, I wouldn't be carrying it with me all the time. The state preceptor agreed. That's right. I've tried using magic on it before, but it was still useless. Shui Yunxian was stunned, thinking to herself, so this damn thing is resistant to both physical and magical attacks. No wonder the demon clan was confident enough to entrust it to Feng Shi. An outside voice called out, Yuan. Bei Mingyuan and the state preceptor turned to look, only to see the emperor and Feng Shi walking in together. The emperor said angrily, why do you have the demon clan's sacred object? Feng Shi, standing beside him, added fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, you see I wasn't wrong. They secretly hid the demon clan's sacred object, intending to rebel, and even killed a handmaiden to frame me. You must seek justice for me. Shui Yunxian shouted angrily. You're lying? You were clearly the one who killed the handmaiden and hid the demon clan's sacred object. My home can testify for us. Feng Shi said smugly. Humph. Just now, the guards dug up my Hong's body in your residence. How can you still deny it? Shui Yunxian was thunderstruck. Stunned, what? My Hong is dead? The emperor was furious. Men, arrest them for me. Bei Mingyuan stepped forward and said, Father Emperor, please give your son a chance to prove his innocence. Your son will definitely wipe out the demon clan. Feng Shi shook the bell in her hand. The tinkling of a bell rang out. She stood beside His Majesty and said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is your son after all. How about you let the Crown Prince hand over the sacred object, then give him a chance. Order the Crown Prince to wipe out the demon clan within 3 days. If not, then depose him of his position as Crown Prince. His Majesty, controlled by her, said, just as the Empress Dowager says, wipe out the demon clan within 3 days. Hearing this, Shui Yun Tian angrily rushed forward. 3 days? This is clearly making things difficult. Bei Mingyuan immediately raised a hand to stop her. Tenor, don't be rash. Bei Mingyuan said softly, your son obeys the decree. His Majesty and Feng Shi walked toward the door. When Feng Shi turned her head back, a trace of reluctance showed on her face. Shui Yun Tian crossed her arms, glaring at them angrily. Bei Mingyuan smiled and said, Tianer. He then approached her, patting her head comfortingly. There, don't be angry anymore. Shui Yun Tian angrily pinched Bei Mingyuan's cheek. How can the demon clan be eliminated within 3 days? This is clearly very suspicious. Why did you agree? The imperial preceptor, standing behind them, said, His Majesty is being controlled by Feng Shi. He won't listen to anything we say. If we stubbornly resist now, the outcome might not be any better than this. Shui Yun Tian said, Are we just going to let him arrange things as he pleases? Bei Mingyuan picked up a mask and said, Have you forgotten that I am still the master of Yuming Palace? Bei Mingyuan put on the mask and said with a smile, 3 days is enough. Shui Yun Tian asked worriedly, So what do we do now? Prepare to raise an army and usurp the throne? I am still the crown prince. Is there a need to usurp my own throne? Shui Yun Tian shot him a look. That's not what he said when he turned small and lost his memory. A chuckle was heard from outside. Bei Mingyuan looked outside. Stop hiding. Come on out. Jun Tianjin, sitting outside the door, said with a laugh, Yo, we meet again, hello, brother-in-law. He walked up to Bei Mingyuan. Want to know the demon clan's plan? Shui Yun Tian pressed close to Bei Mingyuan. Hey, can you stop claiming relatives left and right? We don't know you. Besides, I don't believe you be so kind-hearted. Jun Tianjin continued, whether you believe it or not. I'm here to help you. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The demon clan has been harassing my Shuyu nation for many years. I've long wanted to get rid of them. Bei Mingyuan went, Oh, then how do you explain the demonic energy on this jade pendant? Jun Tianjin's eyes filled with sadness. Actually, not long ago, a demon came to me and promised that as long as I could lure you into a formation they had set up, the demon clan would never harass Shuyu Nation again. They even cast a spell on my jade pendant to track my movements. Speaking of which, I have to thank the crown princess for conveniently taking it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come here so brazenly today. After hearing this, Shui Yun Tian said angrily, "Tisk, so you saving me was also an act? No wonder the demon clan retreated so easily. You're like a thief crying stop thief." Jun Tianjin retorted to the two of them, "Think whatever you want. In any case, whether we cooperate or not depends on His Highness the Crown Prince's sincerity." Bei Mingyuan clenched his fists and said, "What do you want?" Jun Tianjin stated his condition. "I want." Shui Yin Tian's heart tightened. Bei Mingyuan immediately pulled her behind him, saying, "Except for her." Jun Tianjin laughed loudly. "Not so fast. I just want to treat her to a private meal. This request isn't too much, is it?" Bei Mingyuan said angrily, "No." Shui Yin Tian, standing beside him, spoke up. "All right, but I have a condition too. I need to see your sincerity first." Jun Tianjin said smugly, "As long as you say it, I can do anything, unlike a certain cheapskate." Shui Yin Tian had a sly look on her face. "You said it." Jun Tianjin's whole body trembled as he looked at himself, transformed into the form of a child, and was stunned. This is your condition?" Shui Yin Tian replied, "That's right. I had the Imperial Preceptor Seal, your martial arts, and magical powers. If you dare to trick me, I'll make you be Conan for the rest of your life." Jun Tianjin looked confused. "Conan? What's that?" Outside, the sky was clear and blue, and a lavish banquet was set up in the residence. Jun Tianjin asked her, "Why aren't you eating?" Shui Yin Tian said glumly, "Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll poison me?" Jun Tianjin burst out laughing. "You were the one who chose the place to eat, and there's a group of masters lying in ambush outside. I wouldn't have a chance to harm you even if I wanted to." Shui Yin Tian asked him, "So what's your real purpose for inviting me to a meal?" Jun Tianjin blinked and said with a smile, "To steal the Crown Prince's girl, of course." Suddenly, a rock flew over and hit Jun Tianjin on the head. Jun Tianjin yelped in surprise. "Ouch." He turned around angrily. "I didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to have a hobby of eavesdropping." Bei Mingyuan stepped out, clenching his fists, and said angrily, "It's still better than your Excellency's hobby of stealing other people's things." The two started bickering again. "Is your Highness scared?" Bei Mingyuan looked furious. "Humph, you pose no threat to me whatsoever." Jun Tianjin continued, "That's not necessarily true. Wouldn't you agree, Shui?" Shui Yun Tian, sitting to the side, covered her face with her hands, pretending to cry pitifully in front of Bei Mingyuan and Jun Tianjin. Seeing this, Bei Mingyuan and Jun Tianjin were both alarmed. Bei Mingyuan asked worriedly, "Tiana, what's wrong?" Jun Tianjin asked in a panic, "Miss Shui Ling, please don't cry." Shui Yun Tian looked at them with pitiful, teary eyes. "I finally get to see the legendary scene of two men turning against each other over love. It finally feels a bit like a shoujo manga." After hearing this, Bei Mingyuan and Jun Tianjin were both stunned into silence. Bei Mingyuan crossed his arms and asked, "The meal is over. When are you planning to lead us to the Demon Clan?" Jun Tianjin blinked and replied, "Come on. Even if the Demon Clan doesn't rest, you don't rest, and I don't rest. Miss Shui Ling still needs to rest." Bei Mingyuan immediately pulled Shui Yin Tian to his side and said angrily, "Fine, I'll take Tiana back to rest. We'll set out tomorrow morning. Tiana, let's go." Jun Tianjin rested his chin on his hand and watched them leave, thinking to himself, something feels a little strange. Then, Jun Tianjin's expression changed as he suddenly remembered, "Wait, hey, change me back before you go." Night fell, and in the room, Bei Mingyuan and Shui Yun Tian sat together on the bed. Shui Yun Tian stammered, "Ew, you're not planning to sleep here tonight, are you?" Bei Mingyuan looked at her smugly. "What, are you shy?" Shui Yun Tian said flusteredly, "And no, I'm not. I just suddenly remembered, the one who performed the wedding ceremony with me wasn't you." A small dog appeared from nowhere and sat on Shui Yun Tian's head. "Woof." Shui Yun Tian frowned. "Hey, look, this is my husband." Bei Mingyuan reached out and affectionately pinched her cheek. "I'm sorry. I was wrong about what happened before." Shui Yin Tian, "Humph. Do you think a simple apology will make me forgive you?" Bei Mingyuan said softly. "Then what do you want?" "First, you have to make it up to me with a proper wedding ceremony." Bei Mingyuan immediately and obediently agreed. "All right." Shui Yin Tian pointed a finger at her mouth and said with a smile, "Second, you have to learn to bark like a dog once. After you bark, I'll accept you as my husband." Bei Mingyuan's face darkened, and he moved closer. "It seems I've been spoiling you too much lately." Shui Yin Tian blushed and said fearfully, You stay away. If you dare come closer, I'll bite you to death." Shui Yun Tian lunged forward, but ended up falling into Bei Ming Yuan's arms. They looked at each other, both blushing furiously. Bei Ming Yuan, lying on the bed with Shui Yun Tian on top of him, said smugly, "So who's the dog now, liking to bite people so much?" Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from outside and shouted loudly, "Your Highness, urgent business." Yihan walked in and saw the intimate scene between the two. Bei Ming Yuan and Shui Yun Tian were both angrily stunned. Seeing this, Yihan blushed in embarrassment and quickly said, "This subordinate saw nothing. Please continue." Continue. Shui Yun Tian was so embarrassed her face turned bright red. "Ah." Bei Ming Yuan asked angrily. "Speak, what is it?" Yihan said, "Your Highness, we just captured an assassin sneaking around the Crown Prince's residence." In the residence, Shui Yun Tian frowned in deep thought. Fengshi walked over, her eyes filled with sorrow. Bei Ming Yuan said sternly, "What are you doing here?" Fengshi stammered, I want to make a deal with you." Shui Yun Tian, standing beside Bei Ming Yuan, said, "What deal? It's obvious to me that you were deliberately sent by the demon clan to harm us." Fengshi explained, "I was indeed sent by the demon clan, but I don't intend to do as they ask. Today, I accidentally overheard that demoness talking to her subordinate and learned that she has been deceiving me all along. Jiaolang can't be revived at all." Fengshi's gaze suddenly sharpened. "So I decided to use her own plot against her, pretending to obey her orders to trick her into giving me the immortal Frost Lotus. As long as you agree to my condition, I can not only give you the immortal Frost Lotus, but I can also tell you the demon clan's plan." Bei Ming Yuan asked her, "What condition?" "Miss Feng," she said, "I hope you will pretend to be Jiaolang and stay with me for one day." Shui Yun Tian, standing to the side, was stunned. Hearing this, she thought to herself, "These two, Jun Tianjin and Feng Shi, did they plan this together? Why are they taking turns to cause trouble?" The Crown Prince's residence was quiet at night. Feng Shi gave a bitter laugh. Just pretend I'm talking to myself. I have no other choice." Shui Yun Tian immediately said, "No, you do. I have a way for you to meet the real Yi Jiao." Shui Yun Tian turned to Bei Ming Yuan and said, "Do you remember the time you were hit by the demon clan's soul-separating dream? I met your master in that dream. We can ask the Imperial Preceptor for help. Have him use that spell on Feng Shi." The Imperial Preceptor immediately came to the residence to cast the spell. Remember, you can stay in the soul-separating dream for 3 watches at most. Exceeding the time limit will be life-threatening. Bei Ming Yuan and Feng Shi lay on the bed together. Shui Yun Tian stood by the bed looking at Bei Ming Yuan. "Can I enter his dream like last time?" The Imperial Preceptor explained, "Using the soul-separating dream repeatedly will damage the soul. Crown Princess, please rest well and wait patiently." The two entered another space. And Feng, she called out anxiously, Yi Jiao, where on earth are you?" "This liar, didn't he say he could let me meet Yi Jiao?" Bei Ming Yuan turned and said, "The protective spiritual power my master left in my body is very weak. It probably didn't sense any danger this time, so he didn't appear." Hearing this, Feng Shi collapsed to the ground. How could this be?" Bei Ming Yuan continued, "I feel the Imperial Preceptor calling us back. Let's go." Feng Shi said anxiously, "No, you go if you want. I want to stay here." Suddenly, a hand landed on Bei Ming Yuan's shoulder. It was the master of Yuming Palace. The master of Yuming Palace smiled in greeting. "My dear disciple, long time no see." Bei Ming Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Master!" The master of Yuming Palace pushed Bei Ming Yuan away. All right, you should go now. Don't disturb your master's chat with the beautiful lady." The master of Yuming Palace called out, "Miss Feng Shi." Feng Shi, with tears in her eyes, heard the voice and looked up Jiaolang. She immediately sat up and hugged the master of Yuming Palace tightly. "Is it really you? This is wonderful. I finally get to see you. I have so much to say to you. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. I shouldn't have distrusted your character and followed the demon clan, harming so many innocent people." The master of Yuming Palace said gently, There, since you know you were wrong, just try to make up for it." Hearing this, Feng Shi's eyes lit up. In reality, Feng Shi slowly opened her eyes. Shui Yun Tian, standing beside her, asked worriedly, "You're awake? How was it? Did you and Yi Jiao resolve your misunderstanding?" Feng Shi slowly sat up and hummed in agreement. Shui Yun Tian asked her, So, can you tell us the demon clan's plan now? Feng Shi replied. They want me to wait for an opportunity to kill His Majesty first. Then, after His Highness the Crown Prince becomes the Demon Lord, they will assist the Crown Prince in ascending the throne to unite the human and demon realms. But don't worry, I won't aid the evildoers anymore. Feng Shi took out the immortal frost lotus. This is for you. After handing over the item, Feng Shi was in a hurry to leave. I'm going to lift the demon clan's control over His Majesty, clear your names, and atone for my sins. Bei Ming Yuan quickly stopped her wait. Feng Shi turned and asked him, what does your highness mean? Bei Ming Yuan stepped forward and said, before the demon clan is completely wiped out, I don't want to alert the enemy. You too, take the Empress Dowager to the guest room to rest, and under no circumstances allow anyone from the demon clan to get near. Two maids immediately appeared, protecting Feng Shi. Shui Yuntian held the immortal frost lotus in her hand, looking dazed. Was it really that easy to get? Am I dreaming? The imperial preceptor, standing beside her, said, Crown Princess, rest assured, the immortal frost lotus is real. But you can't use it just yet. Shui Yuntian was surprised. Why not? The imperial preceptor replied, if you change back now, how will you explain your identity to His Majesty? At worst, I'll just tell the truth. After all, the sect leader and the elders can all vouch for me. Bei Ming Yuan refused. No, you shouldn't tell the truth. If Father Emperor were to investigate this matter, he would surely discover that you were no longer a virgin before the marriage. To protect you, I would have to reveal my identity as the Lord of the Netherworld Palace. Do you think Father Emperor wouldn't fly into a rage and execute all of us? Shui Yuntian smiled slyly. Or maybe we should prepare to usurp the throne right now. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan tapped her on the forehead. Usurp the throne now? Wouldn't that be falling right into the demon clan's trap? Shui Yuntian cried out in pain. Hey, that hurts. Then what do you say we should do? Bei Ming Yuan said, for now, let the imperial preceptor hold onto the immortal frost lotus. After we've eliminated the demon clan, we'll use Feng Shi's words to make Father Emperor believe that you were shrunk because you were cursed by the demon clan. Once the demon clan is destroyed, the curse will be lifted and you will recover. Shui Yuntian and the imperial preceptor stood to the side, listening in admiration and praised in unison. Brilliant, Shui Yuntian urged. Then what are we standing around for? Let's hurry and set off to eliminate the demon clan. They arrived at a desolate place where swarms of bats were flying out from a rocky mountain. Jun Tianjin, walking at the front, said, Hey, we're here. This is the place. Bei Ming Yuan spoke. Yihan, you lead some men inside to scout the way first. Jun Tianjin said mockingly, I never thought the dignified crown prince of the Kingland nation wouldn't even dare to enter a small cave. Bei Ming Yuan said unpleasantly, if the king of the snowy region enjoys charging in a battle, I won't stop you. Bei Ming Yuan and Jun Tianjin started bickering again. An hour later, Yihan came to report, Your Highness, your subordinate has checked the cave inside and out and found no trace of the demon clan. Could it be that they've already fled? Shui Yuntian interjected. It's also possible that someone is tricking us. Jun Tianjin snorted coldly. The demon clan is my enemy too. Is there any need for me to trick you? For all we know, your subordinate is useless and was bewitched by the demons in the cave, making you think they weren't there. If you don't believe me, let's go in and take a look together. Everyone walked to the entrance of the cave, and a dinging sound came from within. Bei Ming Yuan suddenly gasped for breath and lowered his head. Shui Yuntian heard the sound and asked in surprise, Did you hear something? Suddenly, Shui Yuntian cried out in fear. Bei Ming Yuan, what's wrong with you? Bei Ming Yuan's eyes became unfamiliar. The woman in black behind them said, Don't waste your energy, he can't hear you. Shui Yuntian angrily turned to question her. What did you do to him? The woman in black said flirtatiously, Oh my, how would I dare do anything to the great demon lord? Among this group, you have the weakest powers, so you'll just have to be the one to suffer. Bei Ming Yuan held Shui Yuntian and asked her, What exactly do you want? The woman in black cast a spell. Don't be hasty, you'll know soon enough. Bei Ming Yuan was frozen by the woman in black's spell. Seeing this, Shui Yuntian was extremely worried. Shui Yuntian entered another dimension, surrounded by falling ice crystals, and she fainted in Bei Ming Yuan's arms. Bei Ming Yuan let out a single phrase, so tired. The imperial preceptor said, Your Highness, Should we take the crown princess back first? Bei Ming Yuan turned and replied, it's fine. There's only one last cave left to check. We'll go after we've seen it. The three of them went to the last cave. All around were pitch-black cliffs, and the cliffs were full of cracks. The three of them stepped forward and said, this is... The demon clan sat on a throne made of white bones, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. The woman in black appeared beside the demon clan. The demon lord spoke. Long time no see, Lord Demon Lord. Seeing your true self, do you feel nothing at all? Bei Ming Yuan was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot. Jun Tianjin cried out in shock. Demon Lord? Who are you talking about? The woman in black said, our crown prince, of course. Speaking of which, we have to thank the great king for bringing them here. Jun Tianjin rested his chin on his hand and replied, I see. You already guessed that I would form an alliance with Bei Ming Yuan, so you deliberately gave me false information to lure us here. That's right. If a demon doesn't deceive, how can they be called a good demon? A team of guards appeared behind Jun Tianjin. Then, this is the perfect time to catch you all in one go. Everyone, charge. Bei Ming Yuan said in pain, no, I'm not. The woman in black approached Bei Ming Yuan. Lord Demon Lord, don't resist anymore. Hurry and merge with this body and reign over the mortal world. The Imperial Preceptor shouted anxiously, Your Highness, maintain your focus. Absolutely do not let her bewitch you. Bei Ming Yuan channeled his energy and blasted the woman in black away. The woman in black said angrily, You resist returning to the demon clan this much? Bei Ming Yuan's gaze was sharp. I've already said it. I am not the demon lord. The woman in black threatened. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me. Suddenly, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Bei Ming Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. The Imperial Preceptor and Jun Tianjin, standing by his side, screamed in alarm. Bei Ming Yuan, Your Highness! Bei Ming Yuan had been run through by a malevolent demon full of evil energy. A thought flashed through Bei Ming Yuan's mind. Tianer, an image of a radiant Shui Yun Tian appeared. In another dimension surrounded by ice, Shui Yun Tian was trapped in a block of ice. When she learned that Bei Ming Yuan had been pierced by the demon clan's evil energy, her eyes widened in shock, welling up with tears. Bei Ming Yuan, don't, let me out, hurry and let me out. As soon as the words left her mouth, the blocks of ice shattered. A stream of magical power poured into Shui Yun Tian's body. She broke free from the ice and returned to reality. After waking up, Shui Yun Tian went to Bei Ming Yuan's side and sat down. She reached out to stroke his chest, crying silently. Bei Ming Yuan, wake up, please wake up. Don't leave me all alone. The woman in black cried out in alarm. Impossible. You have no magical power. How could you break the seal of the sacred artifact? The Imperial Preceptor stepped in front of Shui Yun Tian, glaring at the woman in black. Her soul does not originally belong to this world, which is why the sacred artifact is ineffective. The woman in black immediately attacked. In that case, go to hell. But her attack was blocked by Jun Tianjin's magic. Jun Tianjin said, Your opponent now is me. The Imperial Preceptor quickly took out a pill and said to her, Quickly, give His Highness this soul-swapping pearl. Perhaps there will be a change. Shui Yun Tian took the pill and fed it to Bei Ming Yuan. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm begging you. You have to be okay. Bei Ming Yuan was walking dazedly in another dimension. Two voices rang out. I'm the Demon Lord. I am Yi Shao. Choose. Who do you want to become? Bei Ming Yuan stood blankly before the Demon Lord and Yi Shao. Suddenly, Shui Yun Tian's call echoed. Bei Ming Yuan, I'm begging you. Please wake up. Hearing the voice, Bei Ming Yuan turned his head. Bei Ming Yuan. That name sounds so familiar. Bei Ming Yuan frowned in pain, his hand on his forehead, saying, who am I, really? Bei Ming Yuan recalled the beautiful moments when he was Bei Ming Yuan. His Majesty called affectionately, Yuaner, the future of the Kanglan nation is in your hands. Little Yuan, isn't the Netherworld Palace that Master built for you nice? An image of Shui Yun Tian appeared. Handsome husband, let's go home. Bei Ming Yuan awoke from his daze. I am Bei Ming Yuan. I've made my decision. Bei Ming Yuan charged forward. I will find a way to atone for the sins you have committed. He drew his sword and stabbed towards the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord turned into a puff of black smoke and vanished. Bei Ming Yuan said loudly, but I will never become you again. Bei Ming Yuan turned his face and called, Master. The Lord of the Netherworld Palace said, I am not your master, but I respect your decision. The two looked at each other sadly. Thank you, goodbye. The surrounding walls cracked even more. Shui Yin Tian hugged Bei Ming Yuan, crying worriedly. Imperial Preceptor, Bei Ming Yuan, his heart seems to have stopped beating. Hearing Shui Yin Tian's words, the Imperial Preceptor and Jun Tianjin turned around in alarm. Shui Yin Tian pleaded through her sobs. Don't, please wake up. Shui Yin Tian kissed Bei Ming Yuan's forehead, gently chiding. Bei Ming Yuan, you still owe me a wedding. You're not allowed to die. You're not allowed to die. Do you hear me? The woman in black laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Bei Ming Yuan is dead. The great demon lord has finally returned. She knelt before the demon lord. I implore you to once again lead us gods to reign over the mortal world. Lord Demon Lord. The body of the demon lord sitting on the throne suddenly began to crack. Seeing this, the woman in black was both shocked and confused. The demon lord immediately exploded, fragments scattering everywhere, turning into nothingness. A golden light shone everywhere. The woman in black screamed, "No!" Shui Yin Tian watched this scene in astonishment. What's happening? Suddenly, a hand wiped away the tears falling from Shui Yin Tian's eyes. She blushed and lowered her head. Bei Ming Yuan, lying on her lap, said gently, "I'm back." Shui Yin Tian was overjoyed, letting out a soft The woman in black was still kneeling there. She looked up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes vacant. Still I lost. A large hole had been pierced through the woman in black's body. A group of guards stood behind Bei Ming Yuan with their swords drawn, poised for battle. Bei Ming Yuan, holding a long sword, commanded majestically, "Wipe out the entire demon clan." On the other side, a team of Jun Tianjin's guards was also ready. Jun Tianjin, with a triumphant look, ordered, "We can't lose either, go." Yihan stepped forward and called, "Your Highness." Yihan's face was full of joy as he said, "The remnants of the demon clan have all been eliminated." Yihan's face was covered in dirt and scratches. Bei Ming Yuan smiled, turned, and said, clean up all the bodies." Jun Tianjin stood to the side, hands on his hips, laughing loudly. "Phew, it's finally over. Since the demon clan has been dealt with, you should be on your way back to the snowy region." Hearing this, Jun Tianjin frowned angrily. "Hey, is there anyone who burns the bridge after crossing it like you?" The Imperial Preceptor, standing beside them, said with a smile, "As long as you don't have any designs on the Crown Princess, His Highness won't really do anything to you." Bei Ming Yuan gently turned to Shui Yin Tian and said, let's go home." Shui Yin Tian smiled radiantly and replied, let's go home." The next day, Shui Yin Tian had returned to her original form, laughing happily. "Wow, my original body is still the most comfortable." Bei Ming Yuan hugged Shui Yin Tian from behind, whispering, holding this body is indeed more comfortable." Shui Yin Tian's face immediately turned red. "Hey, we're about to enter the palace to see His Majesty." Bei Ming Yuan pulled Shui Yin Tian back, his lips close to hers, and said, "No rush, there's still time." Then he gave her a passionate kiss. Outside the window, the sky was clear and the clouds were calm. Inside the room, the two were deeply in love. Shui Yin Tian was hurt by Bei Ming Yuan and let out a cry. Shui Yin Tian's body was covered in bite marks from Bei Ming Yuan. She said in pain, "Hey, why are you biting people again?" Bei Ming Yuan pinned Shui Yin Tian down. "What's this? You can bite me, but I can't bite you?" Shui Yin Tian blushed in embarrassment. Bei Ming Yuan, his cheeks flushed, lost in affection. "Will you dare to call your husband a dog again in the future?" Shui Yin Tian turned her head away and huffed coldly. "I'll say it if I wanna, I'll say it if I want to." Bei Ming Yuan leaned close to Shui Yin Tian's ear. "Fine then. If you don't change your tune today, don't even think about leaving this room." The two were entangled on the bed, and outside the window, it was already dusk. Bei Ming Yuan gave Shui Yin Tian a piggyback ride, asking with tender concern, "Does your waist still hurt?" Shui Yin Tian said angrily, "Of course it hurts. And isn't it all your fault?" Bei Ming Yuan nodded. Yes, it's all my fault." Elsewhere, two maids walked by, gossiping curiously. "Who is that woman, daring to let the crown prince carry her? What has become of propriety?" Shui Yin Tian heard them and said, "Didn't you hear what they said? Put me down quickly." Shui Yin Tian got down and walked on her own. Bei Ming Yuan asked her, "Didn't you used to not care about these things?" Shui Yin Tian said thoughtfully, "Before, I only planned to get the immortal frost lotus and run away, so of course I didn't care. What about now? Do you still want to run away now? I don't know. I just feel that there are too many rules in the Imperial Palace. There's no freedom at all. Bei Ming Yuan called out in a low voice. Tian'er, if you really don't want to stay in the palace, then let's leave. Hearing this, Shui Yuntian blocked Bei Ming Yuan's path. Want to drive me away? Bei Ming Yuan moved closer to her. How could I bear to drive you away? What I mean is wherever you go, I will follow. If you are willing to stay in the palace, when I become emperor in the future, you will be my only empress, enjoying endless glory. If you detest palace life, we can find a paradise to settle down in, becoming a carefree, immortal couple. If you want to return to your own era, I can also go with you anytime, but you must first tell me the rules of your world. Shui Yuntian said in astonishment. How did you know I'm not from this era? Bei Ming Yuan explained. Have you forgotten the conversation between you and the state preceptor in the demon clan's lair? I heard everything. Shui Yuntian's face darkened as she thought. Humph, brilliant. Eavesdropping is truly his specialty. Shui Yuntian said to him, I've thought it over. Bei Ming Yuan smiled gently and said, Tian'er, we still have a lot of time. Don't rush to make a decision. Shui Yuntian's long hair fluttered in the wind, and she said softly, Bei Ming Yuan and Shui Yuntian went to the Imperial Palace, where they both knelt before the emperor. After a lengthy explanation from Bei Ming Yuan, the emperor believed that Shui Yuntian was indeed the crown princess and agreed to choose an auspicious day to hold another wedding for the two of them. She stood to one side. Although her sins were grave, the emperor saw her sincere repentance and allowed her to live out the rest of her days with Buddhist scriptures and a solitary lamp. Shuiji also got her wish to have her engagement to Bei Ming Yuan annulled. But Jun Tianjin didn't seem very pleased with Emoli. Elsewhere, Yuling had intended to take the state preceptor back to the southern border, but she stubbornly refused to let the state preceptor lead the way, causing the two of them to get lost deep in the forest. Finally, the day before the wedding arrived, the palace was brightly decorated with lanterns and flowers. Shui Yuntian leaned against a corner, lost in thought. Why isn't he here yet? The sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Bei Ming Feng walked over with a smile. Hello, little sister-in-law. Shui Yuntian held out her hand. Where's the thing I need? Bei Ming Feng asked her, Little sister-in-law, are you really decided on doing this? Haven't you always liked to cause trouble? What's with you now? Are you trying to talk me out of it? Bei Ming Feng continued. I'm just worried that if my imperial brother finds out, it won't be good for you. Shui Yuntian reassured him. Don't worry. If something really happens, your imperial brother will only beat you up. He won't do anything to me. Hearing this, Bei Ming Feng was stunned. Ha ha ha. So I came here to take the fall for you. Bei Ming Feng placed a black bag on the ground. Here, take it. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Shui Yuntian smiled and said, thanks. Shui Yuntian then took the item and left, humming a tune as she walked. Bei Ming Yuan was standing behind the door. Bei Ming Feng called out, Imperial brother, are you really going to let little sister-in-law do as she pleases? Bei Ming Yuan's eyes were full of adoration as he said, There's no need. This is good just as it is. Night had fallen. In the room, Xiang Ning said worriedly, Heaven's crown princess, how could you? Shui Yuntian comforted her. My good Xiang Ning, just help me this one time. I promise this is the last time. Xiang Ning stammered in fear. Yes, ma'am. Bei Ming Yuan appeared from nowhere and asked, The last time for what? Xiang Ning froze in fear. Shui Yuntian turned around in a panic, stammering, Why? Why are you here? She hurriedly pushed Bei Ming Yuan outside. We're not supposed to see each other before the wedding. You should go back quickly. Bei Ming Yuan said hastily, Tian'er, I just want to say a few words to you. I'll leave right after, okay? Shui Yuntian said shyly, then say it quickly. Bei Ming Yuan said, Do you remember you once said that as long as I helped you get the immortal frost lotus, you would agree to one thing for me? Shui Yuntian said, The immortal frost lotus was tricked from the demon clan by Feng Shi. How can that count? Bei Ming Yuan's eyes were filled with contemplation. Tian'er. Shui Yuntian crossed her arms and turned away. Fine. You did contribute to getting the immortal frost lotus. After all, I'll reluctantly agree to it. But if your condition is too unreasonable, I have the right to refuse you. Bei Ming Yuan wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. My condition is that no matter what trouble you cause in the future, you are not allowed to sneak away and leave like before. Shui Yuntian reassured him. Don't worry, I absolutely won't run. She revealed a smug look and thought to herself, that would be strange. The next day, the palace was covered in a brilliant red. Many people came to attend. Bei Ming Yuan was dressed in crimson wedding robes, his smile radiant. From a distance, Xiang Ming's voice echoed, "No, this is bad. The crown princess has turned into a cat." Shui Yuntian, dressed in her wedding gown, stood outside, holding a small dog in her arms, smiling. Outside, the sky was clear, and inside the palace, a wedding was being held for a happy little black cat. Bei Ming Feng announced in a loud voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Imperial brother should now bow with sister-in-law." Bei Ming Feng thought to himself, "Hold it in, don't laugh." Bei Ming Yuan said cheerfully, "Tianer, come here. No matter what form you take, I will still recognize you." Bei Ming Yuan picked up the cat, standing outside. Shui Yin Tian heard this and thought angrily, "What? This fool really thinks that cat is me." A voice echoed from inside. "First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents." Shui Yin Tian stormed in angrily. "That's enough." She ran up and grabbed Bei Ming Yuan's clothes, saying furiously, "Hey, are you really that stupid? You can't even tell if I'm a person or a cat." Bei Ming Yuan replied with a gentle gaze, "Who says I can't tell? If I hadn't said that, would you have been willing to show yourself?" Shui Yin Tian was astonished. You knew all along?" Bei Ming Yuan replied, "That's right." Shui Yin Tian glared angrily at Bei Ming Feng, who thought, "Sorry, little sister-in-law, I don't want to take the fall." Bei Ming Yuan then embraced Shui Yin Tian. "Tianer, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Marry me, will you?" Shui Yin Tian's cheeks flushed. After that, the two completed their vows, husband and wife bowing to each other. Everyone around them smiled happily as an announcement rang out. "The ceremony is complete. Escort them to the bridal chamber." Bei Ming Yuan swept Shui Yin Tian up into his arms. The two were happy and joyous. 5 years later, spring returned, flowers bloomed, and all things were reborn. Two pairs of small feet were playing, their laughter ringing out. "Ha ha ha." Bei Ming Yuan and Shui Yun Tian's daughter happily held a flower and said, "Flower, flower for mother." Shui Yun Tian kissed her daughter's cheek. "Good girl." The daughter blushed, and beside her, a small hand reached out. "Mother, mother." Their son whined, "I want a kiss too." Shui Yun Tian smiled and said gently, all right, kisses for everyone." Just then, Bei Ming Yuan walked over. "What about me?" Bei Ming Yuan stepped forward and hugged Shui Yun Tian from behind. "The empress can't show favoritism, can she?" Their son and daughter whined. "Father is so mean. You always fight with us for mother's attention." The two children shouted, then burst into tears. "Sobi, Sobi, Sobi." Bei Ming Yuan, still hugging Shui Yun Tian, said angrily. Seeing this, Shui Yun Tian gave Bei Ming Yuan a kiss on the cheek, making him blush. Shui Yun Tian, her own cheeks flushed, said softly, "Are you satisfied now?" Bei Ming Yuan called out happily, "Tianer, I'm afraid I'm dreaming, that you're actually willing to stay in the imperial palace." Shui Yun Tian's head rested on Bei Ming Yuan's shoulder. "When did I say I would stay in the palace for the rest of my life?" Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan was startled. Shui Yun Tian continued, "Since I have so many choices, why must I choose only one? Can't I be the empress first, and then when I get tired of it, we can go travel the world? Besides, if you dare to bully me in the future, I'll immediately ask the state preceptor to send me home, and I'll never see you again." Bei Ming Yuan replied confidently, "Tianer, trust me." They hugged their two children, smiling happily. Bei Ming Yuan said to her, "We will be together forever."